Heavens to Betsy, what a week, huh, sports fans? Holy Toledo. Yeah, so MoistCritical's in a big oopsie-poopsie situation here. It reminds me of the time in Moonfall when KC Houseman sacrifices himself and dies of cringe to become the moon. Yeah, so, being serious now, since this has become such a big issue, I've been in a lot of drama recently. I'm in hot water, and I'm biting on the fart bubbles that pop up in the bathtub here. It is a lot. So let's start with the most recent one today. My retirement. I didn't know I was retiring. That's news to me. I'm as shocked as all of you are. I had a ton of fun last night playing a game called Clickleding, which is basically like a cuckoldry simulator, but for clicking against like the Lorax in a hotel room. And I just did like an old school gameplay commentary video. I was bubbly, full of jubilation. I posted it today only to learn that I'm just a big old fucking liar. Liar, liar, plants for hire, I suppose. Apparently, and I didn't know this until I posted the video, everyone was under the impression that I was quitting the internet. So I started scratching at the hair on my chinny chin, wondering, when the fuck did that happen? Was I sleepwalking? Do I have somnambulism? Is this some kind of, like, you know, Fight Club situation? But instead of, like, Tyler Durden, I have fucking Charles Turden here that's just making wrong announcements. It turns out the patient zero behind all of this was a post Jackson made announcing that I would be leaving the podcasts, which is something I thought about periodically for quite a few months now, mainly because I started to recognize that I was becoming the very thing I'd make fun of with being chronically online. Like, I just was always online, and the podcasts were a big proponent of that, and I just kind of wanted to scale back the amount of time I spend online, and I kept Jackson in the loop the whole time here about where my head was at, and last week I told him, hey man, I think this is going to be where I hang up the jersey, you can put it in the rafters, throw it in the dumpster, but I think I'm just going to be, you know, sailing off into the sunset here and just reducing the amount of stuff I do online. Which he completely understood, so he made the announcement just letting people know that, and then that got spun on Twitter and Reddit as MoistCritical's taking an indefinite hiatus and quitting the internet, fundamentally. Don't know when I'll be back, he's done with the internet because of all this controversy. Patooey, on his grave, he's gone. When looking at the post, I don't even know where that's coming from. It's literally just talking about the podcast and me just stepping away. Like, it doesn't extend beyond that. I can't even wrap my tiny noodle around how anyone could perceive this as me being done with the internet entirely, but that's the story that they ran with, and that's what most people saw, not the actual post. So everyone thought I was quitting the internet, so I posted that video that I was really happy with because it just felt like an OG old school video that made me happy, and then bang! Just a flood of comments and dislikes all saying shit like, how could you fucking deceive us? I thought you quit, huh? What happened to leaving, huh? I just read this post on Twitter from an account that had a profile pic of titties photoshopped onto Thomas Edison that said you were done, and it had 50,000 likes, so I know it was true, and you're just a fucking liar. I can't even just peacefully walk away from some projects without it being a massive fucking reaction over actual nothing burger information. And trust me, no one has a palate more refined for nothing burgers than me. I have ranted about the stupidest shit of all time, but this was mind-boggling even for me. So to set the record straight, no, I'm not retiring, despite what the experts are telling you. All I did was walk away from a couple of projects. Like, that's really it. Like, that's a pretty normal thing to do, especially when one of them I've been doing for, like, 8 years. I really didn't think it was that deep, especially not deep enough for how big of a story it's become with all of the wild narratives running around about the true reason that I stopped doing it. So let's get into that drama. I've talked about it on stream, I don't even know how many times at this point, but we'll just talk about all of it in this video here. So, when covering the Ava Tyson situation, I was attacked by a lot of people for not being quick enough. Even though I covered it within like the first 6 hours, people were unsatisfied that I hadn't made a video within like the first fucking 20 minutes of it dropping. And then when I did finally finish the full video covering all of it, it was another massive problem where now I only did it out of an obligation because people called me out, and then I also got accused of being a transphobe because I didn't use Ava Tyson's preferred pronouns, which were she, her. I didn't know that. I thought just calling Ava Tyson by her name was okay, and I had also heard when I went to the Mr. Beast thing, someone refer to Ava Tyson with they. So I was truly under the impression that that was okay. And for that, I was annihilated by a good chunk of Twitter. And then annihilated by another good chunk of Twitter because I called out Sneako, who was the main proponent, about me covering for Mr. Beast to keep the collab alive. I wasn't talking about Ava Tyson because I wanted the Mr. Beast collab. And I talked about how absurd that statement was, especially given his history with fighting against the age of consent. He's been very vocal about how much he hates the age of consent, and so I talked about that briefly at the end of the video, which then changed the whole narrative for a lot of people, where I never talked about Ava Tyson and only talked about Sneako. So it was a complete lose-lose, because if I didn't talk about what Sneako was saying, I would have been called a coward for not addressing it and talking about, like, well, he was going to cover for Mr. Beast until Sneako called him out. So, like, if I didn't do it, I would have been attacked. I did do it, still got attacked. It really was unwinnable. But from that spawned a conversation where I talked to Sneako directly, because he was very upset that I was talking about how him rallying against the age of consent is pedophile arguments, like defending pedophilia. As I've said since the very beginning of this channel, I'm always willing to engage with people I disagree with, and I thought that maybe there was a chance I misunderstood what he was trying to say, even though it's still abhorrent. I thought, okay, maybe he's not actually trying to defend pedophilia, he's like some kind of pseudo-intellectual debate bro who's trying to say something else. So I was willing to hear him out on it, and I talked to him in DMs, and he said he doesn't believe in the age of consent, he believes in the age of marriage, can't assign a number to it, but said that when someone can legally drive, they should be able to marry at the same time, which is literally like a 15 or 16-year-old, because you get your permit at 15, your license at 16, and both are way too young to be marrying. That shit is completely unacceptable. It is downright disgusting. He then said that he was happy to discuss it in a call, which I said I was willing to hear him out on, and he said that he would do it later because he was outside doing an IRL stream in Turkey. So I was willing to hear him out, because again, if this is some kind of crazy misunderstanding, I'd like to know that, because it'd be really fucking scary for someone in his position with his level of influence to be actually advocating for adults marrying and fucking children. That's a huge problem. That's a big fucking problem. So if there was something that he was like trying to say but failing to do so, I was willing to at least hear it. And this is where the infamous debate came from, the debate that people are calling the debate of the century. I'm kidding, not a single soul on the planet said that. It's actually one of the most dogshit debates I think human beings have ever had. He eventually called me on Discord. I was under the impression this was just him and I talking. I had no idea this was going to be a debate. I thought he was going to try and explain himself like, hey, no, this isn't actually what I meant. This is what I'm trying to say. I thought this was a conversation between him and I, not this kind of debate show that he was putting on for his audience. There is nothing in our DMs that indicated that's where it was going. When I joined the call, he asked if I was going to record it, to which I said, I can if he wants me to, but I was also down to just talk. So I thought maybe he wanted it as a recording to like explain to people like, no, he's not actually a pedophile defender or advocating for that kind of thing. So I thought that is why he asked. I didn't know it was because it was being streamed. Especially because one of his last DMs was about how he's doing an outside IRL stream and he would call me after. To me that says when he's done streaming, that's when we'll talk, not as a part of his stream. I didn't know this was a debate nor a stream until about an hour and 40 into it, roughly somewhere in that ballpark. I am not a debater. I've never claimed to be one. I never want to be a debater. I've always said that I believe conversations are the most productive because debates always devolve into what side can score the most points by explaining their thought process, even if the position is wrong. Whereas a conversation is a very different thing to me. So I didn't even know that's what this was. So obviously, I was unprepared for a fucking debate. So I entered into the Thunderdome and we started talking. I made it clear that I found his statements on the age of consent and children marrying adults being fucking hideous. Absolutely revolting. And then he started arguing about, well, what is a child? We must define a child, you know. It's not actually being under 18. It's all a bunch of hooey. And I really think if you have to start arguing about, well, what technically is a child? You're already way too far gone. Like, that is so fucking weird. And in no uncertain terms, multiple times throughout the debate, Sneako says that he is okay with people that are aged 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 marrying adults that are 18 or older. We're talking globally. Let's just talk globally. Like, do you think it is okay for, I'm not talking about just you specifically anymore, anyone. Do you think it's okay for anyone in their 20s, an adult, to marry a 15 or 16-year-old?
A 21-year-old, if there was a marriage where the father consented and the daughter consented, and it was both good on both families and they wanted to do it, why am I going to get involved? Why should we get the government involved?
Even get back a little bit. Do you think there's not a problem with a child being with an adult?
Okay. We haven't even agreed upon what a child and an adult is. You keep saying that it's 18.
Under 18 is child.
And I'm telling you, that's not even the definition of the word.
What is the number? It needs to be a number, or else you can do the same thing.
I just told you there's not a number.
But do you see why that's a problem?
No.
If there's no defined... So why can't a 12-year-old marry an 18-year-old?
Because most 12-year-olds haven't gone through puberty yet. And most 12-year-olds...
Okay. As you just said, it changes. What if a 12-year-old went through puberty early, the parents consent, the 18-year-old and the parents consent? Can they do it?
Most likely that's not going to happen. You know why? Because Islamically, if
we're not talking most likely. Just say it.
If the families have consented, the kid is mature, the kid is ready. Why should I stop
at 12 years old? At 12 years old.
If the kid is physically mature, the parents consent, both parties are happy.
A 12-year-old being physically mature.
If that's the only line that actually makes sense.
Again, I don't think a 14-year-old can ever be physically mature.
Mm-hmm. Even though they literally can. Even though puberty actually defines that, it's fine.
I don't believe so. I was 14 once. I actually had a mustache when I was 14. Would you have looked at me and said I was physically mature enough to get married?
If you were physically mature, if you were mature, yes, I would. Okay.
Really? When I was 14.
Yeah. If you were 14 and you were ready to go and you met another 14-year-old, yes, I would.
No. We're talking adults. You keep going back to that.
That is adult.
I met...
I told you my definition. I told you the definition. The definition, okay. If you went through puberty, you're an adult. That's the definition of adult. So yes, if you're an adult and you had a mustache, you're ready to get married, fine. Okay?
Unironically saying a 14-year-old adult, I think would make most sensible people want to puke. There's so many instances of this, and a lot of the conversation was spent with him talking about like overseas age of consent, like talking about how Japan's age of consent was 13 for the longest time, this and that. But the whole thing was like pulling teeth, and it was fucking painful. And I think it's extremely alarming perspective to have. Unironically calling a 14-year-old and 12-year-old mature enough for a marriage, those are middle schoolers. Like, holy shit. I think that is extremely concerning to be advocating for something like that. Like, would Sneako be okay if his best friend ended up marrying a 14-year-old? He certainly shouldn't be. No one should be okay with something like that. Like, that's fucking terrible. That is actually terrible. But now, since I wasn't, like, holding him to this topic or making sure it stayed on the topic I thought we were talking about, it went all over the place with a ton of different things, but the big one, and this is what most people have focused on, which was my response to his question about kids transitioning. And the way he would pose that question would be by asking if I thought it was okay if kids who want to switch their gender go to the doctor and get their dick cut off. Is it okay if a 9-year-old goes to a doctor and gets their cock cut off right then and there? And when posed with that question, I replied with yes. And I've talked about this on stream many, many times now, and I'll talk about it again here. I thought he was talking in hyperbole. I thought he was just exaggerating, being over the top, talking about the entire subject of transitioning. I had no idea that any living, breathing human being actually thought that that's how transitioning works, where you just go into a doctor saying, I feel like switching genders, and they lay you down on the operating table and just snip your whole fucking meat off. I didn't know that that's what he actually believed. I didn't know he was speaking literally. I thought he was just referring to the entire process of transitioning and just using this over-the-top statement to encapsulate all of it. Because you literally cannot get that surgery unless you are 18. Like, you actually have to go out of your way to be that stupid on the topic than you would just spending a couple of seconds looking it up. There are very rare cases where someone under 18 has had that surgery performed. That's not common. So I really didn't think that someone could be so dumb on the topic. I thought he was just speaking in hyperbole, which is my mistake. I should have been more clear instead of making an assumption that he was talking about something nuanced in an over-the-top way. I haven't hid this take, and it's not a new take from me. I've talked about this a couple times throughout the years on stream. I have no complaints if a kid gets interested in transitioning and starts talking to their family about it. So their parents start talking to doctors, the kid starts talking to doctors and therapists and all of this, because the process of transitioning is one that takes place over the course of many years. It's not something that just happens like that. And I'm also not afraid to admit that I am not the most educated when it comes to transitioning. I am not someone that has a ton of knowledge about the subject to be speaking on it in a really in-depth manner. But even I know these very surface level things that everyone has easy access to understand. It is a long process. And I have no problems at all if a kid gets interested in that process and starts going through that process with proper care. And then when they reach the age where they can consider that surgery and decide they want to do it, then that's all power to them. That's entirely up to them. They have reached that age. They can now do that surgery if they want to. That is not a surgery that's being offered to like a 9-year-old who just says, I feel like changing genders today. It's just not how it works. And I didn't think that that's what was actually being discussed because it's so fucking silly. Now, I'm sure there's some really fringe cases you can point to where that kind of thing did happen, but it's not common. Thus, I didn't think that's what was being referred to in the conversation. And it is, again, my mistake for not recognizing that at that moment, it was being spoken about literally. So all that shit that people keep dogpiling and spouting about me about how I want all kids to go out there and get their genitals chopped off is just fucked up. Like, it's so ridiculous. I recognize I did a horrible job of arguing in this debate, which isn't surprising considering I don't debate. This is not something that's in my skill set, which of course led to some embarrassingly dog shit arguments. Like the one I've seen people reference a couple times is when I briefly mentioned sports in this topic. It was a stupid point to try and make. I was getting hit by like some rebound psychic damage listening to some of the drivel brain rot that Sneako was spouting about the age of consent. And I don't know why I thought this was like an argument to try and make, but I brought up sports in this subject and I was going to try and elaborate on it, but didn't at all. What I was going to try and say is that when a kid gets interested in a sport, they'll talk to their parents about it, they'll research the sport, you know, go through the process of learning about it. And when it comes to transitioning, it's still a process where you talk to your family about it, you learn about it. Like, it wasn't a point where I was trying to say, well, changing genders is a lot like picking between baseball and soccer. Like, that's not what I was trying to get at, but because I didn't elaborate on it and it really wasn't a good argument to try and make in the first place, that's one people have harped on a lot. And I get it. Like I said, I am not a debater. Like, I didn't go in here expecting a debate. So I had nothing prepared here for this inundation of outrageous questions and tangents. Like, there was a point where Sneako was trying to get me to say white power. Like, the whole thing was a fucking mess. It was, without a doubt, probably the worst debate that video has ever been cursed with. And I really regret not doing a better job here. It's not something I should have even done in the first place. I just have a tendency to really hope for the best out of people, and I was really hoping that I and most people were wrong about Sneako's perspective on the age of consent. However, unfortunately, it doesn't appear to be the case. He was very adamant about this position, and I did a terrible job in arguing with him, and I did a terrible job of articulating my beliefs. I am supportive of the LGBTQ+, and I have been, and that's not something I've been shy about. I just wish I did a better job of expressing that. To be open and honest here, and I've talked about this a lot, I've always treated my channel kind of like a diary for myself, which is why I just talk about so much different nonsense and so many things that I know a lot of people don't give a fuck about, but some of it's fun for me to talk about, or some of it's just things I care about. So being totally honest, I used to treat the internet as an escape from my dog shit real life. Truly unhappy, really hated most of everything about myself, and the internet was my escape from it. But now it's really become that real life is the escapism for me now. Like, I love posting and creating things, but I don't like interacting with the internet around me anymore. And it's something that I started to realize a couple months ago, and I've talked about it on stream a little bit, how because I've covered so many like drama stories and everything, it's pretty much all that I ever get told about when I'm streaming, and it's become such a massive headache, and it's just constant negativity that I'm fully flooded with like at all hours. Like I am in like this human centipede of eating someone's ass while having my ass eaten with even more things that I'm being demanded to like talk about, where everything just feels like a lose-lose, and it has been for like the last 6 or 8 months, I feel, where if I talk about something, it's a problem. Even if something is cut and dry as like Cody Ko having sex with a 17-year-old being bad, I caught a lot of shit for that too. I'm sure a lot of people probably didn't see that, but man, the amount of emails I got and a lot of the things I was seeing, even something as cut and dry as that was an issue when I talked about it. And then if I don't talk about something, or if I don't talk about something fast enough in the time that some people think is appropriate, I'm then accused of covering up for something for an ulterior evil motive. So it just really feels like a rock and a hard place where, regardless, it's just going to be a massive flood of negativity. And a huge critique of me that I've always seen is Charlie's a fence sitter. He's just a fucking fence-sitting enlightened centrist cuck, this and that. And I've always said for the entire time I've been on the internet, I'm not special. I'm literally just a normal guy who got very lucky. I just sit here, joke about shit, talk about my opinion on things, and nothing else. I don't have a unique perspective on things. I don't have deep insight into the vicissitudes of certain things. I am literally just a guy who yaps, has some fun, talks about shit, does some wacky stuff as well, and that's it. It's just not that deep. But because everything is so inflammatory and charged online, it's being perceived in the last, I'd say like the last 2 years, it's really popped off as me making deliberate attempts to appease both sides and play right down the middle to soak up as much as possible. Like it's all this like nefarious scheme where I'm doing this with my hands. And I just don't understand how it's become so incendiary, where that's apparently like a really bad thing now. My opinion is not special, and my opinion isn't one that's pandering to any sides or catering to anything. It's literally just whatever's up here. I sit down for like 30 to 45 minutes on like a topic or like a video that I'm joking around about, and I talk about it. I am legitimately just an average, well, below average height guy who's about to turn 30. I'm not just spitting hot takes out the wazoo here. I'm just being myself. That's all this channel ever has been. And now it's become super controversial to do that if it's not like, you know, picking sides on everything, it seems. And it's very frustrating. For the longest time, it was just me having fun. And for the most part, it still is. But I've started to recognize over the last few months that some of the things I do just really aren't fun for me to do, and I've been doing them out of obligation. Mainly internet drama. When I initially started covering drama so many years ago now, it was fun, because it wasn't as serious. Like, the stories were a lot, you know, more quirky. It was easy to get invested because it was kind of just like a soap opera, like a really dumb soap opera. But recently it's been much more serious, and I feel the need to talk about these things because a lot of them are extremely serious with very important topics to discuss. But it has become draining. As much as I never wanted to admit it, I've started to recognize that my mood is immediately impacted by whatever I read on Twitter in the morning. If that's some horrible stuff about a creator or what have you, it immediately affects my entire day and my whole outlook on the day. Now I know, call the wambulance, get some french fries, just fucking whining about having to talk about drama. What a stupid problem to be upset about. But I'm just trying to explain that it hasn't been as fun recently. It hasn't. And the main thing, if you've been around the channel for a while, is I've always wanted this to be fun and never feel like a job. And as hard as it is for me to admit this, a lot of this kind of stuff, it has just started to feel like less fun and more of, well, gotta do this because I'm expected to. Like, anytime I go live, most of chat is just telling me about the latest in whatever's happening in the creator space or some other, like, extremely negative thing going on. And it's like, okay, well, I'm going to have to learn all about that once I turn stream off. So then I spend a few hours learning about these things, and it's all just really upsetting stuff. Like, it's not happy. It's all very sad, bad stuff. And it's been making me not happy. So I definitely think I'll be slowing down on covering internet-related drama or, like, drama in general. I'll still talk about, like, really wacky stories and shit like that. But I definitely think I'm going to be pumping the brakes on, like, the kind of drama I have been covering recently. And instead, I'm going to go back to focusing on the content that I'm most happy with. Like, if you ask me what content I'm most proud of throughout my entire time on this platform for the last, like, 17, 18 years, none of it would be drama coverage. It'd be things like Skynut. It'd be things like shooting a potato at a tennis racket to see if you can make french fries in midair by frying them in hot oil. It's shit like that. And I think I'm going to go back to that kind of stuff as opposed to the direction that I have been going recently. So, yeah, this was a lot to go over here, but I hope this has cleared everything up. And, yeah, that's really about it. So, yeah.
Everything looks good. Sounds good.
Yeah, no, it's all good on my end over here. Yeah, you sound fine. Video looks good.
I got to make sure you're... I don't have headphones because it is what it is. 1 second.
No, you're good.
You know, I met somebody that that knows you when I went to do the Jinxie podcast.
Oh, yeah? At Jinxie's place?
No, at Panera Bread. At Panera Bread. Luckily, I mean, I'm not saying this to like be a dick, but he was like, "Yo, I'm a fan of you." Like, it was like he had like some cancer thing outside Panera Bread, and he's like, "MoistCritical didn't donate anything." Maybe he was just trying to get a sale, and then when he said that, I'm like, "Yeah, bro, clips not mags." And then I gave him $100.
Nice. That's a sweet tip.
Yeah, I hope it wasn't a scam.
I doubt it. I'm pretty trusting of people, especially like out at places. I just don't think people have a reason to lie.
Okay. This is the most scuffed setup I've had in a long time. It's whatever, bro. I'll just do it like this. All right. Okay, so what's going on? We've been everything's good. Sounds good. How you been?
I've been all right, man. How are things going on your end?
Things are going good. Every time I talk to you, I'm in some random country. Last time I was in Japan. I was standing outside of a club actually in Japan, and then I think you texted me, and I left the club, and I was just standing on the street underneath like some cherry blossom flowers at like 3 a.m. And now I'm in Turkey.
Yeah, it was actually a pretty serene landscape, actually. That was very cinematic.
It was the nice flowers, and I think people had this idea that I was an angry person, or maybe that's how you painted me. And then seeing me like walk around like with the nice flowers, like, oh, okay, this guy's he's not that red pill rage.
Hey, man, I don't try and paint you as aggressive or anything, but your clips, you go ballistic.
Because, man,
that's most people's impression.
I'm all clips, not mags. But things do get clipped out of context, you know. It's funny because people say, like, this is the biggest YouTube beef is us, and I haven't been on YouTube for the whole beef.
Yeah, that's true.
For the whole
time.
But,
like, even outside of YouTube, you still have a massive platform. So, like, it's more internet beef, I suppose, that people mean to say.
Yeah, I know. Just some of that stuff bothers me. Like when Jinxie's like, this is the biggest YouTube beef. It's like, I haven't been on YouTube for the whole time. It is frustrating not being on platforms. Since then, I've lost more. Like, I'm in Turkey. People are like, what's your Instagram? I'm like, I have to explain, like, oh, the Zionists banned me. They called me dangerous. This stuff I'm not allowed on these platforms. And then I have to imagine explaining to a Turkish guy what Rumble is.
Well, I mean, you just explain it's a streaming platform. I feel like that most people know what that is.
They're like, what's your YouTube? And they're like searching it up for kids, and they have to download the app, and then they try to watch my video, and they got to sign in. But it's I do like the challenge. But yeah, so let's talk about what we came to talk about.
Yeah, man. So with all of what's going on here, why are you so insistent on like the age of consent being like unreasonable? Or at least that's the impression I and most people gather from the way you speak about it.
That's a valid question, and I want to first ask, like, what's your issue with my opinion on the age of consent, age of marriage?
Because I feel like age of consent should just be an accepted number, and I think the accepted one is 18. Like, regardless of where you talk about in the world, I feel like once you start talking about someone under 18, you're basically just talking like a predator. Like, I feel like 18 is a pretty well-established number for most sensible people. At 18, you're going to college, you're living your own life now, you're outside of your family nest. Anything under that, you're still a kid.
Okay. It's not 18 in most of the United States where we both live, right?
Yeah, but that refers to like Romeo and Juliet laws, where if you're like 19 and with a 16-year-old, it's not technically illegal, but you're not a 19-year-old, right? So why would you be arguing for like a 16, you know?
First off, I'm not arguing to lower the age of consent. I don't believe in the age of consent. We can get there. I want to establish some terms first.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, it's not even just with Romeo and Juliet laws. There's a lot of states where it's 16 regardless of Romeo and Juliet. And then you go to Europe, most countries are 16. Japan, I think they just changed it. It was like 13 or 14, and now it's 16. Brazil, it's 14. I saw that from a Nelk Boys video. They were joking around about how they should, like, when in Rome, they're in Brazil, so they might as well sleep with a 14-year-old, right? Or across the world, 18. I want to see, like, why do you think 18 is the age of consent?
Because that right now is the one that makes the most sense. I guess to piggyback off what you're saying, so if you're traveling right now, if you go to Europe, are you going to be comfortable like hooking up with a 16-year-old? Like just because it's legal there, would that make you feel comfortable?
No, I don't hook up anymore. I'm not
saying that you do, but I'm saying if you were, single and looking for someone, would you feel comfortable with it being a 16-year-old if it's in Europe versus US?
I wouldn't do that. Like I would not have sex before. I think sex like out of wedlock altogether is something that we should not encourage anymore. And having the age of consent, having that idea encourages people to have premarital sex, right? Just that term age of consent means you're consenting to something that we shouldn't be doing. So no, I wouldn't feel comfortable doing that.
Okay, so then instead of let's take it away from like premarital sex. Would you feel comfortable marrying a 16-year-old? Like would you meet a 16-year-old with romantic intent if you're in Europe and maybe marry a 16-year-old? Nothing sexual.
I probably wouldn't personally, because I don't think that I'd be on the same mental playing field. I like to have intellectual conversations. I like to be with women that are around my same age, because then I can have conversations. I like to relate to them. I think there'd be too much of a gap. But other people, like if they're able to get along, then I don't see why that's so much of a problem.
But why don't you see that as a problem? So for you, you're recognizing like this person's much younger than me. It is a kid. Like you are talking to.
Okay, so let's define these terms. Let's
in high school.
Before we even get into, let's define these terms before we even get into this conversation. What is a child?
I would use the age of consent. Under 18 would be a kid in my eyes.
So a 17-year-old who's 364 days, that's a kid?
Yep, I'm gonna use very hard set terms. If it is under 18, even if it's 17 364, that's still a kid.
That's a kid. Okay,
I think it's important to have these hard lines in the sand where it doesn't have this kind of wiggle room.
Okay, why does that define kid?
As I said earlier, at 18, at that point, you're going out of high school, you're going to college, you're living on your own, you're no longer, a child under your parents' roof, for the most part, extenuating circumstances, of course, but at that age, you are starting to become independent. You are no longer just in your parents' household, a kid. You are now going off into the world on your own.
You do admit that varies for most people. Right? A lot of people don't move out of their parents' homes until they're 25, 26, 27. A lot of people don't.
There's nothing wrong with that.
A lot of people graduate high school 16. A lot of people graduate high school 20. It's a huge variable. So to set that in stone as that this is when you're a kid and this is you're an adult, that doesn't apply to most people. So why would you define a kid and an adult if it doesn't apply to most people?
Because it needs to be defined. Otherwise, you can get into this really gray area where you, like a lot of the things you say, can be misconstrued as you wanting to have sex with a 15, 16-year-old.
Who construed that?
A lot of people, because I don't think anybody clips that I played in the video, you were saying like the age of maturity, the age of development, and then you use 16 and 17 in that clip.
So
for the age of marriage.
The definition of an adult is 18 years old.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty fine establishment right there. Anything under 18 would classify as a kid. I think that's important.
Okay, but you're getting that from what? From personal experience, from the government, from the law? Because that's legally in America, that's when you become an adult, correct?
Yeah, legally.
So you're following the government's definition of an adult.
I think there needs to be a definition, and that one's been around for a long time, and I think that's the one most people accept as the closest to, like, yeah, this is when you become an adult.
It actually hasn't, right? 200 years ago in the 1800s in America, the age of marriage...
Yeah, we can't live like that. We're so much more advanced than that. Why would we play by those rules? Because at that point, are you going to start arguing that we should be able to start wedding 12-year-olds? Like, is 12 too young?
That's not the point. I'm saying, you're saying that the U.S. defined adult as 18. Well, I'm saying 200 years ago, the age of marriage in America was 10 and the UK was 7. Right? So if the government decides to change it, you're saying it's 18. If the government, maybe if Kamala Harris gets elected, then the new legal age of an adult is 25. And there could be reasons to say that. They graduated college. They don't leave the house until this age. Their brains don't develop until they're 25. Your frontal cortex is not fully developed until you're 25 years old. A lot of people aren't making serious money. They're not able to live independently. A lot of things that you could use to classify an adult don't happen for the new age American until 25 years old. So if Kamala Harris raised it to 25, would you then say that that's the new age? Would you agree with that?
I think that'd be totally understandable. Like, right, I think
so
that's fine.
So then does that make so then does that make anybody who sleeps with an under 25-year-old, does that now make them a pedophile?
No, I don't think necessarily that makes them a retroactive pedophile.
So then what's a pedophile?
But it's an accepted definition of 18 for a long time. Is
not for that long. Not for that long, and not through most states, and not through most countries across the world.
Do you see why this is like a weird take to have though? Like I don't think you're coming at this from a place of you wanting to fuck a 15-year-old, are you? Like, to go back to that question, is 12 too young? Do you think 12 is too young?
I think 12 is too young for me. Yes.
Well, for you, do you think 12 is too young in general? I feel like that should be an easy answer.
12 is too young in general, correct? Because, okay. Yes.
And I don't think you're coming at this from that angle.
But what you're saying, your definition of adult is not even the actual definition. Do you know what the definition of child is? Like, anybody watching this can Google it. You can Google it too. The definition of child is somebody who has not reached puberty yet. That's the definition.
Yeah, and then you get into like the abibophile or whatever as opposed to pedophile, and those are all...
I don't know. I have no idea what those terms are. I don't know what that is, but I'm saying that's the actual definition. When somebody reaches maturity, it's based off of biological and physical maturity.
Okay, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So it varies for everybody. Adulthood is not something that you can set in stone because it's different for the entire world. I moved out when I was 14. A lot of people don't move out until they're 25. I went through puberty when I was 17. A lot of people went through puberty when they were 13, 14, 15. It changes for everybody. So for you to say that this is the set in stone age and say you're a pedophile if it's under 18, and then if you're over 18, you're fine. Well, then that's a weird line that doesn't make sense. So you're going to say this person is a terrible person if they're 17 years old, 364 days, and right after that, they're good to go. Well, it changes for everybody. So we have to have something, a definition. We have to be realistic with everybody. Well, we don't. But you're saying we, but that's not even the case in the country we live in.
Why argue against it? If you don't want the age of consent to be lowered, why are you making arguments that the same people who do make? Right now, what you're saying is kind of what NAMBLA used to say, if you're familiar with NAMBLA.
I have no idea what this is.
NAMBLA was the North American Man-Boy Lover Association. They were
because these people want to have sex to take advantage, and they don't abide by the rules of marriage. They don't have any sort of morality. They just want to have. I'm arguing for this because I believe in marriage. Sex should only be within wedlock. That's why I'm talking about this.
Why, if you're arguing, we can take sex out of it. Why, when you're arguing for marriage, do you want it to drop? Like, okay, 16.
When did I say? Just because I don't believe in the age of consent does not mean that I want it to drop. Like, see, that's where the internet can go apply that. Just because I'm saying,
well, no,
because you're saying the definition of an adult is 18. I'm saying that's an arbitrary number, and that makes no sense. We should encourage marriage when people reach maturity. That makes much more logical sense.
That's even more vague, though. But also, you directly
it's vague because it's different for everybody.
When someone can legally drive, they should be able to legally marry. You did say that to me.
Right. When somebody is legally ready to drive, the same thing. I think adults should drive cars. That's why I told you that.
Yeah, but 15 and 16-year-olds can drive cars. You said when someone can legally drive
across the world, 15 and 16-year-olds can have sex too. I think that people should not operate, but see, you keep thinking that I'm saying this because I want the age to be lowered. That's not what I'm talking about at all.
That's what it comes across as, though. When you
maybe with the internet brain, because people in the West, they want to have sex all the time, and they have a different sort of mindset, right? Here in the Middle East, I'm in the Middle East right now. They want to get married and then have sex. So people, just because I'm saying this does not mean automatically lower. No. That's not the case at all. I want to ask you then, because you're insinuating that it sounds creepy and that I sound like a pedophile. What's the definition of pedophile?
It is an adult who is attracted to children.
Yeah, it comes from the Greek word pedo means child and phile means love. So somebody who loves a child.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
An adult who is attracted to a child.
To a child, somebody who has not reached physical maturity.
Yes.
That's the definition of child. Somebody who hasn't reached physical maturity. It has nothing to do with 18. The definition of the word talks about physical maturity, not the U.S. government definition that you're basing it off of.
But there needs to be an agreed upon place. Otherwise, you get into this area. Again, you said when you can legally drive, you should be able to legally marry.
Right.
We don't have to talk about sex. Do you think it's okay to be marrying a 15 or 16-year-old? Probably not, right? I would imagine probably not.
It depends. So this is where the age of consent becomes arbitrary. I don't even believe like that. Consent is a weird thing to even speak about, but it should be the father. Right? If I want to marry a girl, I shouldn't even just get consent from her. I should get consent from her parents. She should want to say yes. Her parents should want to say yes. That's consent from the family, and then you get married. That's the Islamic way. That's the only way that makes sense. This American way of this girl wants to have sex now, she gave consent, and then you get all these false allegations like, oh, she was drunk, oh, she took it back, oh, she retracted consent. All this stuff, like there's not even a specific way that we can define consent. What is consent? Some people say it's yes. Some people say it's like nonverbal communication. Some people say that it doesn't count because she was under the influence or she was intimidated. Even this is an arbitrary, is a weird way to define when you're allowed to be in a relationship with somebody.
You're kind of talking around it, though. Those are all very different things. Like I said, we don't have to be talking about sex. I was talking about marriage. The question was, do you think, and you said when you are legally able to drive, you should be able to legally marry. Do you think it is okay for an adult to legally marry a 15 or 16-year-old?
Okay, well, by my logic, if the man is physically mature, if he's went through puberty and he's mentally ready at the age of 16, he's an adult. If he wants to get married to another girl who becomes a woman...
I just said an adult. Is it okay for an adult?
Right, and I established, but we haven't even established exactly what an adult. So if somebody goes through puberty and they're physically ready, they're biologically ready, they're an adult. So the two 16-year-olds can be considered adults by my logic.
We're not talking about two.
What are you talking about?
We're talking about an adult.
That is an adult.
You're arguing it.
What I'm saying is that so then what is an adult now?
Okay. We'll use your age. Someone who is 25. Is it okay for someone who is in their 20s to marry a 15 or 16-year-old? And let me explain, when you're doing your arguments, it's coming from an adult. I've never heard you say, like, two teenagers should be able to marry. Like, I haven't heard that with these takes. I'm talking about someone in your position in the 20s. Is it okay for you to marry a 15 or 16-year-old?
But teenager, even bringing up this term that has nothing to do with child and adult. So there's two phases. You're a child, and then you physically mature.
I don't know why you can't just answer that directly.
I'm saying the difference between a child and adult is when you're physically and when you're biologically, when you're mentally ready to have kids. That's the teenager is not even. So you added another term in this. It goes child and then adult. You mature, and then you're physically ready.
Well, I didn't add it. You brought in two 16-year-olds. We were talking about an adult and a 15 or 16-year-old. I was not the one that brought this into the equation.
Right. If it's illegal, if it's illegal, because we believe in Islam, we believe that we should obey the law of the land. If that's illegal, okay. if that's not permissible, then we don't do it. We don't break the law.
But we're not. I'm talking about your personal beliefs. Do you think someone in their 20s should be able to marry a 15 or 16-year-old?
To someone in their 20s should be, I mean, I personally wouldn't do it. I don't know many people who would do it. The maturity for people in the teenagers in the West is getting much worse, but there are...
We're talking globally. Let's just talk globally. Like, do you think it is okay for... I'm not talking about just you specifically anymore. Anyone. Do you think it's okay for anyone in their 20s, an adult, to marry a 15 or 16-year-old?
A 21-year-old, if there was a marriage where the father consented and the daughter consented, and it was both good on both families and they wanted to do it, why am I going to get involved? Why should we get the government involved?
Well,
why would I tell them if everybody's consenting, if everybody's okay with it, if the parents are okay with it, if nobody's being harmed, if it's going to be okay, if they're both abiding by the rules and they're not hurting each other, why not?
But they're still like they're at best a sophomore in high school. They can't consent to something like that. Like, do you think a
okay? So now it's sophomore in high school versus senior in high school. What's the difference? Like, what's the difference?
I'm just saying, like, I'm giving you a perspective on where that age would be in life. Like, they can't consent to something like that.
That's probably you're bringing up an outlier that's probably not going to happen as much. I'm saying that these are arbitrary reasons to say, like, a sophomore versus a senior in high school. How much different were you really maturity wise? It wasn't that much of a difference. The reason that you keep saying 18 is because in California, where they post Hollywood movies, it's 18. And so everybody across the world, this is the standard that we believe in. This is the correct age, exactly on the dot. And if it's anything under that, are you going to say here that if a 21-year-old got married to a 17-year-old who was almost 18, is that 21-year-old a pedophile?
I would say that is a morally bad thing to do for sure.
Not morally bad. Not morally bad. Is that?
I wouldn't call them a pedophile.
So when does somebody become a pedophile?
I would say when you have this position, you're
not answering the question.
And I'm explaining it.
Okay.
When you are in your 20s and you start preying upon someone who is still a child, a 15, 16, 14, anything under 18, a 21 and a 17-year-old.
But you still haven't specifically defined what a child is.
I did.
So then why? Okay, there you go. So if pedophile is love of children, and your definition of adult starts at 18, if the 21-year-old marries a 17-year-old who's turning 18 tomorrow, he is a pedophile based off your definition.
As I said, if he would wait, he would not be. Then
well, not wait. Based off your definition, that person's
in that position. There is no reason to not wait for the legally established, agreed upon definition of when you stop being a child.
Okay, so now we get into the question of whether the pedophile thing, is that a moral answer or a legal answer? Because it seems like morally, it's pretty much, okay, it's almost there. That morally, that's not a pedophile. Legally, it is. But those are two different things.
But they don't need to be. They can coexist. You recognize that, right?
No. Then that's when you muddy up morality with the law. Now you're allowing the government to determine morality, and that's where things get muddied up. Because if they changed it with like they did before, like 200 years ago in the 1800s when it was the age of 10, that was fine. Legally back then, they were not a pedophile. Today, legally, they are a pedophile. There's no consistency there.
But
you can't allow the government to determine morality because it changes all the time. Tomorrow, if the U.S. government legalized bestiality, if the government legalized incest, based off your logic, there'd be no reason why that's wrong. Can I ask you, Moist, do you think that incest is wrong?
Yes.
Why is incest wrong?
There is under no circumstances any excuse for anyone of the same bloodline to be romantic like that. By no means at all.
Why?
I really think it should be pretty obvious why.
I don't know why. I'm asking you.
I know where you're going with this because I've heard this argument from another streamer before about like the ethics of incest. If they don't have a kid and thus don't pass down like bad genes that lead to a bad child. I've heard this before.
But I want to hear your answer, because are we going with legal or are we going to follow some sort of morality, sort of consistent morality? Why is incest wrong?
Incest is wrong because I believe that no family dynamic should ever include a sexual relation.
Why?
I don't think that. Because it is not healthy. It is a bad thing to do. It is a horrible thing to subject someone to.
But why is it horrible? Because who told you that?
It's what I believe. And also, if you do have a child with your own kin, the child suffers.
Okay, but say it's two gay brothers. Chris Tyson and other Chris Tyson and Chris. If they're two brothers and they decide to be in a no, genuine question. It's what you believe in. I want to figure out where your beliefs come from. You personally believe that.
My beliefs come from a place of what I believe to be moral, where I don't believe that anyone in the same family has any position to be romantic with one another. I don't think that's a
your
healthy
morality
dynamic.
Comes from yourself?
My morality comes from like the world around me. I don't have.
Okay, so if the morality comes from the world around you, then by your logic, if you lived in America in the 1800s where the age of 10 was okay, and where the age of 7 was okay in England just 200 years ago, if you followed the world around you, that would be okay. That was fine.
And it's not now because we've evolved past then. Like, we are significantly further along to recognize this was a bad thing. People evolve. Here, we'll go even stupider with this.
So your morality is ever changing. It changes with the people.
Morality is changing. Like you are not born and then stay the same the entire time. As you take in more information, as you grow, so does your understanding of the world. That's how it should be.
Let's see where this goes.
Let's see where this change.
Okay, let's say we continue this, and morality is ever changing. And then you, MoistCritical, you're living in America, and now everyone around you now believes incest is okay, as long as you don't have a child that's going to come out deformed.
Then I would disagree with it.
So your morality does not come from those around you. It comes from somewhere. If your morality comes from around you, you would agree with everybody that's there. You would agree with the government. You would agree with the law of the land. Where would you get?
Everyone has their own individuality.
Individuality has nothing to do with morals. Your personal,
it does, because your morals are formed from your personal experiences and from what you take in around you from the people around you.
Okay, but if you take it in from the people around you, then incest would be okay if everybody was doing it.
If you personally didn't agree with it, it wouldn't be. Like, if you want, like, I don't know why you're doing the argument a little incorrectly, but I know where you're trying to go. But the point is, like, the fact of the matter is, people will always have their own perspectives on things, unless, of course, you just follow what you are told 100% of the time. Like, for you, you're pushing back against the age of consent because you don't like being told that this is what it is based on this. You believe that, well, actually, there's a couple other extenuating circumstances in these cases.
That's not what I believe in. My belief comes from something that's consistent. It comes from the Islamic way. It comes from the Islamic way because nothing else makes sense. The Western way is always adapting, and now we allow people to change their genders, something that was admonishable only 10 years ago. See, you're following the ever-changing morality. Only 10 years ago, a man becoming a woman was a mental illness. It was something that was shamed upon. 10 years ago, if Chris Tyson was going on a Mr. Beast video and he was there dressed up like a girl, and he was saying that I'm taking puberty blockers, hormone blockers, everybody would admonish him. In a lot of places, he would be excommunicated. He would say, absolutely, I do not want kids to take hormone blockers and change themselves forever. But today, that's allowed. Today that's pushed. Today that's okay. And then everybody else kind of falls into suit. There are a small minority of people in the West, people that believe in God, they say that this is absolutely wrong, and then they get banned for it. You can't follow the people that are around you, the ever-changing morality.
You can't follow a line of questioning. You keep going off onto these tangents. Look, at the end of the day, man,
it's not a tangent.
You can believe whatever you want to believe, but the point is, people are always going.
No. You cannot believe just whatever you want to believe. You cannot.
You are doing.
If you believe bestiality is wrong, you should not be in society. If you believe incest is okay, you should not be within the community. You should be excommunicated. These are things there's some certain morality that should supersede the government. That should supersede something. The government should not.
The age of consent for you?
It's not the age of consent.
You should stay on topic here. Because
I'm staying on topic.
What you are doing is you are deflecting to other topics. You have still not directly said that you think it is a bad thing for an adult to marry a child. Like, you are still unable to say that. Now,
but you haven't even defined child.
I have. My definition is anything under 18.
That's exactly what a child is.
Yeah, I think that is a great line in the sand. If you are under 18, you are a child.
It's not a great line in the sand. But that's not even the definition of child. You're going off of your own definition.
Who cares?
Who cares?
Like, who cares? Yes. Why? If 18 is the established point, you are out of high school going to college. If that is the point where everyone has agreed you're an adult past this point, why argue against it?
Why argue? Because if the government decides to push the age of high school, if they try to lower it, if they said that you can vote at a different age, then your morality changes based off of the law. And I'm saying that you need to have a consistent morality that does not change with the government and that does not change with the people that live in your country. It has to supersede that. You can't just say because of high school, because of college, this is the set in stone age forever.
Okay, I want you, Sneako, to set an age in stone right now for the age of consent, age of marriage. What is that to you?
I told you that there is no age of marriage. It has to be based off maturity, and it has to be based off of whether it's going to be harmful, and it has to be based off the consent of the parents. It has to be healthy. If I want to marry a girl, I have to first ask her father. I have to ask her brother.
And the father's perfect. The father knows what's best for the child at all times.
And I have to ask her mother, and the daughter has to consent. If all three parties are consenting, and then my family's consenting, that's fine. That's what a marriage should be based upon. Okay.
All that happens, and it's a 14-year-old. Now what?
If the 14-year-old is mature, and I'm 16, say I went through puberty as well,
you're not 16,
and I'm 17 or I'm 18. See, the problem with this is that you have a specific idea of where the age is. But if I'm 17 and I'm mature, and I meet a 14 or 15-year-old, and I'm okay, I'm mature. My family's okay. I asked her daughter. I asked the daughter's father for the hand of marriage.
You're in your 20s.
I went on this already.
Does it change?
Your scenario earlier was if a 16 and a 21-year-old, if both parties were if the father was okay with it, the mother was okay with it, why not? Give me a reason why that's. Tell me a reason why that's wrong. Because you're getting
a child, one is not a child. That's the point. So the 14-year-old, all of those criteria we just checked, you're in your 20s.
The definition that we just agreed upon, that's not true. Child is somebody that is not physically mature yet. It has nothing to do with 18. That's not what
we agreed upon. We agreed upon 18.
You agreed. No, we didn't agree with that.
Treated 18.
That's not true. That's not true across the whole world.
Sensible people, even your own community has agreed upon 18 for the most part. So I've seen a lot of the tweets when you go on these tangents. Most people say it should be 18, and Sneako's arguing that parts of the world are different, so it gets muddy. But the agreed upon for the majority of people is 18.
That's not true. That's just not true across the world.
So you see when you argue against that, why it looks so weird. Do you understand that?
Yeah, I understand because people have been brainwashed with this. Let me ask you this: people in Europe,
brainwashing is concerning.
Okay, so the majority of Europe is 16. Is everybody in Europe who abides by that, who abides by the law, are they pedophiles?
Yeah, in my eyes, 100%. And in European society, too.
Fine.
If you have someone in their 20s that is fucking and marrying a 16-year-old, they, too, are excommunicated.
No, not excommunicated. Are they pedophiles?
Yeah, I would say yes.
They're pedophiles? Okay, so the majority of people that follow the law in Europe are pedophiles according to MoistCritical.
If they are an adult fucking an under 18-year-old, even if it's 16 legally, I would say yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And in America, the majority of the states, it's 16. Are those people who follow the law of the land, are they pedophiles for following the... So the majority...
You keep saying the law of the land.
That's what it is. The majority of states, it's 16.
So I want you right now, Sneako. If you go to any of those states where it's 16 and you fuck a 16-year-old, it's statutory rape. It is still statutory rape. It doesn't apply. That's not what that means. That's not how that works.
We went in circles. The Romeo and Juliet laws don't apply for most people. And even without that, even without the Romeo and Juliet laws, if it was 16 and all the countries that is 16, are those people pedophiles?
As I just said, yes.
Okay.
In those countries too.
Okay. But do you realize what you're saying? What you are saying,
those countries,
most people who follow, what you're saying, based off this logic, most people in the world are pedophiles if they follow the law.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. If the law is under 18, I would say yes.
Okay. So, but that's not the law because most of the world, as we established, most of the world is not 18. So you're saying if the majority of the world follows the law and they exercise their rights, they do exactly what they're good citizens, and they follow the law where it's 16, you are saying the majority of the world contains pedophiles. Even if they don't even act upon it, even if they agree that, okay, one day, maybe I could, out of wedlock, I could fuck a 16-year-old.
Because those just the thought. But yes, if there is an adult, as I've said many times, if there is an adult, and I'm defining an adult as someone who is...
We know.
We'll go deeper. We'll make it even simpler. Your age. If there is someone that is your age, and they are fucking a 16-year-old...
Why my age now? I thought it was 18. I thought it was 18.
I just gave a number because you were...
But you gave a number earlier.
18.
You said 18.
18. Yeah, I was just trying to make it easier. 18. If there is an adult that is fucking a 16-year-old, even in a country where it says 16 is okay, then yes, absolutely. Now, in the case of the 18, 16-year-old, that's where Romeo and Juliet kicks in. But if it is someone in their 20s, in their 30s, fucking a 16-year-old, that is literally statutory rape in pretty much everywhere in the world.
Right. Based off your logic, you realize this, that if a 19-year-old has sex with a 17-year-old, they should go to jail. They're pedophiles.
That is Romeo and Juliet, unless it's an 18, then yeah, wait till they're 18.
Okay, but a lot of states don't even have Romeo and Juliet. In Europe, they don't have that. The places, your Romeo and Juliet is an American thing. And in Europe, a lot of these places, if a 19-year-old has sex with a 17-year-old, your logic, they should go to jail. Is that true?
Yeah, I think it is absolutely going to be one of those things where there is an agreed upon age. If it's 18, it's 18.
So yes,
follow it.
A 19-year-old in a relationship with a 17-year-old should go to jail.
Well, no, okay. I guess, like I said, it will all depend on where that is located. So to give an example, Call Me Carson and that, I think it was a 17-year-old, I think he was 19 and 17. Like, that could be a high school relationship. And I don't remember where that took place, but the big problem there is apparently he was getting nudes. That's child porn. Like, that's a huge issue. 19 and 17, that's only a 2-year age gap. So that is applicable under things like Romeo and Juliet. So even if it is under 18 in the place you come from, that's an extenuating circumstance. But that's not what we're talking about. You keep bringing it back down to reasonable places. But what you argue for is things like when you legally can drive, you can legally get married and have sex.
Yes, when you are physically mature, when you're ready to drive a car, you should be able to. There's a lot of people that have jobs that need to do things. A lot of people aren't ready to drive cars. They're not physically, they're not mentally mature yet to drive a car. They shouldn't drive a car at 16. It should be based off maturity. The same thing has to do with sex. The reason I keep saying this is because you have these set in stone numbers. And if you were to lay the law of the land, if we follow your laws, if we follow your criteria, a 19-year-old and a 17-year-old, he's consenting, she's consenting, the parents are happy, they're happy, they want to get married, they're ready to go, you're putting them in jail. That doesn't make any sense. Because of this,
because Juliet kicks in. Like, I don't know what's hard to understand about that. Places where that doesn't exist, I guess I'm not too familiar with how those cases go.
A lot of places they don't. A lot of places they don't. And this is why it's arbitrary. So and based off your standards, when is the Romeo and Juliet? How long can that extend?
Those are teenagers. A 17 and a 19-year-old, those are both teenagers.
Okay, now they're teenagers, but you just said 18 was an adult.
Yes. They are.
You see how the definitions keep changing? They keep changing. So far in this conversation, you changed it so many times. You said 18's an adult. No, you said, but listen, because you did. I heard you double up a couple times.
I know what you're going to harp on here.
No, you did. You said 18's an adult, and then you said adults like you, because you think 25's an adult now. Because that's when you're. Why? So why is it? Let me ask you this.
18
why
is an adult.
Why is it not 20? Why is it not 25?
It's because that's not what was established. Like,
no, I'm asking you because you believe in personal beliefs. I believe in some. My morality comes from the Quran. You believe in personal beliefs. Why is it not 25? 25 is when the frontal cortex is fully developed. That's when you're done maturing.
I couldn't tell you why it's not 25. I have no clue. I don't know why the drinking age is 21. I don't know. But they are agreed upon rules.
They're agreed upon rules, just like the drinking age, just like the voting age. They're agreed upon rules, and a lot of them don't make any sense. Why is drinking 21?
18, but I do think 18 does. There is a good reason for it. You are out of high school. You are going to live on your own. You're going to college. I think that is a good reason.
Yeah, maybe in the 1980s, but nowadays people don't leave the house until 24, 25, until they're my age. A lot of people don't. People are not financially ready. People are still immature. There's 18-year-olds I know that are more mature than people my age, and there's 25-year-olds that are more immature than 18-year-olds. It's arbitrary now. It depends on personal experience. It depends on individual maturity.
But there needs to be something defined in your rule here.
And I'm saying there is something defined. I'm saying there is.
A 14-year-old, in your definition, could literally marry an adult. That's a problem. In your world, a 14-year-old can marry an adult.
Yeah, in my world, two 14-year-olds can be adults. I'm telling you, why don't you see
why that's weird?
Two 14-year-olds, you don't think that two 14-year-olds can be married?
No, absolutely not.
No?
No. Under no circumstances do I think two 14-year-olds can marry.
Can two 16-year-olds
let alone a 14 and a 20-year-old or whatever.
Okay, can two 16-year-olds be married?
No, I don't think two 16-year-olds.
Why is it wrong if so a 16-year-old, because the age of consent is across the world, so many places 16, if they can go have frivolous sex with a lot of people, if they can go fuck around, if they can do deviant things, if they can change their gender, why can they not get married? Sex change, like Chris from Mr. Beast, these people could take hormone blockers. Listen, you're not listening. This is the point. You could take hormone blockers. You could take puberty blockers. Okay, when you're a child. When you're 16, you can go change your gender, but you can't get married. Why is that?
That's I don't know. I feel like that's a pretty obvious question.
No, it's not. It's not. See, if you cut your penis off, like Chris from Mr. Beast, if you cut your penis off, that is a life-altering decision. You can't glue it back on. You can get divorced if you get married. This is a commitment that you're taking. A child, based off the liberal point of view that you believe in, they can have gender surgery. They can change forever. He lagged out. One sec. Guys, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Is everything good?
Hello?
Hey, you back?
Yep.
Okay. I don't want to miss this line of questions. Are you good? Can you turn your camera on and off? Oh, no, you're good. You're good. Okay.
Wait. Okay. Yeah.
Okay, you're good. If somebody can have, okay, do you believe that somebody can go through hormone therapy? Can they change their gender if they're a child?
I think that's totally fine as long as everyone is consenting, as you agree with.
Okay, so as long as everyone...
If your parents are okay with it and you are okay with it, I think that's totally a familial decision to make, yeah.
Okay, so a child can cut their penis off and take hormone blockers and change their biology forever, but they can't get married?
Oh, that's a decision that now extends beyond the family, because now you're bringing in a different party. So if you have someone that's your age coming in saying, I want to marry that child, I don't think that can happen under any circumstance.
So, no. But it's still a personal decision. You're still deciding.
Because there's
take the other party out of the equation. It's a personal decision. If I'm 16 and I personally want to marry this girl, she's beautiful. She's 21 years old. Her family wants to do it. My family wants to do it. You're saying I can't do that. We're both consenting. I'm ready to go. I'm physically mature, but I'm not allowed to marry because Moist says that woman's a pedophile. But if then the next day I leave it, I'm depressed, I want to cut my penis off, I can go right into the clinic, snip it off, and start taking HRT like Chris Tyson. That's a society that makes sense to you?
It is. I believe everyone has I believe everyone has the right to do with their body what they want to do.
Okay, 100%. But so everyone has the right to do with their body, but not when it comes to a sacred marriage where they have kids, where they add to society.
That's no longer just you.
That is your body.
Bringing someone in.
Okay, you're still bringing in the doctor to use the scissors to snip off your penis.
He's not there for the rest of your life. He's not constantly there at your fucking house monitoring you.
You don't need to be there. You're not glued to your wife. You're not there like Siamese twins. You
are a 16-year-old. You are entirely reliant on this adult that you've now brought in.
No, you're not. You can tell parents, maybe I'm making my own money. I'm not reliant. If I'm 16 and I marry a 21-year-old and I'm making a lot of money and I'm doing well and I'm independent, I'm not reliant upon her. Not only that, the person that you just put through transgender therapy, now they need to go to therapy once a week. Now they need to go to the pharmacist once a week. Look how many people are involved now. Now they're going to therapy groups. Now they're online. They're making YouTube videos. They're in a Mr. Beast challenge. This person is relying on so many people. And they also have... You're cutting out again. You're cutting out. Chad, is it me or him? Chad, is he cutting his internet out? Mine's fine. My stream's running fine. Okay. All right. I'm not lagging at all. I don't know, man. Moist! Let me call him back. Okay, they're saying it's you, not me.
It's not me. What do you mean?
Okay,
you just refreshed your cam and it fixed it.
No, I left the call and join again. But I don't want to leave this point.
Okay.
Why? I want to hear a clear answer that makes sense. Because you said it's because you're relying on other people. But I've established that a trans person is relying on the pharmacist, is relying on the therapy.
I didn't say that. I didn't say relying. I said you are making a personal decision yourself. You are making a decision for you. When you are making a decision about marriage, you're bringing someone else in that is now not just you.
Just because you're bringing someone else in does not change the fact that it's a personal decision. Marriage is it's consent. It is deciding yes, regardless of the other person. But it's still a personal decision.
Can't possibly wrap their head around this adult that has been preying on them. Like, I don't know why you can't see that. A 16-year-old can't be making this decision on this adult who is convincing them that I am the right choice for you for life.
Right. But a 9-year-old boy can go into a clinic and decide that that 40-year-old doctor can cut my penis off?
If that's a decision he and his family wants to make, it doesn't bother me.
Okay. So then why is it that bringing someone else into that marriage, why does that then make it wrong?
Because it could be an adult with a child, which is that is an unacceptable dynamic under every possible circumstance.
In the doctor's office, in that gender therapy forever, it's still an adult and a child cutting off the penis, Moist. You are not living with that fucking doctor. You have made a decision. You're living with the decision of that doctor to cut the penis off. It's still living with the decision of another person too.
And that's life. You live with decisions. Some people might regret it, sure. But within this marriage with an adult, that is a decision that is now, once they are in your life, it can be out of your hands. You can have this adult come in and just start beating the shit out of you. You can have all kinds of things. When you're with getting your penis cut off, you have made a decision.
Okay, you're saying you can get beat up? You can still get beat up out of marriage.
You absolutely can. But a child is never going to be thinking about things like that because they can't. A child can't consent to marrying an adult.
So why is a child smart enough to decide that he's now a woman that needs puberty blockers and cutting his penis off, but he can't decide upon marrying somebody that he's in love with?
How does he know he's in love with them?
It's a feeling. It's something that you know. You talk to your family, you decide. How does a child
being in love with an adult?
Yes, I talk to
a sensible family.
Yes, I'm 16. I meet a 21-year-old woman. I say, "Mom, Dad, I'm in love with this girl. I want to marry her. I feel like I'm in love. She's the right person for me. I want to do it." She's like, "Yes, yes, yes." Everyone's good. But a 9-year-old could say, "Mom, Dad, I want to cut my penis off," and you're going to say that's good. But a 16-year-old who feels in love, who's ready to commit, who's financially independent, that person cannot get married.
A 16-year-old will never be financially independent, A, and B.
Oh, you should see my whole team. Yes, do you know how many people that I work with that are financially ready?
You work with a lot of 16-year-olds?
Yes, I do.
Financially ready?
I work with the person who runs my Telegram. I have clippers. I have a lot of teenagers who are making more than my professors. They are ready. They're mentally, these people are mature. They're boxing every single day. They are more mature than a lot of the 24-year-olds I know that I went to school with that are still in their hometown doing nothing, eating popcorn every day, and cutting their dick off like you believe. These people are ready to go because maturity changes for different people. For you to decide that a kid could cut his penis off but he can't get married makes absolutely no sense, and that's a society that crumbles. That's a society that allows that's your incest.
The society that flourishes is the one where a 14-year-old can marry someone in their 20s, Sneako. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
Marriage is how society progresses because you need to create more life. Children should only be within a marriage. They should only be conceived within a marriage where they're not going around sleeping with different people, where they're not confused, where they're not a part of the community that has the highest suicide rate. They should not be a part of that. I want to be in a society full of happy married people that are ready to have children, that are God-fearing.
Those happy married people are sometimes in your world 14, 15, 16 years old.
Absolutely. If they are ready, if they are ready to get married but see, you're so hung up on the fact that it could be an older person. Okay, if a 16-year-old is fine. What if a 16-year-old Moist meets another 16-year-old in a place?
We've already gone over that.
Okay, in a place where the age of consent is 16, which is most of the country, right? Let's go off that. There's no Romeo and Juliet laws. Two 16-year-olds meet. They want to fuck. Can they do that?
In a place where the age of consent is 16, if it's two 16-year-olds, yeah, absolutely.
Can they get married?
That's never what we've been talking about.
Can they get married?
If it's legal for them to marry at 16, sure, they can.
No, it's not. In America, you have to be 18 to get married.
Then wait. Then they should wait.
Okay,
yeah.
so they're both pedophiles?
What the fuck? No, there's no adult in that situation. They're both the same age.
The point this is where it goes back. The point I'm making is that you cannot follow the law. You cannot rely upon the government on these arbitrary numbers. The reason you believe in 18 is because you live in America right now where the age is 18. If you lived,
you do too, though.
No, I don't.
You just said it. You wouldn't. So you don't believe it's at 18. So you're going to go fuck a 15-year-old?
This is not my personal preference, Moist. That has nothing to do with my personal preference.
Well, answer that question. You just said you don't. Are you going to go fuck a 15-year-old in a place where you can?
That is not my. I don't want to have.
Just say yes or no. Just
no.
Yes or no.
I do not have sex out of wedlock. I've repeated this before. My point is,
had plenty of sex out of wedlock. When you were sexually active, would you have gone and fucked a 15-year-old?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so then you two also still abide by
because
it.
we believe in abiding the laws of we don't break the law, but you're applying the law of the land to morality, and that's where things get confused because morality is not defined based off the government. If we followed morality, we followed morality defined based off the government, then we would say that the war that's happening in Israel and Palestine is justified because the government is sending billions of dollars there. You cannot rely on the government upon that because the government can be flawed. Morality does not come from these people that are elected. Morality comes from God. God. That's the only place that it can come from. Because if you were around, if you follow your logic, if you were around people, all of them, that thought what incest was okay, that thought bestiality was okay, you would follow it because you follow the people that are around. That's the only reason you believe 18. Because that's what you see in Hollywood movies. Because that's what the government told you as an adult. Not because it's something a personal...
It is the agreed upon age.
But you keep saying that it's not even agreed. That's not
never go down.
That's not true. Well, it
shouldn't go down.
It's not even agreed upon, and nowhere.
It is though. Most people, if you right now, have you had sex with a 16-year-old as an adult, Sneako?
No, I have not.
Okay, if you did, how do you think people would respond to it, even in your own community? If you said that you had sex with a 16-year-old,
they would be completely disgusted.
Exactly, because most people agree at a certain level needs to be established, and that level is 18. So under no circumstances should a 14, 15, 16-year-old be getting married and having sex with an adult.
Okay, let's go to the Dr. Disrespect situation, because there was a lot of hypocrisy, right? He messaged a 17-year-old. That's not true. Show me the evidence of him messaging a 17-year-old. I haven't seen any evidence. All the streamers all the streamers within your community, they were so quick to admonish Dr. Disrespect without seeing any evidence at all. We saw Chris Tyson, and then they waited 3 days like you to post a video. I did it within like 6 hours. No, you didn't. I did. Okay, if you decided... What are you talking about? The full video came out less than 24 hours after the initial break of all of the information, and I had that first video going. How long did it take for the Dr. Disrespect video to come out? Over 24 hours. Did it? How long did it take for you to tweet? And in the first video, how long did it take for you to tweet times how there's no concrete evidence of who he was talking to. How long did it take for you to tweet? I waited till his second response, so that was 3 days later. It was 3 days later. You didn't tweet right away? Nope. Okay, then you were the outlier, and most streamers, all of them, they waited. They didn't say anything. They wanted the Mr. Beast collab, but that's besides the point. MoistCritical, if you DM'd a girl that was 17 years old, 364 days, should everybody be disgusted with you? I think that would be pretty disgusting, yeah. I don't think you should be communicating with someone under 18 no matter what. Okay, if you want to... Is that disgusting? Yeah, I think it's disgusting. You wait a day. Like Cody Ko having sex with Hannah when she's 17, I think that's disgusting. Okay, say she's 17 years old, 364 days. He waits one more day. Is he still disgusting? I still think in that position, yeah. I think that's still a huge power dynamic issue that you're getting into with that one. But wait. That's disgusting. But I thought you said 18 was an adult. Well, yeah, it is. Like, you're not going to jail. Okay, so now it's disgusting for two adults to have sex? It's disgusting for someone to be using this kind of position in the example you're giving. That's a power dynamic issue. But so Cody Ko waits one more day, then they have sex, and he's still disgusting. But it's two adults. Why is that disgusting? People are still like, I would be upset hearing that. Cody Ko was in a different position than Tana at the time, and he was also in a much different place. And even if he waited till 18, while it's not illegal, it still wouldn't be a good thing. It's not something to celebrate. Not celebrate, but you think it's disgusting. You think it's reprehensible. I think it would be a bad thing, for sure. Yeah, I don't think it would be a good thing. Is he a pedophile? No, he would not be a pedophile. Okay. And I also... Okay, he's not a pedophile. The day before, 17, 364 days, is he a pedophile? No, I think yes. Yes? Yeah. We're going to use a green bond definition. If you don't wait till 18, you will just do pedophile. There you go. People like to argue a beefophile or whatever it's called, but let's just say, if you fuck someone under 18... You are a pedophile. You're a pedophile. Yeah. So this is just like the word misogynistic. I get called a misogynistic all the time, right? I was just in France recently, and there was a girl literally massaging my head. She's 27 years old. She's massaging my hair standing on the street, and a soy boy comes up to me with earrings. He says, "I hate you. You're a misogynist." He says, "I hate you." And he doesn't know, and I ask him, like, what does misogynist mean? He doesn't know. Right? The same reason that your definition of pedophile does not even follow the actual definition of the word is the same thing when people throw around the term misogynist and they don't know what it means. That's what happens when you get to throw around... I just said, I know it's not the definition of the word, but we're just using terms so we can all be on the same page. Okay, but words have meanings for a reason. You can't just make up a definition of a word. It's a beefophile. If you have sex with someone under 18 but over 12, you're a beebophile or whatever it's called. Okay, so he's not a pedophile anymore. You just changed it. So now he's a beebophile? Well... I'd still use just that word. It's bad. Yeah. If you are having sex with like a 16, 17-year-old, it's bad pedophile behavior. Okay, so it's not it's not a beebophile anymore, it's a pedophile. You're talking about terms. The correct term is a beebophile. I want to figure out because Moist, we can't have a discussion if we don't define terms.
You were the one that immediately got mad that I used pedophile incorrectly to just do a blanket term for
exactly.
under 18.
I didn't get mad, but I'm pointing out, if we define a term and then you change the definition of the term within the conversation, then the conversation makes
I'm not changing the term. You got upset because it's not the strict definition of pedophile. It is someone that hasn't gone through puberty, but we're using just this term to refer to anyone under 18.
Okay, so we're using words.
It wasn't a textbook definition.
So we're using words, and we don't care about their meaning anymore.
You're doing the same thing.
No, I'm following. I'm not trying to do a gotcha. I'm following your line of logic. We're using a word. So Cody Co is a pedophile based off your logic. Cody Co is a pedophile even though he's not a pedophile.
We're using that term. Yeah, he had sex with a 17-year-old.
It's not. We're not just using. We're not using the term. It's either
statutory rape. It's statutory rape.
That's not what I'm not talking about. Statutory. I'm asking you if is he.
That's the legal term. It's statutory rape, having sex with a 17-year-old after you're an adult.
So you change the term again. It was first beebophile, now pedophile, now statutory rape. Which one? See, the reason that I'm having this discussion with you is you can't use arbitrary words that have no meaning to apply to somebody, because that's how you cancel somebody. That's how you just say things around, and that's how you get to shame somebody, ruin their reputation. And that's when words lose all meaning. And if we lose the meaning of words, then society makes no sense. Then nothing makes any sense. Then kids can cut their dicks off. You're not understanding what I'm saying. You need to have words need to have meanings, or else everything crumbles. Or else the very fabric of society does not make sense if we're using words that don't have meaning.
We are. Age of consent has meaning. It's 18, and you are the one that's trying to redefine it.
You're going back. You just said that he's a pedophile, but he's not a pedophile. It's statutory rape, but he's a pedophile.
You're dodging what I'm saying.
But I'm not dodging. I'm not dodging. You're calling him a pedophile because it fits, but he's not, because it's a bad word, because it's morally bad. But he's not a pedophile because it's this day.
No,
the words you're using do not make sense.
You talk in circles.
I'm not talking in circles.
You wanted one term to encompass what I believe under 18. And since I used pedophile and it's not the textbook definition, I said the textbook one would be in a beebophile, or statutory rape is the charge of what it would be. It's a crime.
Okay. Do words need to have definitions?
Yes, and so does the age of consent.
Mm-hmm. When we use the English language, should the words that we use match the definition of the word?
Yes.
Yes? You're not doing that.
You don't want... Statutory rape, then. We won't use colloquialism.
There you go. So within this conversation, you changed.
Statutory rape.
Cody Co is no longer a pedophile. He's a statutory rapist. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Is he a beebophile still, or just a statutory rapist?
Statutory rape.
Okay, so he's not a beebophile.
No, we won't use that term.
It's not we won't. You're saying we won't use because you're operating within a bubble of cancel culture.
It's not cancel culture. It's just, it's a 17. Do you think him fucking a 17-year-old's a big deal?
No, I don't. I think it's bad. I don't think he should have sex out of wedlock. I don't think that's something to be, I don't think that's like incredible. I don't think that's but do I think that like she was, I think she was physically mature. I don't think that she was like traumatized from it. I think she's clout chasing going at every single podcast. Do I think that he's a pedophile? No. She looked like she was mature. She looked like she definitely went through puberty, definitely wasn't the first person she had sex with, and maybe it was in a state where the age was 16. So legally based off the definition, no. Morally based off the definition, no. It was in Florida, so isn't it, what is the age of there, 17?
18.
You sure?
I'm almost positive.
See, you don't even know. So now you're trying to think, wait, is he a pedophile or not? It's either she's a child or she's not. These are very simple definitions that we need to follow. And if we follow, you're Googling it, if we follow your line of thinking, that's when things get crazy. That's when kids can cut their penises off. That's when I'm a woman right now.
Kids can marry at 14 and 15 in your ideal world.
You know what's so silly about the situation is when you talked about Chris Tyson, did you see the #1 viral clip I saw? And I know you saw it. Did you see it?
Which one?
People were getting angry at you that you misgendered Chris Tyson.
I didn't misgender anybody though. I only referred to Ava by her name.
I heard that. I heard
misgendering.
I saw the clip that went viral. It was they.
Well, yeah, I used they, but I only used her name, and I used they when referring to most people in general. I say they a lot. And when I was at the Mr. Beast thing, Ava was referred to by they, by one of the staff, so I just played it safe and said Ava. And I didn't want to offend anybody because I am not transphobic. Like, I never have been. I don't have hate in my heart.
They're calling you transphobic.
I know.
The people that live within your frame of thinking, the Western civilization mind, that hive mind, they're calling you a transphobe now for calling Chris pedophile Tyson a they. What do you think about that?
It hurts. I don't like to see it, but it is what it is. I should have looked into the preferred pronouns more. I just made an assumption that we'll just be safe and use Ava's name. Like, that's think to go beyond that.
That points out the problem, the flaw of thinking of Western civilization, this liberal mind. When somebody gets exposed for messaging children and saying, like, this guy was exposed for liking lolly porn.
Dr. Disrespect.
Yeah, Dr. Disrespect, that's same thing. What he did was wrong. Both are wrong.
You defended him, though.
No, I didn't.
You still, even in this conversation,
I never defended Dr. Disrespect. Never. What did I say that defended him? What I said was I'm pointing out the flaw. Everybody's so quick to hate him, but then Chris Tyson comes along and all those people are silent.
No,
right?
Even before.
No. I never defended him. No, I never defended him. What he's doing is wrong. He's a married man. He shouldn't be doing that. I said that he should not be doing that, and what he did was wrong.
But you said that the 17-year-old thing is not a big deal at all.
Right? Yeah, I don't.
You made up.
It's not. It's not.
But
it's bad. He should not. He should not do it. Does that make him a pedophile? No. My point is, Chris Tyson, what he did is absolutely wrong. Like what Dr. Disrespect is wrong. The point is, Chris Tyson gets exposed for messaging actual children, and the woke mob that you're controlled by, they get mad at you for misgendering instead of the fact that this guy is actually messaging children. This is the world that we live in now. You do a video condemning a pedophile, an actual pedophile, and instead of talking about that, they focus, and the clip that goes viral is MoistCritical misgenders Chris Tyson the pedophile. Insanity world. You can't follow the ever-changing morality of the West because then it's misgendering is going to be canceled. And it's on Twitch, you can't even misgender. You can't say there's two genders on Twitch on the platform you're on. That's the reason you're not streaming right now. This is the problem. You need to have consistent morality. I just wanted to
have a conversation with you again. That's all. I wasn't going to stream it or anything.
I know, but I'm saying this conversation. If you had
this, you just said that's why I wasn't. But
well, yeah, if you had this conversation on Twitch, you would get in trouble. The point is, if the ever-changing rules of this Western thing where they keep adapting, love is love, first it's gays, then it's LGBT, then it's LGBTQIA, and then it's just accept them, and then it's cut their penises off, and then it's take hormones, and then it's kids can take hormones, and then it's kids can cut their dicks off, and then they're parading through the streets, and then they're waving their dicks out in the park in public.
We can do this same song and dance with your ideal world too. You're not setting anything defined. Your age of maturity is not a number. You haven't put a number on it. That leads to the same thing. Well, all of a sudden, it's okay for a 14-year-old to marry a 16-year-old. Well, why is it okay for that, but not a 12-year-old to marry a 16-year-old? Like, you can keep doing
I am drawing a line, but what you're not understanding is
What's the line? What's the line? What's the number?
Maturity. It's not a number.
It's not a number. What is the number? What is the number? It needs to be a number, or else you can do the same thing.
I just told you there's not a number.
But do you see why that's a problem?
No.
If there's no defined... So why can't a 12-year-old marry an 18-year-old?
Because most 12-year-olds haven't gone through puberty yet. And most 12-year-olds...
What if, as you just said, it changes. What if a 12-year-old went through puberty early, the parents consent, the 18-year-old and the parents consent? Can they do it?
Most likely that's not going to happen. You know why? Because Islamically...
If we're not talking most likely. Just say it. Can they do it?
If there's harm involved, then it's not going to happen.
How do you know there's harm involved? You wouldn't know until it happens.
If the family's not going to... If it's not good for the child, if the child's not mentally ready yet, if the child's not mature...
The kid is consented?
If the families have consented, the kid is mature, the kid is ready... Why should I stop it?
At 12 years old. At 12 years old.
If the kid is physically mature, the parents consent, both parties are happy.
A 12-year-old being physically mature.
If that's the only line that actually makes sense. We've just established how yours doesn't make any sense. We just established how yours makes no sense, right? Because you change your definitions 50 times. I'm saying there is no consistent line. People mature at different ages.
Neither Who am I to tell you? Definition of maturity. You keep saying how it fluctuates.
Yes.
Like you are admitting it fluctuates.
Do you agree that people? Okay. Do people mature at different ages?
People mature at all kinds of different ages.
Exactly.
But there needs to be a set one. Like 18. 18 being an agreed upon one makes it very set in stone with what is and is not acceptable. In your world, you just said a 12-year-old can be physically mature enough to marry an 18-year-old. That's a problem.
That's a problem?
That's a huge... Yes.
I don't encourage... I don't encourage this, but I would much rather live in a society that allows a physically ready, whatever age, if 14 something, if they're physically ready, the parents consent. I'd much rather live in a society that encourages marriage instead of cutting your penis off. That's the issue. You can't have this.
Do you see why that's creepy, though? So then we'll extend it to you. Let's say, again, all of this is going through the Sneako utopias here. You got 14-year-olds marrying, all of this. Are you going to play by those rules now? Are you going to start looking at 14-year-olds that might be physically mature?
You've asked me this question 3-4 times, and I've given you the same answer. That's not my personal taste. That's not what I like. I want somebody that's around. I want a girl that's younger than me. I'm 25. I'd rather. Do you know that peak fertility happens when, after you go through puberty? Like when a girl's 16, that's peak fertility.
So you want a peak fertility 16?
I don't. I'd rather a girl. My ideal wife person. If you're gonna ask personal question, my ideal wife is probably 20, 21 years old. When I'm 26, 27, that's the ideal. If she's 24, if she's 23, that's fine. There's an age gap. Okay. And you know what's funny about that? If I'm 25. And if my ideal wife is 20, if you go follow the Romeo and Juliet laws, in a couple years before I'd be a pedophile. Okay, this is why it's silly.
It's not silly though. There needs to be an age. You're not giving an age. Yeah. You're giving an obtuse definition of maturity, which fluctuates so much from 12 years old to 14 years old.
Let's look up the definition of maturity. If I'm giving an obtuse definition of maturity, let's look it up and see who's following it.
Okay, so now you
and everybody can look
on your beliefs.
I told you what I believe in, and I'm pretty sure this is what the definition of maturity is.
You can't give a number.
The definition of maturity is the state, fact, or period of being mature. You know what it does not say? 18. It does not say an age. Maturity depends on the state.
I want you to say one, because there needs to be one in a society.
Why do you want me to say one?
Because there has to be. There has to be an age. If you don't agree that it's 18, then what should it be? You said when you can legally drive. That makes it 15 or 16.
We're going in circles, and I told you. And I said the age of driving should be the same as the age of consent. You said it's because of maturity, correct?
18 is, yes. 18 is set because that.
You said adulthood means maturity, correct?
Adulthood means over 18, yeah. That's when you are outside of your parents. Again, you're not a child.
That's not actually what the definition of the word means. You are making up a definition of maturity. Same thing as you did with childhood.
Same thing you're doing with your ideal world. Like, all of it is, you have to have these. They have to be there. Mm-hmm. There needs to be an age. Like, there just has to be. You can't have these arguments where children are marrying adults.
Why do you have to have an age?
Because then you end up in a situation like we just showed with a 12-year-old and an 18-year-old where you said that's okay. That's not.
And why is that wrong?
That is completely wrong. That is a 12-year-old.
Okay, you said the age.
18-year-old.
Remove the age for a second because I think it's confusing you. Why is that wrong?
That is someone who is literally still in middle school. That is someone who is playing with fucking dolls right now.
That's a middle schooler and a high schooler. Well, why is that wrong? Tell me why that's wrong.
No, it's someone who's going off to college, most likely.
Tell me why that's wrong.
The person going off to college is driving. The person going off to college is working. The person going off to college is in a totally different state than someone who is literally still playing with dolls. Mm-hmm. Like, that is not okay under any circumstances at all.
So you're saying it's because there are different stages in life?
It's a child versus an adult. I guess to even get back a little bit, do you think there's not a problem with a child being with an adult?
Okay. We haven't even agreed upon what a child and an adult is. You keep saying that it's 18.
Under 18 is child.
And I'm telling you, that's not even the definition of the word. You're having a conversation.
You don't care about definitions most of the time, though. Like, you're not even using a definition for maturity that has an age attached to it that needs to be in place.
Because that's not the definition of maturity, right? We can't have this conversation if we don't set in stone what these words mean. Child means somebody that is not physically mature. Adult means somebody that's physically mature. That's what those words mean. You are making up, based off of numbers, what defines these words, and that's not even what the words mean. So you can call it beebophile, you can call it statutory rape, you can call that what that is, but that's not what those words mean. And I'll concede to that. If you want to call it those words that actually mean what they say, then fine. But based off child and an adult, you're wrong.
Okay. So then I guess we just won't see eye to eye on it. So
but it's not even seeing eye to eye. Why can't you accept the definition of these words? Is the dictionary wrong?
No, like I said, the definitions are fine of these words like maturity and all that. But that does
but not even that. The definition of child is somebody who's not physically mature yet. Are you okay with the definition? Right, simple question. Are you okay with the definition of child?
That is a fine definition of a child.
Okay. Are you okay with the definition of adult? Somebody who's physically mature?
Yeah, that's a fine definition too.
Then you are on the same page as me. Child and adult.
No, because I still agree there needs to be a line where these two things get separated. There needs to be a place where this one is a child, this one is an adult.
But then you're being hypocritical. You contradicted yourself, because if now you're agreeing that what separates a child and adult is physical maturity, then it's puberty. And early in this conversation, you said before 18, if someone has sex with someone before 18, they're a pedophile. After 18, they're good. Now you're not saying that. You're going in circles. So it's either...
When did I contradict
the definition of pedophile is child lover, right? The definition of pedophile. The definition, we define that. Okay, so we define 3 terms. Child, somebody not physically mature. Adult, somebody physically mature. Pedophile, child lover. Okay? Now, based off those definitions, 18 has nothing to do with it. There's no numbers.
But there needs to be. That's the point I'm making. There needs to be. You can't leave these things up to ambiguous, well, this person and their family consented to marrying this 13-year-old and their family consented, so it's fine. Because it's not. It can't be.
Do you concede that you've changed your definition of all these words in this conversation?
Probably. This has been so all over the place, I don't know where we're at. So there's a very good chance.
Well, you started off by saying, and you said it so many times in this conversation, that 18 means an adult and before 18 is child. Now you're saying it's physical maturity.
No, I've still stood strong. 18, adult, under 18, child.
Is anybody else hearing this? Like that. You just changed your opinion in the span of 10 seconds.
I've never faltered
in the span
of
I just 10 seconds. If you want to define I just defined these and you agreed. I said child is not physically mature. Adult is physically mature. Pedophile is child lover. You agreed. Then I brought up 18 and then you changed it. Now 18 is adult. Exclusive.
That's not mutually, those definitions are fine, but that you still need to classify in society what is and is not an adult, where that maturity is on a number. Okay. You have to do that.
The number has nothing to do with physical maturity, the definition that you just agreed upon.
It 100% does in terms of this relationship between a child and a fucking adult. It does.
I don't even know what you think a child is anymore. Is it somebody physically mature or somebody under 18?
In society. But if you want to define child as puberty, that's fine, because that is the textbook definition of a child.
Okay, and you agreed that's what the definition is.
Yes, that is a fine definition. But you can still fall under 18 and be a child.
Okay.
That is the point.
Fair.
You are under 18, you're a child, you fall into
I understand what you're saying, and now I can understand your difference between legal and morality, right? That there's a difference between legal and morals, right? Is Dr. Disrespect messaging, I don't know if he messaged a 17-year-old, it's fine. Let's use this hypothetical. He messages a 17-year-old. Is he a pedophile?
As we've gone in circles. I would say it's a bad thing, and if we're going to
You're not answering the question. No. It's a simple question.
I would say you are going to a child.
You're not making sense.
Going to a child.
You don't know what this person is. You just said it's somebody physically mature.
It's a minor. He said it's a minor.
You've changed the words. I've heard so many different words for you. It's a legal minor, but is he a pedophile?
Yes, it's talking to a child. Yeah. We're going to simplify it even further. Yes, he's talking to a child, pedophile, sure.
Your morality is arbitrary. It depends on nothing that makes it doesn't make physical sense, because you just said it's based on maturity, and now it has to do with age. Those are two separate things.
I never said based on maturity. There's no consistency. I said there always needs to be a line. You can define a child based on puberty and adult based on maturity. That's fine, but there needs to be a line where this line over it is adult, under it is child. That's
not even what you believe in.
How is that not what I believe in?
Because you just said it's maturity.
What do you mean?
You just said it's physical maturity. Why are you following something that you don't believe in?
What are you talking about? The definition of child and adult is fine, but there needs to be a line in society where over here you go into this category, under here you go into this category. It's crucial.
Okay.
Otherwise, we have what you had, 15 and 16-year-olds are marrying adults.
Leave the legal thing out of it. Dr. Disrespect is messaging a physically mature 17-year-old who's
I don't believe there's such a thing. I don't believe there's such a thing.
You just said there was.
No, it's under a child. Under 18, you fall into the child category. You had puberty probably, or maybe not, as you said, but you fell into the child category, under 18. It's just, to me, it's that black and white. I don't think there's a huge argument. I don't know why that's so hard to understand, brother.
Last time, because we're going in circles.
I know.
An adult is someone who's physically mature, correct?
The definition of an adult, maturity, yep, and over 18.
Not the definition. We need to agree upon a definition.
Brother, the definition's fine. The definition doesn't bother me.
So
That's fine.
it's not you. Do you agree the definition of a child is somebody not physically mature?
Yeah, that's 100%.
Yes.
That's fine.
A child is somebody not physically mature, correct? Hold that thought.
Okay, not physically mature.
Yes. Dr. Disrespect message a physically mature 17-year-old.
No such thing. You can't prove it. How's the 17-year-old physically mature? They're not. So in my eyes, 18.
Do you understand what a hypothetical? Do you understand what a hypothetical is?
Oh, gotcha. Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. I thought you were.
It's a physically mature 17-year-old.
Okay.
Based off your definition, an adult.
Uh-huh.
An adult 17-year-old, correct?
Nope. No such thing as an adult 17-year-old. There's no such thing as an adult 17-year-old. That doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
You just said it exists.
I never said a 17-year-old can be an adult.
When does someone become an adult? Okay. Based off I can't believe I'm hearing this right now. I genuinely can't. Okay.
It's super simple. 18 is when the maturity starts to kick in, and that's when you become the adult. That's what we've established. Anything under that, you're still a child. You could have gone through puberty.
Are you afraid of getting canceled or something? Like this doesn't make any sense.
No, it's what I believe. Like it's just that simple.
But it's literally not what you believe.
How is it not what I believe?
You just said an adult is somebody physically mature.
Right. And I don't think you can be physically mature under 18.
What?
I don't think you can be physically mature under 18.
Puberty has nothing to do with age.
What does that have to do with anything? I'm missing that.
I'm a man. I go through puberty at 17. I physically become an adult. Right? It has nothing to do with 18. Do you understand this? Now I'm an adult because I'm physically mature.
Are you 18?
All right, you really don't want to get canceled. This is
no, it's just the truth. You need that there.
This is incredible.
I think that's where the distinction goes. I think it's super simple.
Mm-hmm. All right. I hope everybody listening can see where the consistency, because I don't think I'm going to get through to you. It's you're looping, but I hope you're able to see. Maybe you are too, but I think that you're just afraid of like losing a platform or something, or getting angry, getting your audience angry with you. But do you see how arbitrary this is to define pedophile based off of a specific number, even though it doesn't physically even make sense?
No, I don't see why that's silly. I think that's entirely necessary.
Okay.
Because you need that number. Otherwise, you're going to have 14 and 15-year-olds marrying adults, like you said is okay.
Okay. Yeah. Just incredible. Where does your morality? I want to leave on this. I know you touched on it a little bit earlier, but I do want to touch on this before I go. Where does your morality come from?
We already went over this, right? Personal experience and everything I take in from the world and process up in here.
Okay. 10 years ago, did you believe that a child can go through transgender therapy? Can they cut their penis off?
10 years ago, I didn't know anything about it. I wasn't unaware of it. And then when I learned about it, I formed my own morality on it based on everything I saw, read, came to my own conclusions.
Okay. If I told you when you were a kid that it was okay legally and morally to cut your dick off, would you agree?
Like what do you mean? Would I do it, or would I say that that's okay?
Would you say that that's okay?
I'd have no idea on how to even process something like that. I'm a fucking child.
How old are you now?
29.
Okay. When you were 10 years ago, like, and you had heard about it, because this was still bubbling. There was, I think Caitlyn Jenner was first popping up. This was like the talk of the town. If I told you 10 years ago, try to remember that Trump is running for president, 2014. What's happened? Like Obama's still in office, right? I tell you it's okay to cut kids' penises off. You saying that's cool?
So 10 years ago?
Yeah.
I'd say let me look into it, and probably if it's a decision they came to with professionals and their family, I'd say yeah.
I'd say that's going to go?
I'd say you have the right to make that decision for yourself. Yeah.
Can you? I don't even know how to get through to like the people like you sometimes. Why? Because why is it okay? Why? Okay, I'm not trying to be up. Why do you think a kid can consent to that, but they can't consent to marriage? Why can a kid consent?
We're going in circles. I just said when it comes to a marriage, it's no longer just a personal decision. It's not. You take on a whole.
We've also established that a transgender surgery is also not a personal decision.
It is. It is a decision you are making.
You're also saying "I do" to the marriage, which is a personal decision.
And then you are bringing in an entirely new family dynamic from this adult.
And why does that then make it wrong? Because other people are involved.
Because this is an adult. This is a predator who is coming into your life.
A predator?
Yeah. If you are marrying an adult as a child, that's a predator.
Okay. And it's not predatory for the doctor to lure a kid into an office and cut his penis off?
Oh, he's luring kids into the office now?
Yeah, there's advertisements. Chris Tyson from, maybe a kid saw your collab with Mr. Beast. He got inspired by Chris Tyson. He gets lured in because Chris Tyson...
Maybe a 24-year-old watched your streams like, oh, you know what? This 15-year-old's pretty mature. I'm going to go ahead and start trying to talk to them. Do you think that's cool?
No, that's not cool. You're supposed to talk to the father before you get married. If her father's not okay with it, then what happens?
That's the issue you had with that scenario?
Yeah, but when you approach marriage, you don't just go approach a girl and that's not what Islamically is allowed. You're supposed to go to the father and supposed to see where it goes from there. So that's never what I said.
24-year-old talks to the father of a 15-year-old and gets his permission. Now it's cool?
Get to the father and say, like, am I interested in marrying your physically matured, your adult daughter? Okay? Is she okay with it?
15-year-old,
ask the mother,
15-year-old daughter.
Get the consensus. Yes, and if he's okay with it, she's okay with it. I think that's fine. That's fine.
Like that, I just don't see how we'll ever see eye to eye on that. Like, to me, that is the most alarming shit.
Okay.
To even view someone of that age as physically mature is concerning. Or like the potential to be physically mature at 15 is very concerning.
Then you think so? By your morality, all of human history, everybody was a pedophile. In the 1800s in America, the age was 10. In the UK, 200 years ago, the age was 7.
Yeah, yep, 100%. So
everybody,
7 and 10-year-olds. Yeah.
So everybody in human history was a pedophile up until 10 years ago.
10 years ago is pretty arbitrary.
What is it, 50 years ago? Yeah. Whenever the feminism movement started?
When they're marrying 10-year-old and
for thousands of years, Moist.
Past this,
Penguin, for thousands of years, everybody was a pedophile up until 50 years ago when the age of consent was divided.
Yes, and also people used to eat people more often, like cannibals. What, you're going to go on like cannibals? Like, it's not like things were great back then. It's not like we had it all figured out back then. Yeah, there was a lot of bad shit.
But in successful societies, like the UK is was a Christian country in the 1800s. The United States was a Christian country in the 1800s. And all societies in Greece and the Roman Empire, successful societies that colonized, that thrived, that had lots of families, that invented things. These people, all those people were pedophiles?
Brother, yeah, if they're having sex with 7 and 10-year-olds, 100%, yes.
Okay, but not even if they were enacting upon it, if they believed in it, because it's the belief too. So everybody in human history was a pedophile up until 50 years ago.
If they subscribed to the belief that it was okay to do that, yeah.
Which they did.
People evolved to recognize how bad that is.
They did.
Yes. Like if you look back on it retroactively, that is a horrible thing.
So everybody
look back on
everybody in the UK
is a bad thing, and incest is a bad thing. Like, we would look back on these things and be like, hey, that was bad. Like, we know that's bad now.
Yeah, the next step for
people evolve.
I want to point this out and for you to remember this, because the next step for this thing where they cut off penises and take puberty blockers, the next step is normalizing incest. The next step is normalizing bestiality. People like Chris are already dressing up like wolves, already dressing up like dogs. They're walking around in public. They go to gay pride parades with these cat ears. They meow, they bark, they do these things. They believe they're dogs. A lot of these people, they accept them. They call them she-wolves, she-this, all this stuff. They identify as a wolf. Because if you can believe and identify that I'm a woman now, if I believe it, why can I not be a wolf? That's the next step, is bestiality. Then the next step is incest. These things should not be allowed. We should hold down something. There should be something that's consistent. The only thing that's consistent throughout history that makes sense is God. It has to go back to something consistent, something real, or else it's ever adapting and ever changing. Because 200 years ago, I really want you to remember this. In the 1800s in the UK, the judge that laid down the law in the UK said that the marriage for a woman is the age of 7. That's what they said, and everybody abided by that. Everybody believed in it. The society thrived. Everybody was okay. Nobody admonished that. That wasn't a problem. And then up until now, you're saying all these people were pedophiles. These are people that should be in jail. They're disgusting. They're horrible people. They should be admonished. If they were all in jail, there would be nothing going on. This is why you can't follow the ever-adapting morality. It can't change every 10 years, or one decade you can cut your dick off and the next decade you can't. You can't adapt this all the time. There needs to be something consistent. It all has to go back to God. If it doesn't, then you're going to let the government control that. And the government right now, they're controlled by Zionists. I don't know if you've seen Netanyahu right now. Netanyahu just walked into Congress and he told them all, oh, 29/11s, we need more money. We need more money to continue bombing Palestine over and over again. Everybody got up and clapped. Everybody in the government, all the people that control the age of consent, that say that 16 is okay, that say that Romeo and Juliet, that 18 is okay. They also think that bombing innocent civilians in Gaza is okay. You cannot follow the government for a consistent set of morality. They are only followed by greed. All they believe in is money. All they believe in is personal gain. These are corrupt people who don't have their best interests because all humans are flawed. I'm flawed. You're flawed. We've seen our flaws. We all know them. The only thing that's not flawed is God. God is the perfect being, the perfect supreme being that we have to follow. Nothing else can give us morality.
There was a lot in there. Again, we can follow God, but there needs to be an agreed upon consistency, which you don't provide.
I am.
Which was the whole subject.
The agreed upon consistency is physical maturity.
That's not a number, though. Like, you can't actually calculate physical maturity.
I don't think I'm going to get through to you that, but what you don't understand is that something that's consistent is
how do you then
physical maturity is consistent. That's something that's consistent.
What does it look like? What does it look like?
Post-puberty. That's it.
What does that look like? What does that look like?
What does an adult look like? Looks like me, looks like you.
Yeah.
We've went through puberty. I know you're an adult because you've went through puberty. I know I'm an adult because I went through puberty. I see a child. I know that's a child. That's a child has not went through puberty yet. That's a kid. I'm very aware. It's very simple.
But you said like a 12-year-old could be physically mature. Like you said, a 15-year-old.
They're mostly not. They're mostly not. And even a child that's now become an adult at 13, 12, 13, something like that, would I think that they're mentally ready? I personally, most of the time, I would not think so. Would their parents think that child is mentally ready? Most of the time, I wouldn't think so. I don't think the parents would want that for a kid 12. I think they would want them to develop more. Because you should follow the morality of the parents. The parents are going to care for that kid way more than the government. Why are you going to let the government be in charge of your kids? The government's saying it's okay to cut the kids' dicks off. The parents just say, no, this is going to harm it. You're not going to do it. Clearly, it's going to be harmed. The parents are the one that are going to care about the kid way more than anybody in charge. All these Zionists that get in front of the Congress.
But that's neither here nor there. Again,
who should take care of a child? The parents or the government?
Absolutely. I am a big proponent of the government should not have a say in how people live their lives. Like, I don't think they should be intruding into people's personal freedoms to make the decisions.
But then you should let go of the age of consent.
No, because that one is more than the government. That is a societal agreed upon standard.
It's not societal agreed upon. We've established that already.
For the majority of sensible people, it is.
For sensible people, well, not in any states, not the majority of the United States, not the majority of Europe, not the majority of the world. You're making that up. The sensible people that you're talking about that are afraid to talk about precisely.
Are you going to go fuck a 16-year-old?
You said this again, but
no,
you're not seeing.
The question is, the answer is no.
You're not seeing it clearly.
You know that because it's not good to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But you would for an 18-year-old, a 19-year-old. Like you've made that clear. Like you also recognize that. It's more than a government thing. You also abide by it.
Okay.
Because it is an agreed upon standard.
But what you're not seeing is that if you don't think that the government should intrude, that the parents should be the ones leading the child, that we should have like God-fearing people. It sounds like you agree with that. If we should have married couples, if we want to have more children to procreate and develop a better society and have healthy children who are not harmed, then the government should not be involved. They should not say that these two people cannot get married because of the age of 18. Because that's what they're doing right now.
Situations like we did hundreds of years ago with 7 and 10-year-olds getting married. And do you think that's a problem?
That then that wasn't even the major problem. There were more.
Like, do you think it's a problem?
There were much more. During that time, it was not a problem.
Do you think it's a problem now? If we go back to that,
now it's a problem. You know how much longer it takes for people to go through puberty and physically mature now because of what the fluoride they put in the water, because of the media that we consume, because of the TikTok brain people. People are maturing a lot later than they used to. Back then, adult people used to die at 33. agree. People used to die in their early 30s in biblical times, and in the times of the Quran. Life was over quickly. Now it's delayed. People live longer. We have more medicine. We have longer things. People live longer, and they mature much later because they're putting goy slop all the time. People are sitting inside chronically. People, they don't have the same maturity level. So at that time, it was normal. Who am I to say that everybody then were terrible people? That makes no sense. They were living fine. They continued society. They colonized. They created things. They invented things. They were thriving at that time. For me to say, like, all these people are terrible, cancel the past.
You don't have
cancel
to
the Roman Empire.
People. You can say that it was a terrible thing. You can say it's a bad thing, which you just did. It is a bad thing. We recognize that it's a bad thing.
Based off of today's standards created by the government, yes. Based off of mine,
it's based on what we know and how much we know now. It is a bad thing for a child to be with an adult.
I agree.
Right. Again, you get it.
You know what's funny? This all brings me back to our cuties debate from last year.
Is it still your favorite movie?
No, it was never my favorite movie. That was clickbait. But the reason that we debated about it is because you didn't finish the movie, right? The girls started off in your world, in the world where people can cut their penises off, where girls are on TikTok at a young age, where they're doing disgusting things, where liberalism flourishes. At the end of the movie, the girls return to Islam. They find God. That same girl who's doing degenerate acts, who probably believed in transgenderism, this disgusting thing, she put on a hijab, she put her head to the floor and she prayed. And then we saw actual resolution. We saw the only way that she was going to find peace and prosperity, the only way she was going to be in a world that makes sense is under a God-fearing world. And then she changed. That's why I like the movie.
You never understood the problem. It was never the message of the movie.
No, I understand your problem.
Literal, actual children.
I understand your problem. I understand the problem. I agree with, and I agreed with you then. I agree with you now. But that's what I see is the only solution to this degeneracy in the West. Because everybody that's going to watch the debate, they're going to agree with the part that you thinking a child could cut his dick off is absolutely disgusting. You're going to see the response to that, and then you might change your opinion on it as well. You can't have this ever-developing morality because then you get this thing.
I think you're going to see the same thing when you made an argument that in an extenuating circumstance, a 12-year-old can be physically mature and marry an adult. Like, I think you're going to see a response to that that's not the one you're expecting, because that's not an okay thing. There's never going to be a physically mature 12-year-old, a physically mature 15-year-old.
But there were, for all of human history, there were. And not even that long ago.
They weren't.
I read to you UK law. The UK juror, William Blackwell, said a woman can get married at the age of 7, signing into law.
We can't be using these old laws because there was also old laws where you could beat the shit out of your wife and face no repercussion because she's your property.
What law
Do you agree with that?
What law was that?
I'm giving an example. Like you could do that. Mm-hmm. Your wife was your property.
Exactly.
Slavery had
We're agreeing that laws can be wrong. Exactly.
Yeah,
those laws can be wrong. 100%. That's why you need to follow God's law. That's the only consistent law. And that's what I follow, and that's what the people that follow this, that's what most people follow. That's what people should, not most people in the West anymore. That's what most sensible people that believe in two genders, that you can't cut your, this is what people believe. They follow God's law. And they would agree. It should not be the age of consent. It should be the age of marriage. People should not be having frivolous sex. They should not be sleeping around doing degenerate things. They should not be messaging boys when they're married. They shouldn't do any of this stuff. They should get married, have kids, and make a better society.
So then, okay, just to put a bow on the whole thing, age of marriage. How do you determine that? So someone in your position, age of marriage is now the law. Who does he start talking to? The parents of what age? When is it physically mature?
Physically mature, again, it depends on the person.
That's just you see why that's such an, I don't know why I don't see why that's such an issue. Like Predators that Chris Hansen sat down with said the same thing. Right, but this 13-year-old is physically mature.
But you see, this issue, in my worldview, this is eradicated. Because pedophiles, predators, they only exist in a society that allows the age of consent, that encourages people to have sex out of wedlock. In a society, in a world where you're only supposed to pursue people in search of marriage, that's eradicated. Because these people, these predators, you're saying that, yes it is.
What?
A predatory thing is you're using a girl and you're throwing her away. You're taking advantage of her. You're manipulating her. You're selling her a dream.
Marrying a child. It's the same thing. That's still predatory.
But it's not predatory. It's not predatory if the parents agree to it, they agree to it, and they say, yes, it's okay. Now you're going to take care. You're going to have a happy marriage. That's actually not predatory at all. Pedophiles and predators only exist when you encourage sex out of wedlock. It's not a problem when you encourage marriage.
Wow. How is it not a problem for someone that's in their 20s to be marrying a 14-year-old if everyone consents? How is that not a problem?
What parent is going to let their child be handed off to a predator?
There's plenty of bad parents. You think every parent's great?
Of course
Especially
not.
if that adult comes from like a wealthy background or has a good job. That happens a lot.
Of course there's outliers. But who's going to care more? And you agreed to this earlier. Who's going to care more about that child? The parents or the government?
The parents, for
100%.
Sure. I agree with that.
I'm gonna trust the parents over the government any day. If the parents agree that if the parents agree that this adult is ready, if they say that this marriage is going to be good, and I agree upon this, and I think it's healthy, I think they're ready, 100%. I will take their consent over the government's consent any day.
I don't think I'll ever be able to agree with that if there's no line in the sand.
Right, because you think that kids can cut their dicks off.
What? Sorry.
Right, because you think kids can cut their dicks off. Like, we have fundamentally different worldview. And I'm telling, do you believe in God, Moist?
Yeah, I actually grew up very religious. I was baptized twice. I come from a very religious background. I'm not so much anymore, but I do come from a background in it.
Why not anymore? If you're seeing disgusting things, I mean, if you're not a Catholic anymore, then why do you think a man can become a woman? That's nothing biblical.
I was a Baptist, not a Catholic, but it's because I believe that a lot of the old worldview is outdated and ever-changing. And I believe that all spirituality preaches love and tolerance. One of your big things is love speech, but most of what you spew is hatred towards other people.
I don't spew any hatred.
That's not true. Like, even half of your spiels here are targeted to people that you have fundamental disagreements with. It's not like you're coming at them.
Disagreement is not hate.
No, but it's coming from a place of hate. You're not just disagreeing. You're calling them like monsters, basically. Like you
people that encourage children to cut their penises off and take hormone blockers. Those are bad people. Those are bad people. Do I hate them? No. I spread love. I want them to come to God. I want them to find something that makes sense. I do not want them to put out negativity into the world. I don't hate anybody.
That's not how it comes across them. Then perhaps a reformatting of your love speech. But for me, I never have a problem with how people want to live their lives. Like, you have entire autonomy over your body. That doesn't bother me. And my religious background, I was always taught about how it's always better to accept as opposed to reject. Like, there's never any reason to hold on to some hatred for people, especially when that's where
liberals get confused. It's not hatred, like, not accepting things that are bad. That's not hatred. That's drawing a line. Just like how you don't accept saying below 18. That's not acceptance. By your logic, you're saying that's hatred. People. That's hateful, right? Like, if you believe,
that's a very fair point. That is a super fair point.
If you believe in something consistent, then drawing a line and saying this is not allowed, like incest or bestiality, these things which you agree are wrong. That's like, I don't hate people who are committing incest. I don't hate people who believe they're dogs. I feel bad for them. I'm trying to, and I don't want to encourage it, and I want to stop that. It sounds like, I guess it sounds angry because I talk about these things, but I would look into this person, I look into that, and I see someone lost, right? I see somebody confused. I see somebody that's brainwashed by the Zionist propaganda.
I can say that about you as well, though. I see someone that's lost about this age of consent, like what is and is not okay to marry. Like, it's very easy to turn around and say the same about you, because in my eyes, you do seem lost. You've gone through this radical shift in your perspectives in a very short period of time, and to me, it seems like it's because of who you've surrounded yourself with and what you've taken in. Like, it doesn't seem
just like you. The same reason you believe.
I'm not saying that it's like unnatural or weird or anything. That's not the point I was getting at. I'm just saying how easy it is to easily turn that around on you as well. When you're arguing for things like there can be a physically mature 14-year-old or whatever that can marry an adult, like those kind of things to me seem like someone who's lost. I don't think you're someone that's going to go out there and fuck someone that's 16, 15 years old.
No,
I don't think you would do that.
I've established a million times at the age of marriage.
Yeah. But you would defend someone who did.
Who? No, it wouldn't. That's wrong.
Yeah, if it was the right circumstances, if it was a physically mature 15-year-old, or if you believe it was a physically mature 15-year-old.
If their parents said it's okay. If their parents said it's okay.
That's the point I'm making.
I'm not going to get in between.
I think that's very lost. I think that's super lost.
You think it's lost because you can't define simple terms. I want to go back so you remember this. What is a child?
The textbook definition, someone who hasn't gone through puberty.
Right. You have your own definition of this word. And that's where
society does. Society does. Under 18. That's minor.
That's not the definition of the word. That's the legal defined thing of adult. That's it's not even. I don't even know where they legally define that as an adult. They just say that doesn't legally. It doesn't even say you're an adult. They just say you can vote at that age, and they say you can. You're saying that's the age of consent, even though it's 16 most places. You can vote at 18, but other than that, there's no law that says you're an adult at 18. You've made that up.
It's what everyone in most places has agreed upon.
And I've said, we've established a million times, throughout the United States, it's not true. Throughout Europe, that's not true.
Again, those are
you're saying, but what you're saying
exist for the Romeo and Juliet laws.
But what you're saying
societally it is 18.
No, but what you're saying is objectively wrong. In most places, that's not true. Like, if you look at the map, that is not true.
Japan having the 13-year-old age of consent till they change it. There's plenty of places that don't. I get that. But if someone goes to Japan and fucks a 13-year-old, you're not going to be happy with them, are you?
No, because that's
yeah, exactly.
You're not supposed to do that.
But it's legal there. It's legal there.
You're missing the point. I don't think that you follow the moral ideas of laws. I've established that as well. You're saying most people agree that it's 18. That is factually wrong.
Most people agree. You are agreeing. You would not be happy if someone went and married a 13-year-old or fucked a 13-year-old in Japan, even if it's legal. You wouldn't be happy. But I don't think you would have any issue if that person was 18. Mm-hmm. There is just something that people have accepted, and that's 18.
You're not realizing, like, you have to concede to this point. You're saying most people agree it's 18 throughout human history.
I get that.
Throughout human history and throughout the world that we are currently in, that is factually wrong.
Right, and I do understand that.
Okay, so you cannot. So 18. So why do you believe that it's 18? Because you're saying it's most people, and I just told you that's wrong. So why is it 18?
Because it is what we have all, for the most part, agreed upon.
No, well, stop saying something that's wrong. That's not true. That's not true.
It is. Again,
if you can show me some, if
you came out and said you fucked an 18-year-old, your community wouldn't care. There is a difference. There is a
internet cancel culture is not how you judge right from wrong. Okay, if you have to show me a statistic where it says 18, most people agree with, because across the world throughout human history, that's not true. The reason you believe that is because in California, you know that in Hollywood, that's where California, one of the rare places it's 18. Do you know that, right? So in movies, they say it's 18. The age of consent is 18. That gets pushed everywhere, right? Hollywood dominates the world. Do you know who controls Hollywood?
Oh, here we go. I already knew where this was going, but you're not.
No, it's a simple question. But this is why you believe that it's most people. Who controls Hollywood?
No, that's not why. It's because people have accepted that.
People?
Everyone
what people?
In sensible society, for the most part, have accepted that this is the line. This is the number.
Where?
And there needs to be one.
Where is that? Where are these people?
In your chat right now.
My chat is the majority. My chat's the majority of the world.
I'm just giving an example. You can see it.
Okay.
You can see it
on the internet.
There is statutory
on the internet
associated, and you go to jail for having sex with under 18 as an like an adult.
Get it on the internet.
No, and in society.
Where in society?
Statutory rape.
Where in society?
Literally everywhere. Statutory rape. An adult having sex with a child.
Nope. Not true. 16 most places. The reason that people push this narrative.
You'll still go to jail if you have sex with a 16-year-old as an adult, even in places where the age of consent
as an adult, you said the age of 18 is an adult. 19 has sex with a 16-year-old. That's fine. There, your definition just changed right there. Now an adult is past 25. You just change it. Okay. So most places that's not true. Okay. 18 is not the agreed upon age anywhere. The reason is because of Hollywood. Hollywood movies say that.
Holy shit.
Do you know who controls Hollywood? MoistCritical?
Oh my God! It has nothing to do with Hollywood, brother.
It is. That's the reason Western Americans, liberalized Americans, believe that is because of Hollywood. Because if you said that across the world in Europe, they'd be like 18. That's not true. I'm in Europe right now. They don't think that across from like liberal Westerners like you. You're the only people that push that, and you got to get out of your internet bubble because that's not true.
It's just not true. It's not true. You see this happen in other parts of the world too, like in Europe. If you have an adult that is having sex with a 16-year-old, it is frowned upon as well. It is still a problem. It is still an issue. Like it is still everywhere. Mm-hmm. Like it doesn't matter really where. Like there are parts in the world where I'm sure it's not. But that's not parts where people are celebrating.
Again, what you're saying is wrong because you change your definition of adult again. You said adult was somebody physically mature, and now it's not. Right? And if if it follows the age of consent, In Europe, it's 16. Then why would it be wrong? Based off your thing. Okay.
It is still...
I think the people... It's almost impossible to get through what you're saying in looping. Can you tell... Do you know who controls Hollywood, who pushed this narrative?
I know where you're going with it. You're going to say it's all controlled by the Zionists, right?
Do you think that's wrong?
I do think it's wrong, yeah.
Why is that wrong?
Because I don't think there is a secret Zionist agenda that controls the entire world.
It's actually not secret at all. They boast about it.
And you're the one that can see between the lines. You're onto them?
No, it's something that they openly talk about. You know, AIPAC, the biggest lobby in America, 98% of their endorsed politicians win elections. They put that on their website. They talk about it all the time. Zionists, they openly talk about how they control. It's not a secret. Why do you think that they do that? Okay, so follow my line of questioning. Why do you think the Zionists that boast about it, that control Hollywood as well, if you look at the list of these people, the directors that produce all these people, it always goes back to the same place. That's why Harvey Weinstein got accepted for having sexual blackmail things. That's why the Epstein Island thing, they had connections to all these Hollywood directors and all these people. They blackmail these people sexually to push a certain... So why is that?
Well, just general corruption. Corruption exists in all of its forms, man.
True.
There's not some kind of
but it's predominant. But it's predominantly
Zionist. It's just corruption. It's literally corruption, which is prevalent everywhere. And you should know, like, corruption.
Yeah. Why? Okay, so Zionists do predominantly control Hollywood. That's just a fact. That's just something, again, that there's no point in arguing. That's something that's true. You could look at all the Hollywood directors. Why do you think that they would want to push that in America? They're all the way, like, the Zionists started in Israel. Why would Israel care about America's age of consent?
I have no idea. Couldn't tell you.
Yeah, there's no reason why. Like, why specifically? Because this narrative, it works so well that you believe in it, and you're saying that most people believe in it, even though that's not true. So why would they push this so hard that Americans believe something that's not true?
Enlighten me. Why?
Because they want to push sexual deviancy on people to control us. Because they use America.
Stop right there. And it's not sexually deviant for a child to have sex or marry an adult.
Do you think it's sexually deviant?
They're married and they're having sex.
Do you think it's sexually deviant for people to have sex out of wedlock?
No. Again, that's a completely... Nope.
You don't think that?
No.
Okay, but you said you're Catholic earlier.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
I said Baptist.
Based off the Catholic belief and most religious beliefs, sex out of marriage, that's wrong. You're not supposed to do that. It's not encouraged.
No, it is a sin.
It is a sin.
It is a sin.
And not even if it's just sin. Let me just ask you, do you think that people should have sex out of a long-term relationship like marriage? Should people have frivolous sex?
If they want to, they can. Yeah, I think they should have the ability to do that if they want to. I don't think that should be like the government coming in saying you can't do that.
No, not the government. A moral reason. Do you think morally, the people that watch you, for example, do you think that they should be having a lot of sex with a lot of random people?
That's entirely up to them. I'm not in the position to say what they should or should not do.
What would you advise them?
And I wouldn't push that morality onto them.
Well, you're pushing the morality of 18 on them.
Yeah, that's significantly different.
No, it's not.
It really is.
No, it's not. You're saying that this is the morally okay age to have sex. Okay, so what about these people once they get to that age? Would you encourage them now that they're 18 and they can fuck around? Would you encourage them to go fuck around?
I wouldn't encourage them. They can do it if they want. I'm not going to say go out there and fuck. I don't care.
You don't care?
That's up to them. That's up to them. If they are of the legal age and they want to go do that, I'm not their fucking dad.
What do you think makes for a better society? How about that? Because you don't need to tell them what to do. What society do you think is healthier? One that people are having a lot of sex with random people and cutting their penises off, or a society where they're getting married and staying loyal?
That's a very generous framing, because your society of marriage is one that has children.
Don't go back. Okay. Do you think it's better to live in a society where people are having a lot of frivolous sex or abstaining and getting married?
Now, are we talking like marriage of the right age over 18?
Over your idea of right age, sure, yes. What do you think is better?
Okay, then yeah. In that society, if people are settling down and getting married, having long-term relationships, meaningful relationships, and they're all of the correct age, they're adults, then yeah, that's definitely better.
That's exactly.
I think most people would probably agree with that.
And that's exactly why the Zionists who control the media, that's why they push this so much. Do you know who owns Pornhub, for example?
MindGeek.
MindGeek. You know who controls MindGeek?
Couldn't tell you.
A rabbi.
Is that right? I mean, I didn't know.
Okay, do you know who controls the music industry? The people like, Ice Spice, she says, Papa Perk twerk, Papa Perk twerk. You know who controls the music industry?
Who?
All Zionists. And they use black culture to promote degeneracy, and that's how you get these wiggers that run around saying nigga all the time and doing this stuff. That's how you get this culture, because they listen to rap music so much, they get brainwashed, they start shooting, popping perks, they want to be cool. The idea of cool now for white people is acting like a thug black person that they hear in the music. The reason that they do this is to keep us controlled, to keep us weak. Because when you're using your life force all the time, would you agree that watching porn, jerking off, would you agree that it lowers your energy?
Well, that's a very real thing, yeah. Porn addiction, all that's a bad thing for sure. But you're taking things, like you're taking like actual things, like porn addiction, and you're tying it into a completely conspiratorial thing that doesn't do anything.
It's not conspiratorial. What I just said was true. A rabbi owns Pornhub.
But that's probably true. Like, I imagine you're right. I'm sure you've done your research on it. But that's also so inconsequential, because I don't think it ties into this bigger narrative of the Zionists trying to keep Sneakos weak or anything like that. That is corruption. It's called corruption. Like,
my point is the reason that you hold on to this belief so dearly that 18 is the age of consent is because they want us to believe this so much. They want us to have this idea of age of consent, age of consent, age of consent, and now we don't even believe in marriage anymore. Now we believe in this idea of frivolous sex. Now we believe that, oh, okay, I'm 18, I can consent now, I can have sex. When that shouldn't even be a term. The term should be age of marriage.
Doesn't do that.
Yes, it does. Age of consent, just that word implies sex out of wedlock.
Okay, but first, there's a couple things here. First of all, the age of consent, if it wasn't there, it's not going to lead to more marriages magically. There's a lot of societal things, such as job, economy, housing market. You know those things. Getting rid of the age of consent doesn't magically fix that.
No, it doesn't magically fix that. But I'm telling you, that's why you hold on to that so dearly. Because they want us to believe age of consent.
Well, no,
even a girl who's 18, she's not even really ready to make that decision. Girls who are 18 and vote, they all vote for Joe Biden because they believe Trump's racist, and then they all regret it 4 years later because they get brainwashed and manipulated quickly. And even an 18-year-old woman, she's not even capable, in my opinion, and the Islamic, of being able to consent like that, jump into that, because it should be the father. The father is going to be smarter at guiding her to the right man. Women are emotional thinkers. They're going to see the bad boy with the motorcycle jacket, the guy beating up people, the drug dealer, the big tough alpha guy who's just going to fuck them and dump them. They're attracted to them. If we follow the age of consent, they're going to get sent to the fuck boy who's fucking all the girls and never wants to marry them. We should not even have these people.
Have no authority of their own. You're making it sound like, okay, no age of consent, now it's up to the dad, and the 14-year-old wants that bad boy on the motorcycle, and maybe the dad thinks that guy's fucking awesome, so he says yes. That still happens in your society.
That dad is not going to think that, because the dad who...
You don't know that. You do not know that. But what you can know is that under no circumstances...
Well, that's not, you know why that's not going to happen? Because Islamically, you're not supposed to allow harm on another person. So a father would not allow his daughter to get harmed. You're going to go and evaluate the person.
Everyone's perfect. You agree?
Of course not everybody's perfect, and neither is the law. But this is a better metric of society based off the government that changes and allows things all the time.
There's no consistency to it, which you agree is a very important thing. Because it's always going to be variable. Like, that 14-year-old... in that society might want to be with the bad boy biker. He could come from money. The parents say yes. His parents say yes. That's okay in your world. In the current one with the age of consent, that's impossible. So now maybe that 14-year-old grows up, she's 20, she sees that same biker, she's like, oh, that guy's a fucking loser. That guy's just a douchebag. That could happen. All of these things.
In the majority, I know I'm generalizing this, no father is going to see this guy. Like, if he's a drug dealer, he's a bad person, is going to evaluate that and allow his daughter to get married. That's just
don't know that.
Of course, there's extreme outliers, but like that's even silly to think about. No actual father. Do you even know a father who would allow his daughter to get married to somebody like this? He would evaluate them in a God-fearing society where we allow marriage, allow his daughter to be harmed to go away to a marriage.
I don't know a father that would be okay with their child being with an adult. First off, there's no one I know that would be okay with that. Because even just right there, it should be a full stop. Not even analyzing.
You keep saying child.
Analyzing their child.
Okay, child is what?
Oh my God.
Child is what?
Under 18.
Okay, so you're not following the definition. It's okay. I can't have this conversation if you don't follow definitions of words.
I don't think a 14-year-old can ever be physically mature.
Even though they literally can. Even though puberty actually defines that, it's fine.
Nope, I don't believe so.
So okay, so you have these. So okay, fine. Then you don't think your beliefs come from the Zionists that control the media, the government, and control America. Where do you get your beliefs from?
We're just going in circles, man. We've gone over this so much.
Where?
Again, from my own experiences, from everything I see, and formulating my own thoughts on it. I was 14 once. I actually had a mustache when I was 14. Would you have looked at me and said I was physically mature enough to get married?
If you were physically mature, if you were mature, yes, I would. Okay.
Really? When I was 14.
Yeah. If you were 14 and you were ready to go and you met another 14-year-old, yes, I would.
No. We're talking adults. You keep going back to that.
That is adult.
I met...
I told you my definition.
I
told you the definition. The definition, okay. If you went through puberty, you're an adult. That's the definition of adult. So yes, if you're an adult and you had a mustache, you're ready to get married, fine. Okay?
Okay,
you get your beliefs.
14-year-old adult.
We're going in circles.
14-year-old adult. What is the benefit to society?
A 14-year-old.
How does that help your society?
Mm-hmm. What?
2 14-year-olds just got married in your society. How is that helpful?
They stay away from the Zionist degeneracy. They stop watching porn. They stop having sex out of wedlock. They stop, going to parties they shouldn't go to. They're maybe not drinking. They're in a healthy relationship. They're staying away from all this stuff. They're building with each other. They're having a marriage. They're praying together. They're focusing on building a family together in the future. This is much better for society. So I want to ask you. You said you get your morals from your personal experiences and the people around you.
Everybody does. That's how everyone formulates their own
your morality is based off of the people around you?
You take in all of the information around you. Everyone does. You do. You've taken in so many beliefs of people you've talked to. It changes your perspective on things. That's how it works.
Changing your perspective is different than morality. Morality is right from wrong and good from bad. Do you change what you believe is good and bad based off the people you're around?
I guess it depends on the situation, because there are going to be things that are bad in some situations that are not bad in others, like self-defense. If there's someone, I would say killing someone is abhorrent, one of the worst things you can do. But there's a situation where it makes sense. You maybe saved yourself, saved somebody else. So yeah, morality changes based on what's going on around you and what you've taken in.
Mm-hmm. So, this is where it's consistent, because self-defense, that doesn't count as murder. Yes, it is killing somebody, but it's not the act of murder.
But right? Killing, to me, is morally bad. But there are times where it's not, like in self-defense.
Of course, that makes sense. But
yeah.
So where else in a scenario where because that's not based off of your personal experiences. That's just something that makes sense, and that's also
it's still based off the things around me, which you seem to have an issue with.
It's not based off of what's around you. That's been consistent throughout history, and even in the Quran it says that it's you're allowed to defend yourself. You're supposed to defend yourself. That's not cold-blooded murder. Is there any situation where cold-blooded murder? I said. You change what's good and bad. I understand that I've changed my perspective on things, but good and bad. Is your good and bad able to change?
Some things will never change about what I view as good and bad, but there are again some that will, like in the case of self-defense. Because I would say killing is always bad until it's not, like in self-defense. But there are things that would never change. For example, I'll give you one that will never change: cold-blooded murder. You kill someone in cold blood, completely innocent person, that's never going to change, no matter what happens.
Because it harms someone. You shouldn't harm other people.
Yeah, someone has just died here. A completely innocent person is now dead.
So why can a child physically harm himself?
I knew that was coming.
So why could a child cut his penis off and harm himself?
Again, that's entirely the decision, and this falls right in line with my beliefs, that people can make their own choices for their own bodies.
If I decide to say, man, it's clips, not mags, and I decide to shoot you, that's a personal decision. Doesn't change the fact that it's wrong.
You've taken it out on me. You've killed me.
And from a personal decision.
That's looking at it from a very naive angle.
You said
you didn't make a decision for yourself. You made a decision to kill me.
It's still for myself to feel better.
I guess
that's still a personal decision. So why is it okay for a kid to cut his dick off?
He and his family, or he and she and that family, is making that decision for that child's life. If that's the path they want to go down, it's like choosing a fucking sport. You can do what you want to do.
You can do what you want to do?
Yeah, that is not harming anybody.
It literally harms their body. Their body changes physically. They have the highest suicide rate out of any demographic.
That is their decision to make. It is their choice. No one is.
It's their choice. So why can I not make the choice to shoot you and say it's clips on?
You are harming someone that's not you.
Right. You're harming yourself by cutting off your penis. Same reason that suicide should not be allowed, because you're harming yourself. Why can I not kill myself, but I can cut my penis off as a child?
I mean, you can do that.
Right, but it's morally wrong to kill myself, correct?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay, it's morally wrong to kill myself. Why is it not morally wrong for a 9-year-old, if you're a doctor, to cut that 9-year-old dick off?
Well, you've just changed two different things now.
No.
So are we talking from the doctor or the child?
Say I'm the doctor. I can't kill myself. Is it morally okay for me to cut off a 9-year-old's dick?
If everyone around that 9-year-old is giving you the green light that this is what they want, this is their decision. There is no one being harmed aside from the person who is making that decision, and they are wanting to do that for their life and their happiness.
Okay.
Then that is fine.
Can I kill the 9-year-old?
What?
If everybody around, the parents decide, if everyone says like, yeah, kill this 9-year-old, can I do it? Healthy 9-year-old, no problems, not depressed, nothing. Everyone around, they get consent from the parents. Can I kill the 9-year-old?
I think it should be pretty obvious why the answer would be no there.
Why?
There's a huge difference.
Why?
Dead.
Dead? Okay. Yep. Why? Same thing.
Dead.
Okay, I cut the 9-year-old's dick off. I'm setting it up for death in a sense. They have the highest suicide rate out of any demographic of any people ever. They're depressed. Their body's warped. They're physically deformed. You are doing something permanent to them that is irreversible. That is harm. Harm is almost.
So do gamblers. So does every. Okay.
You know what's forbidden in Islam?
Gambling. Yeah. I get it.
You know what's of course I have. I've drank before too, and I've had sex out of wedlock. Does that make me perfect? No. Islam is perfect, but we are not perfect. This is why we need rules. Alcohol, same thing. It harms you. That's why we ban it. Sex out of wedlock, it harms you. That's why we ban it. Cutting your dick off harms you. That's why we ban it.
And why are you not as outspoken about things like gambling? Like every case.
Oh, yes, I am. Oh my, yes, I absolutely am.
On Aiden Ross.
I absolutely do. I call them out all the time. Every single chance
I must have missed that.
I have called them, and you want me to do it right now? Encouraging people to gamble makes your audience worse. You're essentially scamming them. You are funneling children to become addicted to something, to slot machines. You are getting rich off of your audience becoming poor. I talk about this all the time, and I pride myself in the fact that I rejected a $20 million gambling deal. I got a call, and they said, do you want to gamble for a year? And I said, no, I can't do this because my religion says this is wrong. You need to have something that's consistent. The same reason my religion says you cannot become a woman, you cannot cut a kid's penis off, I'm going to say no to that. You need to be consistent with your idea of harm, because you know this is factually true. Trans people have the highest suicide rate. They're some of the most depressed people. They're constantly in therapy. After 7 years, the dopamine wears off and they get depressed again. They want to change. The amount of people that want to detransition is huge. These people are set up for failure. It's essentially death. It's harming them. So why is it okay for a doctor to set somebody up like that? Why is it okay for a doctor to harm a child?
It is, again, I didn't know you did that. I think that's a very admirable position to take on gambling. So I appreciate you sharing that.
You're against gambling?
I've never heard you do that before. Huh?
I've yapped about this. Like my community makes fun of me for talking about it too much. It was like a meme about how much I talk about it. That's why
I had no idea.
Okay. You don't do it either?
What?
You don't promote gambling or anything?
No, man.
Do you drink?
I just started drinking again occasionally.
Occasionally, right? But you wouldn't encourage it?
No, I don't want people to go out and do bad things. I'm not perfect, though, so I do drink. And I play poker with friends occasionally. But
yeah, with small amounts of money, you're not a gambling addict.
No. But the big thing that
that's really good, bro. This is why I took this call, because I see, and this is why I don't hate, some people think I hate you and I don't. I see there's a good person, bro. But the trans stuff, this is actually harming people, and this is why I was right so long ago. What's even worse than Chris messaging 13-year-old boys and being addicted to porn and all this stuff is encouraging people to do this, to follow suit. It's wrong. It's only been right for 10 years. We can't change human history and say that this new idea of kids taking HRT and permanent damage to their body is okay. We can't change morality like that fast. That damages society. Even Mr. Beast, a guy that you like a lot, and I think even then I don't hate him. I think he's a good person. But the amount amount of people that are becoming trans because they see their favorite creator, Chris. They see their favorite YouTuber, his best friend, Chris, is becoming trans too. I'm going to do it. Snip. The amount of ripple effect that has on the world, it almost supersedes the positive things he's doing when he's digging up wells. And I don't want him to do this. And this is why I knew I was right when I've been calling this out nonstop for a year. What Chris is doing is objectively bad for society, and everybody needs to be condemning it. There's no excuse for this disgusting trans stuff. A man cannot become a woman. It's a very simple reality that you and I know.
No, I just disagree with that, though. I really do. I 100% disagree with that.
Why?
I've already told you why. I truly believe that people can make their own decisions. I wouldn't encourage gambling and drinking, but if someone gambles and drinks, I don't hate them for it. I don't think they're worse for society.
It's not about hate. It's not about hate, but it's morally wrong. Okay, I won't use
the word hate.
I don't view them. It's not about hate. It's morally wrong. The same reason it's morally wrong to kill yourself or kill somebody. It's morally wrong to tell someone you could become a woman, because that's wrong. It has no factual basis.
Like, I can say the same thing about you, and I do say this. I think it is morally wrong to be saying that in some circumstances, 12, 13, 14, 15-year-olds can get married to adults.
But you don't even believe that? You don't even believe that because you've said 15 times.
Yes, I do.
You don't even believe that because you said a child is somebody not physically mature, an adult is somebody mature.
The textbook definition of a child is through puberty. However, anything under 18, as I've said a million times, is a child.
We've also established
18.
why that's silly. We've also established why silly that is.
Physically mature 12, 13, 14, 15-year-old.
But 17, they can be physically mature?
I'm giving examples. No, 17 as well, no.
17, they can't be physically mature? Okay.
Nope,
what you're saying, what you believe is literally incorrect and factually wrong, because they can. They can, and that's just true. There's no point in going in circles. Maybe we can go from here, man. I appreciated this, and I don't dislike you. I want to say that I do think that you look at the trending page and you follow an opinion, and then that's when you make your video. I think you follow the whatever popular, because you don't want to get canceled. And that's why guys like me who have strong opinions about something, that's why we get banned everywhere. I just got banned on Instagram, I'm banned on YouTube, I'm banned on TikTok, I'm banned on all these places because I have hard set in stone stuff. The stuff you believe in is already kind of the consensus of the entire world. Because I think you're afraid of cancel culture. And I think that's why you took long to talk about Chris Tyson, because like the biggest YouTuber on the platform is literally promoting some of the most demonic ideology possible.
Provably wrong. I actually was faster to that than Dr. Disrespect. But the point is, I'm just a normal guy, and I give my opinions on things. I don't follow anything. In my eyes, you follow a crowd. You follow a contrarian
Islam
belief system.
It's not contrarian.
The same way.
It's not contrarian. Right now I'm in Turkey.
I think you just follow the contrarian.
It's not contrarian. Right now I'm in Turkey and I'm happier than I've been in a long time. Can't you see like how much happier I get? I don't know. My community can. When I'm in Florida, when I'm around Shaitan, when I'm around this like cut your dick off world, I get angry. When I'm here, when I'm around my people, I was in the masjid today. It was Jummah prayer. I went to Hagia Sophia. When I'm around Muslims, I'm not a contrarian. I agree with them. I put my head to the floor at the same time with them. I recite Surah Fatiha at the same time as them. I'm one of a lot of people who believe in the same thing. Islam is the fastest growing religion. It's one of the biggest religions in the world. I'm not a contrarian to them at all. I admit and I submit to Allah, and I said that this is the only religion that's true. I believe in this completely, and whatever God says, I will follow. That's not contrarian. I follow God. I'm a slave to God. I'm a servant for God.
Then why are you the only one that keeps getting banned when so many people follow this religion?
You know who else gets banned? You know what's funny? Like
well.
Other people, other religious, like outspoken religious people. Nick Fuentes is an outspoken Catholic, banned everywhere. Everywhere. What did he say? What did he do? You know what's funny? Chris Tyson, who you believe is a confirmed pedophile, still out on Instagram, still out on YouTube. Mr. Beast, who platform a pedophile, still out on YouTube. Number one, still going to be trending everywhere. Listen. Alex Jones, Christian, very public about it. Banned everywhere. Andrew Tate, Muslim, banned everywhere. All the people that get banned are God-fearing. They don't want us to believe in God, Moist. They want us to be sad and sloppy and slow and taking in the vaccines and doing everything that I got banned. Everything that I got banned for is now true. I said that the vaccine causes myocarditis in 2022, and now it does. I said they rigged the election against Trump in 2020. You can now say that. When I said it, you couldn't say it. That were the 2 strikes I got. Instagram, they said, I don't know. They didn't even give me a message. TikTok, they don't even give me a message. They say hateful ideology. They don't even explain why. They push the clips that are negative so people like you think I'm hateful. I'm telling you, the people like you are supposed to believe I'm hateful because they want to push you as far away from God. Even though you were baptized and you grew up Catholic, you should go back to your religion, man. I really hope you do.
You keep saying Catholic. I was never Catholic. Point is, though,
Christian.
I think we're about to wrap based on the way you're talking. Nick Fuentes, you just dropped that name. Are you a big supporter of Nick Fuentes?
He's going to be the next president. He's going to be a future president of the United States of America. It's inevitable.
So for someone that is all about love, he is. Do you think he spreads love?
100%.
He doesn't even agree with your existence. He doesn't like race mixing.
Not liking race mixing. He doesn't hate me.
He does. He actually does, though.
No, he doesn't. I know he's a good friend of mine. We're friends.
No, brother, he is vocal about being against race mixing.
He wants to continue the white race because the Zionists are trying to destroy the white race. They encourage. I understand his point of view 100%. Do I agree with his views completely? No. Does he agree with my views completely? No. We're different religions. This person is the future president of America because white people are being decimated right now. All of Europe is being completely diluted very quickly. In America, the immigrants are flooding through. Like there's no sense of a white identity anymore. You're white. You're not. Are you white?
Yeah.
You're not even allowed to say white power. Isn't that crazy?
I would never want to.
Isn't that wild? Black people get a movie called...
No, it's not wild.
You know what black people get? Wakanda forever. Black lives matter. Black power. Black pride. They are allowed to say that. They brainwash white people to be ashamed. Chris Tyson is so ashamed of being a white person who has so much privilege, he chops his penis off to become a minority. I'm telling you, the reason that people like Nick Fuentes get called a hateful person all the time is because people, the atheists, we're supposed to believe that. If you listen to his rhetoric, he's a pure Catholic. You know what Catholics believe? Love everybody. Love speech. Where did I get that idea? At Ye24, working with Nick and Ye. Love speech. That's a Christian belief. Say white power. Say white. It's okay to be white. It's okay to be white, Moist.
That was a shocking segment there. I feel like that just contradicts what you claim. Like
saying white power.
Well, yeah, that for one, and B.
Why is it hateful to say white? Why is it hateful to say white power?
What do you mean? We don't even have to go down. This is a
simple question. You can say black power, Wakanda forever.
White power has connotations in history where people would be legitimately racist and kill people of color. Like white power is not, it's not like an identity thing. Right. That's a historical awful thing.
Are you proud to be white?
What?
Are you proud to be white?
I don't care. Like my skin color doesn't matter. Skin color has never been something that matters to me. I view all people the same way.
Are you proud to be American?
I think that's how. Yeah. Again, I am fine with all these things. I'm proud of all these things.
You're proud. So are you proud to be white?
Yeah, like I just said, it's totally like I think that's fine. Being white, I'm happy about it. The same way I view everyone else's skin color. There's nothing like there's no like saying white power isn't just saying like, oh, it's cool to be white. You are literally drawing on historical hatred. That's not what that means. Him being an advocate for white power is he doesn't even say
white power.
Race mixing, Sneako.
Right.
That's a totally separate.
He doesn't hate race mixing, or else I would.
He is vocal about hating race mixing.
That's just not true. He doesn't hate it.
It is.
It's not true,
brother. He has said it multiple times.
No, he hasn't. He doesn't say he hates race. He doesn't encourage it.
No, he outright bemoans it. He does not. He doesn't.
He says white people should not race mix so they could continue the white race, and I agree with that.
If you don't see
the same reason Japanese people should continue to have Japanese children and they should be proud to be Japanese, all this stuff. Same reason white people should have pride in their identity, and it's okay. If you know who says all the time, black people like,
it's
man, I want to have kids.
In the identity, it's actual hatred.
It's not hatred. Is it hateful to want to have kids that look? Is it hateful to want to have kids that look like you?
No, that's not what he's saying either. That's why I'm saying it's not just like a proud to be identity. Show me the clip. Actual hatred.
Show me the clip where he says, "I hate race mixing."
You can just type it in right now, but here,
show me.
He is very open against race mixing.
Against is not hate. You just change your definition.
Dude, it's the same.
No, it's not.
So you can be against. Okay, he disagrees with race mixing, and you think that's okay?
Disagrees, exactly. I think that's fine.
Why?
Because you can have your opinion as long as it's not hateful. If he wants to further hit the white race and all this stuff, if he wants to have nationalistic beliefs, fine, go ahead. I'm not going to tell you stop. Same reason I believe Japanese people should continue to Japan. If you can find a clip where he says hate.
Nick Fuentes said race mixing should be reported to the FBI. That seems a little more than a disagreement.
That's clearly a joke, bro. That's clearly a joke.
Oh, now it's a joke when there's a clip of it.
Okay. Do you? Okay, you're gonna really sit here and say that he unironically believes that race mixing should be reported to the FBI? No, be real, because that's so obviously facetious, and this is why clips and headlines and this is why fake Zionist news like controls the minds of people. Do you actually believe that he thinks people should call the FBI and say I'm reporting race mixing? Do you believe that, or was he being facetious?
He's being exaggeratory for his hatred.
Okay, he's making a joke.
Based on how much he dislikes race mixing, Sneako, it's not just a disagreement.
Okay, well, that's not a Catholic belief. And if you look at his bio, it says Catholic. It says America first, right? And the Catholic belief, and which he would submit to, and if you ask him, he would submit to it. He said, "I'm a Catholic first." He believes you should love everyone. There's no hatred. Love speech. Love everybody.
He doesn't love everyone.
Okay,
that's all right.
I'm telling you, he does. I mean, if you ask, why not just ask instead of believing headlines from fake Zionist news? Why don't you just ask him?
It's just his own show.
Why don't you call him and ask him then?
Okay.
You would?
I'd talk to him, I guess, but I'd have nothing to say to him, man. Like for you, I wanted to understand where you were coming from with the age of consent. For Nick Fuentes, I know where he's coming from. There's nothing to learn. With you,
there's nothing to learn. Well, I just taught you something. I just taught you something. I just taught you something. You thought he hated race mixing, and I just proved
he does. You didn't disprove it.
Well, show me the proof.
I'll start linking articles.
You'll link articles? Show me a clip of him saying it.
Race mixing is a normal thing run by Jews media. Like there's so many clips.
Where does he say he hates race mixing?
What? So he needs to say that verbatim. He can't just talk about it.
You're not allowed to put words in his mouth.
What's that?
You can't put words in his mouth.
So he needs to say the word hate.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right. That makes sense then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That seems like a lot of.
You found nothing, right?
Fine.
You found nothing?
Huh?
You found nothing where it says I hate race mixing.
I found plenty of things where he talks about how horrible race mixing is, but as of right now, with the Control F on the brief search, the word hate wasn't used.
What else did you see?
Everything about the great replacement theory and how disgusted he is with race mixing.
Does it say disgusted? Where does it say disgusted?
Here, it's in this article. In the great replacement theory, where he talks about, this one's new. This one's from a week ago.
Doesn't exist, does it?
Right here. This is the one about the supporting the white identity.
Can you read the hatred? Can you read the hatred to me?
I just said there's no hatred verbatim in there.
Okay, so you're wrong.
Just saying
this is the reason why you need to talk to canceled people like us, because you were just wrong. You said he hated it, and you were proven wrong through research.
Right now, call him and ask him if he hates race mixing.
Let me call him right now.
Okay, I want to hear if he hates it.
Let's see if he picks up. He's kind of a bug man. He's not really up this late.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay. My turkey thing.
And this is one of many hateful things.
I mean, I could just
from Nick Fuentes.
I mean, you're even calling. I'm going to call him right now, but even saying that is stupid because you said something that doesn't exist. You cannot show any evidence for it. Like even me calling him is unnecessary.
I think most sensible people would hear things about the way he talks about race mixing and pretty much agree that that's more than just he doesn't see eye to eye with race mixing, which in and of itself is a horrible thing to disagree with. Race mixing is a totally fine thing. Like, your existence is not suitable for his beliefs, Sneako.
Hey, he doesn't hate me though. So this is the reason that this is maybe talk to him yourself.
He doesn't hate you, but he'd want to get rid of you.
He doesn't want to get rid of me.
If it was up to him, you think he'd keep you around, even though he just really doesn't like race mixing?
100%. Listen. You could ask him for yourself, right now, because now we're both talking about another person. But the point is,
that's true. Yeah, sorry, that was off topic.
Like
you brought him up though.
The point is like okay, he just texted back. I really can't talk him about a Goliath. Okay, it's fine. Maybe, but yeah. Yeah, it's important to talk to cancel people like this because you have access to the biggest platform. And again, I'm
always willing to talk to people.
Like, yeah, you are, but it's different. Most people aren't. Most people aren't because, and you're probably not even going to be able to upload this on your YouTube channel, which is fine. It's not going to get the millions of views. We'll see if you upload it, but are you going to upload it? You're not.
I probably will. Yeah, I did the last one. Like
you edited it up though. You cut it up.
I gave you the full thing so you could post the full thing. The only reason I did that was so it wasn't just a one-to-one from it. That's all.
Okay.
But it still had all of our conversation.
The point is, though, there's a specific type of person that dominates the platforms, and it's becoming really easy to spot nowadays. Right, the queen of Twitch, the king of Twitch in a sense, Pokimane. If you even go to, I just got unbanned on Twitch. If you look at the creator dashboard, you see her face right there as if she's the CEO. The #1 YouTuber in the world is Mr. Beast, and he promotes transgenderism. Pokimane believes in transgenderism. She also didn't call it Chris Tyson. There's a specific narrative that they're so clearly trying to push. The people that are algorithm favored, the people that get banned are always people like me, always people like us, people that love everyone, people that love God, people that want marriage, who want a better society. The people that are allowed want kids to cut their penises off. And that's not an accident. It's very intentional.
I disagreed with a vast majority of that, man. I'm sorry to tell you.
So why? Okay, let me ask you, why am I banned?
You're banned because you are banned because you come across as a very hateful person, Sneako. Like, I know that you like to think that you're not, but everything you say is. Like, you're right now defending someone who openly, as much as you want to deny it, does not like your existence.
That's just not true. You found no example of that one. Second, why do you think I was banned on Instagram?
I don't know what you posted on Instagram. I have no clue.
Right, I didn't post anything.
I have no idea.
I never even got political. I never said it. I never even spoke on Instagram. I posted pictures. My pictures were like...
I have no clue.
Yeah.
And I've always been a strong proponent of anti-censorship. I don't think people should be banned, but for things like just speaking what they want to speak. As long as it's not threatening, as long as it's not like attacking or leading some.
Should Chris Tyson be banned on YouTube?
What was that? Sorry, you cut out.
Should Chris Tyson be banned on YouTube?
Yeah, at the very least demonetized, because at that point it is dangerous to the audience. That is someone who has preyed upon a child, and in the audience there is children.
Do you think he's going to be banned on YouTube?
I have no clue.
He's not.
There's no way of knowing.
Do you think I should be reinstated?
Well, Dr. Disrespect isn't either.
Okay. Do you think I'm going to be reinstated on YouTube?
I don't think so. Probably not.
Yeah, funny, right? I never.
And I didn't agree with the deplatforming on YouTube either.
Funny how that works.
I've said that before.
Yeah, it can never be more clear, like how obvious the agenda is. Satanic people who have some sort of.
Dr. Disrespect's immediately the monkey wrench in that.
Well, I mean, has there been any proof of anything?
Of what?
Of what he did. And also, if we're going to follow that line of thinking, like what he did was wrong. We're going to see what happened. But again, like the hypocrisy from all the creators to jump on the bandwagon and hate him and not say a word about Chris Tyson is jarring. And everybody saw it. Did you not see that?
I've been talking about it. Ava Tyson situation. Like, I feel like almost every single person.
Did you see the difference in how your fellow Twitch creators like Pokimane, Valky Ray, Cinia, these people that dominate Twitch, did you see the difference in how they treated Dr. Disrespect and how they treated Chris Tyson?
They called out the behavior. They called it out in both situations.
You think it was the same?
But one of them is a little different because the hatred against Ava Tyson was used beyond the situation. So there was more to talk about there. Like, do you think
to
attack others completely outside of it?
You think that overall creators spoke about Chris Tyson the same way they spoke about Dr. Disrespect?
I guess it's hard to say for sure because I only saw a lot of the discussion that was happening on Twitter around me because it was flooded about everything I did wrong.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So I may have missed quite a bit.
You thought it was a fair balance?
What's that?
You thought it was fair, the amount of people that condemned Dr. Disrespect, but also condemned
I feel like everyone that condemned Dr. Disrespect has also condemned Ava Tyson.
You really think it was equal?
From what I saw, yeah.
Okay, it wasn't. What about the people that called Sketch a hero when he was exposed for doing gay porn?
That's such a non-issue. That's
I know, but do you see? I saw the entire industry come and say, "You're so brave. You're the best." I saw Jinxie.
So many people like you were saying how awful it is. So
I never said that. I think it's great that he found God and he found Christianity. That's good. But I saw Jinxie shed crocodile tears for the fact that Sketch took black dick. And I didn't see him shed one tear for Chris messaging kids. It's just like, where are people's morality at? Like, when it comes to Gaza kids getting bombed, nothing, not a word. When it comes to Sketch,
the way you interpret situations is so interesting to me. So, like, for example, the example you used there, I'll touch on in a minute. But for me, I did have something up about Ava within the first 6 hours of everything breaking. And then you immediately spun that as me just keeping it there and would never talk about it publicly. And then I did, and you're like, oh, it wasn't as fast.
I think I pressured you and a lot of creators, and I take credit for pressuring a lot of people to speak about it. And I think if I wasn't so vocal about it, I don't think a lot of people would have said a fucking word.
And you're totally welcome to have that belief. And then the way you just looked at Jinxie, you take the most uncharitable, most vitriolic approach to interpreting how people respond to things because you look at people in a negative way.
I don't.
You do.
I don't. I saw he posted a crocodile tear on TikTok. He posted a Snapchat. He posted a YouTube video. He cried on Twitch. Everywhere he could. Sketch, like there was on every single social media.
His best friend was attacked by everyone else until people were willing to come forward and defend him. The first
where's he getting it? Who attacked him? Who attacked?
You can't.
Who attacked Sketch?
So many.
Can you name one?
Yeah, Myron.
What do you say?
I don't remember, but he was in the pile up. Nope. But
okay.
There was a ton.
I think he called about the hypocrisy. If you can remember a specific thing. What did he say?
Convy.
What did Convy say?
He said that they should all be shot.
Nope, that was 2 months before that. That was a clip out of context. He said that, I think, about when XQC was putting on dresses and talking about how it's okay to kiss guys. Like maybe it was before that. He said that much before. That clip was not there. Convy actually, Convy's been, I talked about it, Convy's been defending Sketch.
Really?
Yep.
Oh, I didn't see that. See?
Yes, he is. Wallahi, he is.
To show you. I didn't see all
so what creator, what creator was dogpiling on Sketch?
I just named one. Myron.
But you don't even know what he said.
I don't remember. How am I going to remember what he said verbatim?
I just remembered Sketch crying verbatim and saying, Sketch, I'm so proud of you. I remember that.
Yeah, man. Like, I don't see what's wrong with that.
I don't know how, it wasn't that long ago.
He didn't do anything wrong.
The point is, like, if there was dogpiling, you would remember specific quotes and you remember something.
I really wouldn't. It was like a month ago now.
See, there was like a fake idea. This is what happened. There was a fake idea that people were dogpiling, but in reality, there were like a couple incels commenting, but every single creator who collabed with them once said, you're the best! You're the best! Trophy, just like Caitlyn Jenner won Woman of the Year after killing somebody with his car. Like we start to celebrate these people as if they're so brave for doing what? They didn't even do anything. Are you looking for the dog piles? I want to see it.
I'm just going through quite a bit of them. It's just these aren't big accounts that you would know. So it's
not big accounts. I remember all the big accounts celebrating it. This is what I'm talking about, right? And all these people collabed with Mr. Beast and stood right next to Chris Tyson celebrating it. There's very clearly an agenda to get kids to cut their dicks off, and I'm tired of it. And I think we're all, and this is what Love's speech about. We're tired of kids cutting their penises off. Tired of it, Moist.
We're just not gonna see eye to eye on shit, brother. And that's just the way it's got to be, I guess.
All right, man. This was all right, man. Clips not nice.
It was interesting.
Yeah, it was interesting. How long were you yapping for?
That was like a 2-hour yap, 2.5 hour yap sesh.
Yeah. Hey, let's do it again in a year, huh?
The annual yap sesh.
The annual Clips versus Mags.
All right, that sounds good. But
right.
one more time for the one time.
I don't. For real though, like I don't hate you. God bless you and guide you. I think that I do think you have a good heart. So I hope you keep pushing a positive message and doing the right thing.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate it. I hope down the line you'll see that even though you might not recognize it now, there are people you surround yourself with that are hateful. Even if you yourself are not, if it all is just misconstrued, there are people around you that legitimately do come from a very bad place.
And I will be quick to believe you if you could show me a shred of evidence. Take it easy.
All right,
all right,
sounds good, man.
Whew.
I know it's April 1st, but I'm not fooling. The title is not a joke. I talked to Sneako. And I gotta be honest, I had butterflies in my tummy. I was more excited to talk to him than I would be to talk to Santa Claus. Now, I know this will be coming as a shock to a lot of you, a bit of a jump scare, so I hope you're sitting down so it doesn't knock you off your feet. Sneako and I have not been on the best of terms recently. We've tried our best to keep it a secret and handle it behind closed doors, but unfortunately, it's bled into the public eye, and you know what? By golly, I'll say it with my whole chest for all to hear. We just haven't liked each other. We haven't seen eye to eye on many things, so our internet beef has become this fine Wagyu steak. It's been this very tasty, juicy bit of drama between the two of us, and today it finally boiled over and we had a conversation. And I want to show you some clips from it. He actually asked me to record, so don't think that this was some kind of one-party consent thing where I pulled the wool over his eyes and pulled his fucking pants down to surprise him with a recording. He had actually asked me to, and I want to show you how this went, because it was actually a very interesting conversation we had. I want to tell you how we got there. It's because last night I noticed Sneako was raving about cuties on Twitter yet again, talking about how much he loves it and how he'll always defend it, but then said that I wouldn't debate him on it. And this little nugget of cringe had me scratching the hair on my chin, confused. I wouldn't debate you on it. I would actually love to hear your side of things on how you could possibly excuse the blatant sexualization of the child actresses in the film. Now, I'm not a debater. I actually am not a fan of debates in general. I prefer just general conversations as opposed to these like gotcha and leading questions and traps and shit. I think that's not very conducive to actual understanding of different sides of arguments. So I don't debate, but I was very willing to have this conversation with Sneako, and I reached out to talk to him, and he was more than willing to talk about it. So we did. We talked about cuties and even talked about all of our general grievances with each other. And this was a very different side of Sneako. I went into this expecting him to be his standard, unhinged, like very animated, cartoonish self that I see in all of his content on Twitter and Rumble, where he's doing these like temper tantrums and like throwing his ass in a circle and going wild, hog wild. But here, this was a very laid back, very calm and collected Sneako who was actually more than willing to concede on some of his points as well as see different sides of situations. And I didn't expect that. And I'm very appreciative of that pleasant surprise as well, because I went into this with pretty low expectations, but after finishing our talk, I'm actually pretty curious to see where Sneako goes next, because, like I mentioned, there are some things that he just fully admitted, like maybe he was guilty of doing similar things that he criticized others for, and that he was going to be repurposing his message and changing things around to make it more conducive to positivity. So overall, the whole conversation went in a totally different direction than I expected. Of course, he's still very passionate about some things, and we still fought on quite a few things, and the reality is there's just a lot of things that I don't see eye to him on with some of the things he talks about. But overall, I really walked away with a very different impression of Sneako from this. Now, I know I'm blue-balling you here, but one more thing that I think is important to mention, he has said that he's wanted to debate me over the last 2 weeks here. He even made this big hullabaloo on Twitter about how I ducked a debate with him on Aiden Ross' stream. Even though he had not replied to any of my DMs at that point, there was no debate scheduled between him and I. So that was just a blatant lie. I think he was just joking around about it and it missed the mark because people actually thought that I was avoiding him. But he's not wrong in the fact that I really didn't want to have a conversation with him over the last 2 weeks because all of it was extremely geared towards hurt feelings. At least that's how I interpreted a lot of his statements. It seemed to focus more on me saying, "P.U., you stink," and him taking it as, he's canceling me, canceling me. There's not a whole lot of productive conversation that can come from that with me just explaining over and over again that I'm just insulting you, and that's the simple brass tacks of it. But over the last 48 hours, it really does feel like he's had this come to Jesus moment where he's recognized that I was never canceling him. I was making fun of him. He even issued an apology about bringing up my girlfriend and stuff like that, and has recognized that he has been off the mark on a lot of things recently as well. He also, apologized for being a cuck, which was a wild thing. He talked about how cuckoldry was a mistake. So it looks like he was never okay with it, even though for a time he did say everyone should try it. It looks like he's changed his perspective on that and now looks back on it with a lot of regret, which isn't surprising since those insults were not some of his favorite to keep hearing. So that's not really a discussion we had. I think and have always said, whatever happens between consenting adults in the bedroom is fine. As long as no one's getting fucking hurt, there's no, victims, it's consenting adults, you're good to do whatever makes you happiest. The reason I always talked about the cuckoldry is, one, because fucking hilarious that a lot of his beliefs now go very much against his past of being open to watching his girl get fucked in front of him by multiple men on a couple occasions. And two, it was illustrating a bit of ridiculousness with him being the moral authority on healthy relationships when he himself was in a very confusing one that he wasn't proud of, yet still preaching that people should do it anyway. That was the whole point behind it. I wasn't trying to kink shame like a lot of people started accusing me of. If you want to be a cuckold, then be a proud one and be okay with it and comfortable in your own skin about it. So, it has seemed like he's been more receptive to real talk, and that's what we had. So let me go ahead and show you now. The first thing we talked about was cuties.
This discussion with you about cuties since I dropped that video back in 2020.
How time flies, man. Well, better late than never.
So, have you seen the movie?
Yeah, so you mentioned you saw my video, so you know I didn't finish the movie. I physically couldn't. I found it just to be completely repulsive.
Haven't you seen a lot of other movies that have repulsed you before? I watch horror movies. I watch movies that are provocative quite a bit.
Yeah, but this is something I feel isn't being recognized. There's a difference between being repulsed by fiction, which is like horror movies, you know, that's not real, and being repulsed because there's real children doing sexual things. You can't fake that. The actresses were 11 to 13 years old. They were twerking. There was some very gross scenes in there, and like the cameras would zoom in on their chest and their ass and their crotch. Like, that's a very different kind of repulsed.
That's what we agree on. I don't agree that those scenes are good. I don't agree with the sexualization of children. I defend the movie because I defend the morality of the movie. And I think that most people that were disgusted have seen those clips or didn't watch the whole movie like you. So that movie was taken out of context quite a bit. People don't really see the moral of the movie, which is defending Islamic values and also pointing out the very real problem that young girls have going on social media and doing these dances. I agree that it's disgusting. I agree that those scenes are repulsive, but I think you could be repulsed by TikTok and pretty much what young girls are doing on social media every single day as well. I think that people outraged at that film should also be outraged at everything that girls are doing now on Instagram, TikTok, and all these apps.
Well, see, but here's the thing. So let's break it down to the very bare essentials. Can children consent?
Can children consent? No, they can't. We agree.
So then why do you think it's excusable to exploit them after having them sign up for this film? If you admit they can't consent, how can they possibly give the okay to be shaking their ass and having a camera all up in their shit while they're doing sexual things, like that scene where she takes a picture of her vagina, the scene where they're doing literal, like, toying around with cam sites, like, that's very different. Like, no one is disputing the message, right? It's a message.
I agree with the intention of the movie. I don't think that those scenes are good. That's what we completely agree on. But I think that was an important movie to point out how many people get sucked into this world. I think that was needed. That movie was needed to be made. And I also don't think that movie encouraged pedophiles to go and incite and look at these girls. I think that they're more likely to go on TikTok and find girls that they're attracted to. I don't think that this really attracted people to these girls.
Well, it's not like I'm here arguing that this movie created pedophiles, right? But what it did is it delivered a film that they would watch for totally different reasons than the message. Again, the message isn't something that I or pretty much anyone has an issue with. The message is, like you mentioned, the social media poisoning them, making them do the sexual things, which is a problem. But this movie contributes to it since it still used real children to sexualize them, to showcase it. That's the issue. You didn't need it to be children.
I don't think it contributes to it, because when you see girls doing this on TikTok, they don't know.
I don't see girls doing it on TikTok, though, is the thing, right? The only people that would are going to be the pedophiles. They would go and search that out. This movie was advertised on Netflix.
No, that's not true. Every time, I don't have TikTok on my phone, but once in a while before I was banned, I would go on there, and the first 3 videos would be the same thing that you see on Cuties. And that's why I uninstalled the app. That's why I refuse to have it on my phone, because it's directing you to those images.
Which is a problem. I'm not disagreeing that's a problem. But that doesn't make this film...
We agree, but we just disagree that I think the movie was important to point out a flaw. Personally, I never empathized with girls being directed to that site before I saw that movie. That really made me understand what it's like to be a girl and grow up in that age.
I think we're getting... Yes, we agree that it is disgusting, but you are excusing it because you believe it highlights a very real issue, which it does, but it contributes to that issue by using children. They didn't have to use kids. You recognize that, right? They could have used...
they didn't have to use kids. But I also look at the director and I look at the moral of the movie, and I don't think that it was anything unsafe. And I don't think that the director had any bad intentions making it. So maybe it shouldn't have been as sexualized, but I defend the morality of the movie. And I also defend the effect that it had on me. When I watched that, that made me have a new perspective.
But do you see why that's kind of... Jesus, sorry, that was my cat. Do you see why that's kind of concerning to hear, though? Because in the time that I watched that film, there were unreal amounts of sexual scenes. In fact, the majority of the movie was them doing like the dance routines where they're smacking each other's ass, zoomed in on them shaking their ass in the camera. There's that scene where a security guard's like, "What are you girls doing here?" And they're like, "We're dancers." He's like, "Prove it." So they start twerking for him, and he's like, "Oh, great, get in here." Like, that is a problem, no matter how you spin it. Again, the message is fine. There was never anything wrong with the message, and maybe the intention of the director was...
How would you tell the director to convey the message in a different way?
You would just not use children. You could deliver the same message and you don't use children. The problem is
I don't think it would be effective. I don't think it would be as effective. It's unfortunate that it's misinterpreted, but you couldn't be able to have that effect and show how provocative and how dangerous it is without using kids.
Yeah,
of course, the shots probably did not need to be that bad, but when I watched that, I was absolutely disgusted. And like I said, it changed my perspective. And what I'm surprised about is that you are against wokeness, because everything that your content is about, it doesn't seem like you've ever directed any energy towards how dangerous wokeness can be, which is exactly what that movie's about. It's saying how important Islamic values are in the face of wokeness. It's about a Western African family, Islamic. They go to France, a completely woke country that's now being burned alive, and women are running around topless. Wokeness has consumed France, and it's pointing out a proper solution to this problem, which is embracing Islamic values.
Who was the director of the film? Do you know?
Her name is Maminu Doucouré. Maminu Doucouré, I think that's her name. She's a Western African woman, and she moved to France. So I imagine that she had a very similar experience, and she was trying to portray what it was like growing up.
So the message of the movie is about social media, and almost exclusively. She directed the film based on seeing some children in a neighborhood doing sexual dances and wondering, how did it get to that point? This isn't okay. So the movie was supposed to be about how does a child get to that point, and it's about how social media is poisoning them, and they're constantly comparing themselves. They're seeing these things, so they're putting on makeup and they're doing sexual shit, and they never really understand why or the consequences of it. It's not a critique on wokeness, though. Of course, anything in the art field you can derive your own meaning from. I recognize that almost everything you encounter in life you tie back to either cancellation or wokeness, but in this film in particular, this is a movie I really feel conflicts hard with your ideology. Under no circumstances should children be sexualized, is where I stand. Do you disagree?
There's a lot of things in movies, like I don't agree with incest in Star Wars, but Star Wars has incest scenes. I don't agree with incest, but it's portrayed.
It's not real incest, though. This is real children being sexualized. It's not fake. These are 11...
I agree. But I'm defending the point of the movie.
You can defend the point of the movie but you can still condemn the movie itself. The point can stand on its own 2 feet, right? Like, there is a problem, which you recognize, with kids being sexualized, in specific on TikTok. That is a problem in and of itself. But you can still condemn this film for contributing to the thing it's supposed to speak out against, which is sexualizing children, which you have admitted it does. And it didn't need to, like you said. That is the problem. Maybe
they shouldn't have used child actors, but I agree with the point of the movie. But how do you think that the point could have been conveyed in a better way? You think they should they have used 18-year-olds to play 11-year-olds?
That's exactly what most movies have done for a long time. A quick example is The Last of Us using Bella Ramsey to portray a 14, 15-year-old. Like, you can do that, and that's a lot more acceptable because there is no longer a victim. Like you'd said, children can't consent. These kids could never fully consent to being sexualized in this film like this on the big screen.
I would argue that when they use 30-year-olds and 27-year-olds to play high schoolers, like in Euphoria and like in 13 Reasons Why, it actually sexualizes kids more because we start to mature high schoolers and we think of them in a different way. People in their 30s and their late 20s get addicted to Euphoria and they have ideas and they start romanticizing teenagers in a different way because they don't use actors in that way and they make them look more mature.
That's a completely separate conversation you can make arguments for, but that doesn't work here because it sexualizes already real children, right? So I think you're getting hung up on like the what ifs and like whataboutisms on other sides, but the core doesn't change. So let me give you an example. it is realistic to use kids for the message, right? Because it's about kids. Well, what if the child was naked doing the vagina pic? If they showed the kid's vagina, is that now too far? It's still realistic.
That's too far. So there's two ways the movie could have been changed to be more effective and that people would understand the message. One, they could have used child actors and they should not have been sexualized in that way. Or two, they could have been 18 plus and it could have been sexualized, but then it wouldn't have been as effective. One of the two should have changed. I agree.
Okay. So then do you think there's like levels to sexualization of kids that is acceptable and then unacceptable?
No, this is never acceptable to sexualize children, but
then we agree. So then can we then say, since this film sexualized children, I can't really champion the film. However, the message is okay. Like, I like the message.
I agree completely. But the reason I defend that movie is because I think everybody just saw those scenes and looked past the message and looked past the good moral that the director had when making it.
That could very well be the case for some people, right? 100%.
I would say most people. Most people who hate the movie haven't seen it. Most of the people accusing me of being a pedophile for defending the movie haven't seen it and have no idea what it's about. They've just seen those scenes.
But they're also still not wrong for being upset about those scenes. Like, can you recognize that?
I think they should be more upset at the problem. I think people should direct that anger. Instead of calling me a pedophile on the internet, they should look at the system that turns these girls into sexual objects at a young age and be more angry at that. That is the real issue. That is the bigger problem at large.
They do, though. It's not mutually exclusive, like where it's one or the other.
Do they? Do you?
Do I what? Talk about the problem?
Do you direct that anger? I see you.
Now, from here, we started branching off into other conversational topics, but I do want to go ahead and give a little wrap-up here. After talking to him about it, it really feels like he sticks to his guns just out of pure stubbornness because he's defended it for so long. He's unwilling to forfeit on the point, even though he can clearly recognize that the sexualization of children is a bad thing. And since the movie sexualizes children, it is full stop a bad thing. He can't separate the message and applaud the message without applauding the whole film, which is a problem. He repeatedly calls it his favorite movie and how important it is, but he's only referring to the intentions with the message, and the message is fine, but the film itself is not fine. It wanted to speak out against social media, poisoning these children and you know, having them do sexual things, and it's horrible. The film wanted to call that out and point a light at how horrible it is. But doing so, they used real 11 to 13-year-olds and actually sexualized them. Thus, it's a fucking horrible thing that they produced. And by my definition, and many people's definition, is child porn. That shouldn't be defended by any means. Now, I wish Sneako would be able to just separate the message from the film, because the message is fine. That is something that you can applaud, but not the film itself.
Follow the narrative that's popular on social media, but I don't see you ever directed at the problem. Do you agree that wokeness is one of the biggest problems that corrupts kids nowadays?
Define wokeness.
Wokeness is the liberal ideology, is feelings over facts. I identify this way because I feel like it is, there's no gender, nothing matters, I do as I want, everything that's promoted on social media.
Do you realize half of what you just described is how you've lived your life for the last year? Like feelings over facts, for example. You champion bullying. You think bullying needs to come back. I have never canceled you. Can you recognize that? I've actually always spoke out against deplatforming, if you've ever noticed. I spoke out against it.
No, but you were also disingenuous. When I called out the soy boy collage, you were like, these people just hurt my feelings. Most of those people actively advocated for my cancellation.
Nick is not green is the only person.
True. That's not true. Ethan Klein celebrated and clapped when I was banned and said, good, finally this misogynist is banned. What happens on the internet, I understand. It's good to have back and forth. Bullying is good because it makes you have to develop your character in a different way. That's not why I was upset. I was upset because a lot of these people were secretly happy or secretly hoping that I was going to get banned because they disagree with my ideology.
But then why am I on that list when I've only ever spoke out against deplatforming? That seems like I'm there because I hurt your feelings.
You didn't hurt my feelings. I thought it was funny because you do look like the rest of them.
I don't understand how, but we're not here to get into the nitty-gritty, I guess. Now, after talking to Sneako, it became clear that he really lives his life fearful of wokeness. He is constantly haunted by the woke boogeyman, like he's trapped in Luigi's mansion, but every ghost is woke. It's one of those things where every topic we started talking about always tied back to either cancellation or wokeness, which I think is pretty sad to be in that state of, I guess, unease, where he's always feeling as though woke is breathing down his neck. It's haunting his dreams like Freddy Krueger. But I'm going to get into that just a little bit more in a second. I do want to mention that collage where he's claiming it's not people that hurt his feelings, it's people that, like, advocated for his cancellation and shit, which, again, I never did. I have only ever made fun of him and insulted him. Or made fun of one of his friends that he felt the need to pick up the you know, the White Knight's armor to defend the honor of. So I, under no circumstances, fit any of his definitions there, except for he thinks I look like the rest of the people there, which I have still not, to this day, seen a single living, breathing human being that has said there is similarity between anyone on that collage. Fucking 30 people on that collage, and there is no similarity amongst any of them. All types of different backgrounds, faces, hair, everything, beliefs. It's not even fucking close. I don't know what he's seeing there. Maybe he's like face blind, so he sees everyone as like a default RuneScape character on Tutorial Island. I don't know. But anyway, back to the woke topic. I wanted him to define woke, and he gave me his definition of woke. To his credit, that was more than I would have expected, because last time I saw someone try to define woke, it was a fucking disaster. But he clearly does have at least some belief on what wokeness is and what it means to him. Now, he asked me if I think that's the biggest problem facing the youth today. And I didn't really get to get a clear answer in there because he kept switching kind of rapidly. My answer is no. But I do think the biggest problem that's plaguing the youth today is the fact that kids feel forced to choose sides so early in life, before their brain has even had a chance to develop. Now, whether you want to subscribe to one side of the political spectrum or the other, you are always being forced down one path in this level of tribalism where you always have to blindly support that side and hate everything and everyone on the other. I think that shit sucks fuck. I think that's a horrible way of living life, and it leads to a situation that we see a lot now where people aren't friends with someone that don't share every single thing in common. For example, I have friends that I disagree with on many things, but we're still friends at the end of the day because we do have commonality in like personality and we have fun together. We don't need to agree on everything, and I wouldn't want that. I don't like echo chambers. And regardless of if you're on the woke side or the anti-woke side, you put yourself in an echo chamber no matter what. And both sides eat you alive if you so much as critique something about that side. It seems like it's constantly discouraged to think for yourself. You have to be fed your thoughts, whether that's being fed the thoughts that Sneako hates or being fed the thoughts that Sneako champions. It's always being fed your own idea, their ideas, and then you try and adopt them as your own, and any kind of deviation from that is frowned upon in the communities. And in fact, if you decide you don't want to go down either of those paths and you try and like take information from both sides and form your own perspective, you get insulted for being a centrist. What is the meme? Enlightened centrist? There is no winning. The only winning move is not to play. That is what I feel the biggest problem is for the youth, is forcing them to make these decisions where they have to play for one team or the other for their whole fucking life, and then regardless of which side you choose to go to, you still get eaten alive by members of the same community if you're somewhat out of line or thinking too hard for yourself. That's what I think the biggest problem is with growing up with social media and Twitter constantly plaguing people's minds, which in turn leads to everyone being miserable and mad at everything and everyone. And I also think it lends itself to making everyone more isolated and lonely, because then they lock themselves online, constantly fighting battles for their ideology on Twitter with fucking random bot accounts and actual nonsense every hour of every day. So that would be my answer to what is actually plaguing the youth.
Similar. Overall, and you can see it with the Fresh and Fit video that you still haven't corrected, where you called Fresh a virgin. A lot of it, and you see people that hate me, they're like, oh, this alpha male, this alpha male, this alpha male Sneako. And I've never once called myself that. I don't think I'm an alpha male. I advocate towards things that are conservative. I advocate towards Islamic values. That doesn't mean that I think I am an alpha male.
I've never called you an alpha male. You're talking to someone.
You've called my friends that. You've called Fresh and Fit that, and you haven't.
They call them. You are really hung up on fighting for the honor of Fresh and Fit. What I did was exactly what you preach. I made fun of him. Calling him a virgin is a joke. Do I think he's actually a virgin? Probably not. And it's not even a good joke. Like, that's the laziest joke of all time, which is why it wasn't like the crux of it. I just made it as a throwaway statement in the middle of a rant about his ridiculous story. This is something that clearly weighs heavy on the mind of Sneako, where I insulted his friend, and my God, he has not let that go. This has become like his Vietnam, because it really seems to have taken a big toll on his psyche. He believes I owe a retraction and apology for making fun of him and calling out his story. And he says that I was wrong about all of it, even though, I'll play the clip in a moment, further into our conversation, he also admits he doesn't know if he actually fucked the 3 women that he claimed he did. Nobody knows. The story itself is outrageous. What they proved is he had DMs, like a conversation with the NBA player, but that doesn't corroborate the whole story. There is no apology or retraction necessary. It is still such a fucking crazy story he told that probably wouldn't even happen in the most obscure Brazzers porno ever.
Because you don't correct your mistakes. You were wrong about Fresh and Fit. You were wrong about Andrew Tate, and you were wrong about the movie Cuties.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you tied it back to Cuties, but before we get back to that, how am I feel like I'm one of the very few people on the internet who corrects himself. Whenever I make a mistake, I do go and make a clarification. For example, I got something wrong with a content creator holding a stand-up competition that was absolute dog shit, and then someone came there and made fun of him, and I didn't know the full context. Once I got the full context, I went back and made a follow-up video to explain it in more depth with more clarity. I always do that. With Fresh and Fit, you really hung up on this idea that he fucked 3 women that night after meeting an NBA player at a bar, and they exchanged Instagram information, and it turns out they were Eskimo bros with the same girl's pussy. Like, it's an outrageous story. Now, whether or not it's true, you haven't proved it either. Were you there watching him fuck? Were you cheering him on?
He verified it. He showed the DMs with the basketball player. They did the whole podcast verifying the story.
The DMs.
You didn't correct it. Okay, so you didn't correct that. They did verify the story. You didn't correct it.
Did they have the basketball player? Did they have the basketball player and the 3 girls he fucked come on and be like, oh my God, he absolutely plowed the shit out of me. It was the best sex of my life. Did he have...
That would never happen, but he did show the DMs with the basketball player verifying the story and that he did go to the party. Whether or not you want to believe he was with 3 women, I wasn't there either. I guess we're never going to know. But He did get the DMs from the basketball player.
To add on to this, if there's even small elements of that story that are somewhat true, I guarantee the whole thing is still embellished, because the story he told is a work of fucking Tumblr fan fiction. It is not exactly how it played out under no universe, especially not for him. He is an extremely sensitive guy. He would probably have started crying after the first round of sex instead of going right to the next girl. Like, it is just not something that happened, and even if there is some elements of truth to the story, the whole thing is probably still not 100% accurate, and even still, the whole core of the video is the same. I was making fun of the guy. That would still stay entirely intact. Now, I'm getting carried away with Fresh and Fit here. The conversational topic here was about not correcting things that I've got wrong. And I've actually prided myself on being willing to accept when I'm wrong. I think that's one of the most important qualities a person can have, and something that is very unfortunately absent from most people in the current day and age, where everyone has this complete reluctance and this like, ooh, yuckiness, I can't be wrong, I have to be perfect all the time attitude. I am more than willing to embrace and accept when I get things wrong, which is why I've made so many videos saying, I was wrong about this, got this wrong, this one was off, and adding more clarity to situations that I've covered when more information came out, or if something turned out to be fraudulent. I have done that for years, and I always have. In the case of Fresh and Fit, there is nothing to fucking correct. Now, I'm going a little out of order of our conversation because we kept bouncing back and forth between certain things, fucking pinballing around, but I'm trying to connect all the points together. So we're going to talk about the Andrew Tate thing in a moment. That's something we talked about for a little bit because Tate is very clearly someone that is a heavy influence in Sneako's life. But before then, I do want to focus on a couple other things we talked about, and that's him victimizing himself constantly. This is something I've called out, and I wanted to hear his perspective on it. A lot of the things you critique the woke for are ones that you actively partake in. Victimization, that's a big thing with the woke, right? Constantly playing the victim. Do you recognize how often you play the victim in terms of like, I'm being canceled, everyone's against me, you go on your Discord to talk more about it, even this morning talking and naming and shaming people that you think have slighted you as like a cancellation. You do the exact same things. Like, you are also an SJW.
That's not victimizing. That's actively pointing out that literally every streamer, the entire internet, all of YouTube reacted to your video. I drop a response where I even apologize for going out of character and getting emotional. And then people It's a million views in 12 hours. Nobody watches my rebuttal. Some of them react to me and making me die in an animation, but nobody wants to see what I have to say. I've become a caricature on YouTube rather than somebody who has something to say. I've become a meme because I am banned. That's not victimizing. That's actively pointing out how strong censorship is and how people on mainstream platforms can run with the narrative when you're not there.
The way you just justified it is a way many other people that you call playing the victim would also be able to justify things. The point is, when you are constantly whining and talking about how you're being attacked, it is still being victimized. I tried to point a mirror at him to point out that a lot of the things he criticizes others for is things that he actively does himself, and the one I focused on was victimization, because the way he justifies, playing the victim is justification people have used in the past that he calls out. So I was just trying to illustrate that it's not only hypocritical, but also just kind of silly that he, with all of his beliefs, still plays the victim and whines so much on Twitter. But that point wasn't really landing. We just kept kind of going in a circle about that one, so I don't want to focus on it too much here.
It's disingenuous, and now we're having the debate, but you would rather DM and go and make this about drama. Oh, let me go and react and do more drama content rather than have a conversation.
But I never did that.
I'm glad you're doing it now.
But you have to remember that I didn't start any of this. You reacted to me telling jokes about your friend and then had your audience tell me, and that went on for like 2 weeks. And so eventually I explained why I don't like you. And then when I did that, that was the only time I planned on talking about you. You went on stream with your gun to threaten me, and you kept it up for 3 months, adding me.
I didn't do that to threaten you. That was a joke about clips. You actually think I was threatening you?
Whether or not you were
victimized, you're gonna think, okay, you're gonna say victimized, and you're gonna say I'm actively trying to threaten you by saying a clips joke on a stream.
I don't think you were actually coming after my life. It doesn't change the fact that for 3 months you continued to carry it on. I wasn't reacting to you. I wasn't even talking about you. This was a quick point that I think he did see my side on. He likes to make the claim that I was farming him for views and AdSense money, which couldn't be further from the truth. I never wanted to talk about Sneako. I never had plans of doing it. He kept poking and prodding me until I did. And then, once I did, he wasn't happy that I was so mean in my response that for 3 months he did carry on this very one-sided beef until, once again, I decided to spit and play in the pig pen, and I made a tweet firing back at him after months of not even mentioning him, and then made a follow-up video. But it was never part of my agenda to do that. And I think after explaining it to him, he did see that he was really the instigator. And I am glad that he did have that, realization after our conversation, that he was willing to accept that. I think that is healthy, that he was open to seeing that, okay, maybe I was wrong and his intention wasn't drama AdSense farming.
What do you think that I've said that I don't believe in?
So we'll use our beef, for example. You think I'm weak for not taking you up on a boxing fight, but on the same side of that coin, you won't take Brandon Buckingham up on that boxing fight. The whole point was I don't stand by my beliefs because I won't fight you for it. Well, with that perspective, why wouldn't you fight Brandon Buckingham when you feel so strongly about your beliefs and he says the same things I do? Wouldn't you want to prove that you stand...
The first fight that I want to take would be against somebody, one, who has more clout than me, two, I disagree with ideologically. I don't disagree with him ideologically at all.
But he says the same things I say about you.
This person has been obsessed for a long time. He's suing me for emotional distress. Personally, I don't care about this person, and there's no benefit for me to take my first fight with this person.
So then your beliefs...
somebody I challenge...
So then
the reason I was banned on Twitter for challenging Hasanabi to a fight, one, because a lot of people want to see that. He's well known. He disagrees with me completely. There's a lot of tension for that fight. If I fought you, you have said a lot of things that are very negative about me. There's beef in the air. And you talk a lot about me, so things that you probably wouldn't say to my face. It would be an entertaining fight.
But that's not the point. The whole point is you think I am weak, and you keep harping on this for not taking you up on the fight. But you won't take someone up on a fight that's saying the exact same things I am. So it seems like the beliefs, you don't stand by that strongly if you're not confident you can make a spectacle.
Charlie, we both know you wouldn't accept the fight.
Right, I've made that very clear.
We both know. Even when I challenge you, we both know. It's to point out that a lot of people talk a lot of talk online, and they never have to face the consequences because they stay in their room gaming all day. That was to point it out. Men are tired of seeing this back and forth internet drama. They want to see people go and settle it. I've never said a word about this person that you're bringing up. I haven't said a word about him since last summer. I won't say his name publicly again. I'm being sued for emotional distress. I'm leaving that alone. I have no problem with this person. We have gone back and forth. We're going back and forth on Twitter. People want to see it. People are tired of these keyboard warriors going back and forth. That was to point out the fact that men should not feel so comfortable talking a lot of talk on Twitter that they would never say in person.
You made claims of Brandon Buckingham being like a rapist and shit. Wouldn't that be something that you'd want to fight about at that point? Like,
that was not a claim that I made. That was not a claim that I made.
I can't remember the specifics of it, but you did toss out the word rapist when talking about Brandon Buckingham. I don't remember the context it was used in, but you did mention it, right? So why is all of a sudden that now beneath you? Like, you don't have any problems with him now after he's willing to fight. The point is, you're talking about, you say these things and you don't have consequences. Well, what about you? You said these things. He's trying to give you those consequences that you think are so important, and you won't take him up on it. There is a clear hypocrisy.
Right, that was a different example. The guy was a previous fan. It's a giant misunderstanding. There's a lawsuit involved, so I can't talk about this too much, but that is not what I accused him of. I do not think he is that word. I never said that about him, and that's a lie. He wants to do it because there's an obsession going on, but that's irrelevant.
Well, it's all tying back into the point I'm making, where the things that you preach against, you yourself embody. I'm not trying to use this as a gotcha moment, but I do think it's important to illustrate here that Sneako is still denying this claim, even though there's tons and tons of video evidence where he does say that Brandon Buckingham was threatening to rape someone. He says it multiple times, and that's what the lawsuit was about, but it doesn't prevent Sneako from fighting Brandon Buckingham if he was, open to it for defending the beliefs and stuff, which is the point I was trying to make.
I'm gonna R-word your girlfriend. Literally said that. And he said, I'm gonna R-word your girlfriend, bro.
This dude said he is going to R-word my girlfriend.
Bro, nothing warrants saying I'm gonna R-word your girlfriend. Saying you're gonna R-word my girlfriend?
You said that?
Yes. Word for word. I'm going to R-word your girlfriend.
Okay, talking shit by threatening R-word.
Claiming that someone said they're going to rape someone is insinuating they are a rapist for making the threat. So this is just a point that I think he was way off the mark on, because he did make these accusations against Brandon Buckingham.
Your energy, $50 on a course from vetted millionaires, or watching a gaming streamer for 6 hours every night?
Well, he didn't use the course to get rich. He's getting rich from the course, the same way that the course that you're selling is not like your main way that you made money. You are making money from that course now, as opposed to what the course is teaching. But again, this is getting completely sidetracked.
That's just not true. That's not my main source of income. I enjoy doing it, and it's a great way to have a network. And you talk about all the lonely men that are out there. What are you doing to go and help these people? We understand that there's a problem with loneliness of men. People get in there, they ask me questions about how do I network better? How do I find people who are like-minded? You give them advice, and you can see them transform their life. I'm curious as to what you think is a better alternative, because you stream gaming for 6 hours. Is that a better solution to men who are lonely watching you play video games, or giving advice to men who don't know how to find a community of like-minded people who don't know how to make money online and want to live a lifestyle where, look, I'm in Japan. You're still in the same room that I've seen you in since high school.
I can go places. I choose not to. I'm happy here the same way you're happy traveling in Japan. Like, these are non-arguments that you're making. It's the same argument of...
I've never seen you outside of your room. And I don't know how many years I've seen you on YouTube. I've never seen you out of your room. I've seen you with dildos in your room, throwing it at each other and your friends. I've never seen you travel. I've never seen you network with other people. I've never seen you show your audience what's possible if they make money as well. I've seen you play video games since like 2016.
In one of the clips you showed of me, I am outside at Gasparilla with my girlfriend. What are you talking about? We got into a little bit more of a heated argument about this point. I do still take great issue with gurus charging for courses, much like Sneako does with the Creativity Kit, and it's something he actually pitched a lot during our conversation, so it seems something that he strongly believes in. I don't know if that's because of the monetary gain he experiences from it, or if he truly believes it is something that's changing lives, but he did pitch it multiple times because I pointed out that I don't like that kind of shit. It feels exploitative to people that are desperate and looking for anything, whether it's a sense of community or a sense of, here's how to get successful like me. when really the success is built upon the people that pay for it, not what you're preaching. At least the majority of the time that's the case. And then he made the false claim about, you know, you don't showcase what's possible because you stay in your room a lot. Which I do stay in my room a lot, but there is so much content on my channel where I'm outside of my room, it's baffling that he'd even try and make that claim with a straight face. And even in the number one thing he showed for me, which is the picture of me and my girlfriend, we were literally outside at a party. So I don't understand why he keeps making that claim that I don't leave my room or I'm only in the house. But it is something that I fought him on, and he did clearly see he was incorrect on, so another thing he was willing to concede. But still maintaining that courses like $50 a month isn't a lot of money, especially for the value he believes people get out of it. And maybe I can only speak for everything I've ever seen, but I've never read or met someone who is successful because they bought a online guru's course. I only ever see or hear about the people who've lost so much more money than they ever had to spend because they're chasing this fucking hopium that's being peddled their way with these courses and guides. Now again, Sneako's might not be that. I haven't read it, I'm not 100% sure, but the vast majority of these guru courses are completely worthless scams. You're talking about things that are agreeable, and this is what I've said about Andrew Tate. He doesn't always say silly, dumb shit, but he does, and he couples it with good, real things, like you mentioned, porn addiction is a problem. Like, no one's gonna disagree with that, but everything that you're sprinkling in outside of it is totally fucking irrelevant to the rest of it, man. You going and flexing on your audience isn't showing them what's possible, it's showing what's possible when they're paying for your lifestyle. The advice you give, you thrive off them staying miserable. Right? The second they get happy, the second they get money,
no,
the second
I definitely don't.
They will not be paying for your course anymore.
If my audience does not get value from my content, they're going to leave. The reality is that streamers and content creators like you, the audience always grows up. They watch a little of the gaming content, then they grow up. They're not learning anything, and so they go to another content creator. They go to somebody else who's popular or trendy. You need to add value to the audience, or else they are going to grow out of it.
And the value from the value of most things is entertainment. What you used to do was humor interlaced with your stuff. Now it's just preaching to the choir of people that already subscribe to your hive mind. It's you're still doing the same thing.
That's what you see on Twitter because that's the only mainstream platform that I'm still allowed to be on. If you watch my stream,
I have watched your
streams. In a couple weeks, when I watch my stream for 4 hours, it's not preaching. A lot of it's humor. My motto is seek truth through funny.
Which you've abandoned.
What's going on in the world.
It seems you have completely abandoned that. I have watched your streams. I have. A lot of it devolves into just talking again about the same things you always mention. Soy boys, bots, woke mind virus, and then dancing around. And then always trying to defend and find the other side of something controversial. It's the same formula over and over again because that's how you found to keep your audience hooked. It's no different than people that...
I go on Omegle and I'm joking around for an hour, 2 hours. I bring on my viewers and we joke to each other. I bring on people, real life people, they sit next to me and we joke around. I have different podcasts. I have different guests.
The jokes
I just did a podcast with Ryan Dawson uncovering Epstein and uncovering the truth about 9/11, which I really recommend that you go see, to an alternative platform that's labeled as an alt-right conspiracy website and still maintain the same audience. You can't do that by repeating the same things every day. You have to add some value.
But you can. That's the #1 grift right now. As long as you are contributing to an echo chamber, the people will not leave you. You form a reliance where they're constantly suckling your tit for validation that their point of view is the right one. And the more that you claim the victim, the more that solidifies and cements them that belief is the correct one because people are attacking
That's absolutely not true at all. I've been talking about the woke mind virus for a long time, and now my audience wants to get into know the truth, so I've been interviewing different people. I did a whole podcast uncovering Epstein and who's actually on the client list because that's one big conspiracy theory that people want to know more about. I did an entire podcast uncovering 9/11 and the Iraq War and what happened and why war is created by deception. I'm getting into more things because if you get repetitive, they're going to leave.
Admittedly, I do feel bad doing one thing that I hate when other people do, which is, like he mentions, box him into categories. Because it is very possible, outside of all the content I've watched from him, that he does other things. Now, I have seen a lot of him. I've watched quite a few streams now, out of curiosity, since his big meltdown with the whole dancing with the gun thing about our beef. So I went on there and I did watch some of his streams from that point forward, but they always went the same way. But I do think it was unfair of me to try and box it in and say he's always doing the same thing when it is entirely possible that it's just my exposure to it and what I've seen so far. So I do completely concede that it is possible he does more and talk about more than just what I see on Twitter and the streams that I've seen. But it is worth mentioning later into this discussion, he boxes me in and says all I do is sit in my room playing video games on stream for 7 hours a day. So he is still guilty of the same thing he's accusing others of, which is a point I like to make, but he doesn't fully realize when I say it to him, but hopefully, you know, after our conversation, he does take a step back and recognize, like, okay, I am guilty of a lot of the things I'm accusing others of. But anyway, that was a point that was kind of branching off from the core topic at this moment of the discussion, which was courses. I have no respect for people that are selling courses on, like, here's how you make money. The #1 way to make money, guaranteed success. You're gonna, you know, make it with this one. Give me this amount of money every month for my book. I always find that to be exploitative, shitty, scummy, and completely useless. Those kind of creators, those kind of people, they rely on desperation. So let's think about this logically. Why would someone who's selling courses on happiness and how not to be lonely, how to get laid, or how to make money, why would they actually want you to succeed? Because then they lose you as a customer. It is far more in their interest to keep you miserable to keep buying the product. And it is something a lot of them are guilty of doing. Now, I haven't seen Sneako's Creativity Kit, so I can't say for sure if he is also guilty of it as well. Maybe he does try and offer legitimate advice and actually help people. It is possible. But that's not the case for the vast majority of them, which is why I always call it out as this is scummy, or at the very least, unnecessary. We live in a time where you have access to all the information you could ever want. You just need to search it up. You don't need to be paying people that you view as successful to learn their secrets, when those secrets they're revealing aren't what they used to get wealthy in the first place. It's selling you hope. When you are buying their product, you are filling their pockets. That is the product, the book. Not what's in it, it's the book. They're making their money off your purchase of the book. They're not making their money off of the advice they've given you, at least not the majority of the time. And that's what I was trying to talk about here.
What are your beliefs? What are they? I don't know them. Can you tell me what you believe in?
Yeah, I feel like I've made my beliefs very clear. I am very firmly on the side of there are certain things, and it's going to be different for everyone, that make people happy. And main thing I want is for people to be happy. I don't like that men are alone, which is why a lot of the advice I give is telling them to get out of their comfort zone and start with something like the gym. The gym is a very social environment. It's an environment where everyone's working towards similar goals. You immediately surround yourself with like-minded people, and maybe you make a connection at the gym, maybe you can find a friend there, but even if you don't, you are out of your comfort zone in an environment where people are working for a similar goal. And that already changes your mindset as a person. You've given yourself a goal, you are acting on it, and now you're surrounded by people that are also in a similar boat. I think most importantly is I want people to be happy, and a lot of times they can't find that. So I don't think there's anything wrong with escapism, like watching someone play a game, or even playing games yourself. Watching a sport, playing a sport yourself is also great. I play pickup basketball every Thursday. Getting out, talking, outside of a comfort zone, instead of sitting online making 20,000 tweets on the Sneako Twitter, I think is not productive. Replying to Sneako's Twitter, replying to my Twitter, none of it I think is productive. I've had Twitter since 2012. I've made 2,600 tweets, and half of those are just shit posts or a retweet. I think all of that, locking yourself inside as a recluse, living in this completely toxic landscape like Twitter, is the most detrimental thing for a person, and that extends to TikTok as well. I think TikTok has absolutely ruined people's brains in terms of what they can even stomach as an attention span. Having to have, like, Subway Surfer underneath a video of someone talking because you can't focus long enough, I think it's all a problem. So the things I talk about are usually geared towards either entertaining people for 8 minutes a day or whatever, or during a stream if they're already home from work and just need to unwind. I think all of that is fine. But I do always try and give some level of advice. My background, I don't know if you know, I'm a human science graduate with a concentration in exercise physiology. I believe very firmly in the mind-body connection in terms of strength building and muscle building. It's going to change your whole brain chemistry, and it will help improve the way you're looking at the world. So that's one of the big things I talk about, is even if you're 100% comfortable with your body, There is no reason not to at least try to make these kind of differences and change your perspective on things. Like, it doesn't even have to be a body issue. It helps your mind overall. I am always against people paying for advice from so-called gurus and professionals because you don't need it. The beauty of the internet is it is an unlimited repository of all of the human knowledge, just this compendium of every piece of information for every subject you could want. And you can access it for free. Under no circumstances do I ever advocate for someone paying up to $50 a month for advice they can freely find right now, even if it doesn't come with a built-in...
Gamers always have the argument, but then they never talk about how college is a waste of time and that people go into $50,000 to $100,000 in debt from people who aren't vetted millionaires. If you could pay $50 and talk to a vetted millionaire who has made money online in a way that they don't teach in school, $50 is a steal. People get really upset about this because you're paying somebody directly and you know who you're spending the money on. You don't get upset about college because you don't know the principal, you don't know the headmaster, you don't know the donors. They're nameless people behind a university. So the point of the network is collection of information concentrated in one place, and also the network of people that you can find. Right here, I'm in Japan traveling with somebody that I met from the Creativity Kit. That is something that is invaluable and that you will only find by paying $50, which is not a huge price.
That is a big price, but also, do you see what just happened there? You went in...
$50 is a huge price. That's the same price as your merch that you're using to advertise on this drama. Would you rather your audience pay $50 for a t-shirt from a gamer, or they meet somebody that they can go start a business with?
That the merch isn't $50 for a t-shirt, but regardless, what I want you to recognize is what happened there. I was talking...
it is.
Okay. It's still not, but with what just happened there is I was talking about something and you went into PR speak and salesman mode to talk about your course, and you attributed something to me that I actually talk against. I actually have spoken many times about why college just isn't right for everybody. It's not. It simply isn't. I think college provides an invaluable social experience where for the first time in your life you're on your own, so you learn how to fend for yourself, you learn how to interact with roommates, strangers, so you get social skills, but college is not going to be a great fit for everyone, especially when it comes to certain academia positions, especially like in some art fields. I actually talk a lot about that, but you keep lumping me in with this perception of a gamer and these beliefs that you don't know anything about me on, and yet you still put me in there.
Then you should probably make them more clear.
I do.
I've been personally watching your videos for years, and I had no idea about any of this. So, I've seen you gaming. I've seen you react to drama content. I didn't know that that was your method to make people happy, which I think is a narrow way of answering that question about what you believe in and what your belief system is.
I was still
but that's fine. And I'm glad that you said that, and I think that you should reiterate that more in your video to add more value to your audience.
So you said you've watched for a long time. These aren't secrets. I made a video 6 years ago. I just double checked. I uploaded a video 6 years ago called "You're Getting Fucked by College Textbooks." The entire video is about how college textbooks in particular are a massive scam and a very predatory system that universities are using. I do talk about these things. You are just not seeing them and then still putting words in my mouth. My beliefs, I think, are very clear to the people that watch. They're not a secret. They're not hidden. I make them very obvious. It was after this brief discussion here that the entire landscape of our conversation changed, and it became very clear Sneako never knew anything about me to begin with. He keeps calling me a gamer. Gamer, using the hard G on me. Gamer. And I think that might be because that's the only content he ever watched, but I really don't think I've ever made a secret what my beliefs are. I talk about them on stream, I talk about them in videos, I've never been fearful of it. And yet Sneako either pretends he never saw them, or maybe he just legitimately never saw them. But after explaining to him, he really seemed to change his whole tone about me as a person. I'm not a psychiatrist here or an expert in the field, but if I had to wager a guess, I think Sneako put an image of me in his head and attributed a whole ton of characteristics to that scarecrow that he put in there that just isn't actually me in reality, and that's who he attacks so vehemently. Whereas I do know a lot about Sneako, because there is a big difference between us in terms of our belief. It's all the fuck he talks about. It's the only thing that ever leaves his mouth, is always preaching about something or trying to make a big statement about their beliefs or their politics. Whereas that's not me. The main thing I focus on is just entertainment. My videos are made purely for fun. It's just because I thought it'd be entertaining, it's a silly topic, it's something fun, and that's it. there's never really anything too much deeper. Unless it's a topic I'm covering that I'm passionate about, or I have something more I want to add on to it about my own personal beliefs, then I do. I'm never afraid to. But it's not all I talk about, whereas for Sneako and a lot of people in his circle, their main content is talking about what they believe, whereas my main thing is just making entertaining shit. So maybe that's a core misunderstanding here, because he clearly didn't really know much about me, whereas I do know a lot about him since he is so open with everything. He wears his fucking heart on his sleeve, and I just disagree with a lot of it. But a big difference is I don't hate people that I disagree with on things. In fact, there is nobody in the world, not even my best friends, that I agree with on every issue every time and see eye to eye on everything. I don't like that anyway. I wouldn't want to have someone I agree with on everything. I think it's important to have different perspectives and different opinions. It's how you grow and it's how you learn as well. So I don't get mad when people disagree with me or have different things that I don't agree with. That doesn't piss me off. But for Sneako, it clearly has, and he really didn't even know anything about me to begin with here until after our conversation. Now, I know I'm cutting up our conversation quite a bit here, but I'm just trying to focus on like the big chunk topics that we tackled. One of them that we did touch on quite a bit and got pretty passionate about is gaming. And like Sneako firmly believes that people that are gaming or watching sports are wasting their time. Completely valueless. Entertainment like that has no value whatsoever. And I kept trying to point out that there's nothing wrong with entertainment, like watching sports, watching movies, watching streams, playing games. All of that's fine in moderation. But Sneako only views it through one lens, which is excess, obsession, addiction, where all they do is watch sports, play games, do this and that. And then, of course, it is very detrimental and it is bad for overall health. I'm not going to bother showing clips from that because that one just really went in circles. I think there's just a fundamental disagreement there where Sneako believes anything that's entertainment driven is just not worth it and time could always be spent better doing anything else. But then he puts his content on a pedestal that's an exception to his rule where, no, this content that I make is the one that's valuable. Everything else is worthless. This is the value. This, 4 hours, 5 hours of Rumble streaming and, whatever's going on over there, that's a good use of time, and all the other streams like gaming and all that's terrible. So that got really muddy and messy, and there wasn't really any way we met somewhere and like had a perspective that made sense to each other, because his stream is just as much guilty of being a waste of time by his definition as my stream playing a game. It's still a form of entertainment and escapism, no matter how you spin it. I don't see how your message is somehow bolstered by spamming slurs, for example, like during that stream with the gun. I couldn't listen to you because you kept saying slurs. How is that necessarily helping make people happy or positive in any way, shape, or form? What does that do to contribute to your overall goal? Because it's not humor either, so it's not seeking truth through funny. It's literally just spamming slurs because you were mad at me.
It is. The reason that it's funny is because I'm on a platform that has free speech, and you're not bound by wokeness where you can't say certain words and you're labeled racist or homophobic or transphobic, where you can say things even if you don't mean them, because we're not trapped with words.
But why say something you don't? Why say something you don't mean though? What does that do? Wouldn't that go against your ideology where you're like faking it?
That's not a word. A word doesn't encourage. A word doesn't encompass a whole belief system. A word can be funny. The word faggot is funny. That was the funniest thing you said this whole debate.
How is that? I don't.
You're laughing now. See?
Well, it's because it's just an outrageous claim. It's like talking to a child.
Outrageous.
Well,
You're
no,
proving
like
my point. It's
no,
outrageous. It's funny.
Your defense of it.
First time we laughed this whole time. First time we laughed this whole thing.
This is
because of one little word.
Yes, because it's such a silly defense of it. It's like a child who hears fuck for the first time and he's like, woo, daddy said fuck. Like, things started to go a little goofy mode here, a little wacko style. So the slurs is something I've mentioned. I couldn't watch him on stream because he just kept saying the F slur. And my point here was, why? It doesn't really accomplish anything for his goals or anything like that. He's just spamming slurs, which makes it sound like he's just mad at me and trying to choose the worst words he can think of. Now, looking back on it, I do regret not pushing a bit more on this point because there was a lot I wanted to say on it, but I just got so thrown off and blown away by his explanation of all of it that I totally forgot to expand. Because he really only says the F slur, the homophobic slur. And he says it doesn't encompass a whole belief system. Okay, well then why is it only that slur? I don't think I've ever heard him start spamming the N-word, hard R, or anything like that. And he's very open about how much he appreciates the Islamic faith. I've never heard him use any slurs against Muslims or anything like that. So if you feel so strongly that words don't necessarily indicate your actual beliefs, then why aren't you using more slurs? Why don't you drop more racist slurs during your stream? Why is the only one you use the F slur? If this is really how you feel about those words, then why aren't you using all of the other slurs? If they don't mean anything, and you feel so comfortable with Rumble allowing you to use the F slur so loosey-goosey, why is it only that one? Why not every slur? I'm just curious if there's like a tier list of slurs for you. I would have liked to ask more on that, but I guess I'll do it now in post. Which it seems like you can recognize.
Do you believe that Andrew and Tristan Tate are innocent?
That I don't know. They could be, and I've said that from the start.
You don't have a belief on that?
Well, because I don't have the evidence. They've been charged twice with the human trafficking, but none of the evidence is public.
You didn't look at all the victims and their allegations and how everything was exposed on WhatsApp, how they plan to make a Netflix movie out of this. All of that was online. I think.
But then,
see, if you cover current events, this is something you jump onto the pizza box, but you don't take the time to go and look at all the evidence that was debunked.
That's not true, though, because
like, why do you spend the narrative laughing at somebody falsely in prison, but you can't go and just look at a couple screenshots and see that as garbage? You're laughing at the pizza box putting 2 people in jail because of what you saw on Twitter. When I say the word faggot or I say a slur, it's just a funny word to say. There's no consequences for that. Nobody goes to jail falsely.
I have looked at the evidence from both sides. I always do. I don't just go to these tribes and just assume everything on my side is right and everything on that side is wrong. I take information from all angles in order to find where I personally sit on this perspective, on this situation. So, for the Tate brothers, being charged twice with human trafficking, while there is some shady shit from the victims, there is still real merit to some of the things that people were talking about, such as something you talked about as well, the taking of the passports from some of the women and getting there under the guise that they would be able to date them. Those are very odd, very peculiar things. So it's not like it's just, oh, all of that's wrong and we have to disregard all of it because this is here. There is, on both sides here, evidence that makes it a very complicated case, which is why it's gone on for so long, right? It's not one where I know the answer. They could be innocent, they could be guilty. I do think it's weird they've now been charged twice. There is some very odd things there because that's not exactly a light thing to come after someone for. And there is things that you have talked about.
Is it wrong that people can go to jail for 4 months without any evidence of charges?
And even outside of the Tates, I have said that in this country, where you can go to jail on suspicion of things without ever being charged. It's a problem. Yes, it is a problem.
Okay. I didn't see that video. I saw the video laughing about the pizza box putting in jail. Did you make a video about that?
Yes, and I talked. Well, it's in that video where I say I don't know if he's guilty. I don't like if there's real victims here. Like I would never celebrate someone being a human trafficker because there's victims. I wouldn't celebrate him being a human trafficker. That means there are real victims there. Even though I disagree with like his Hustlers University and a lot of the dumb shit he says, I wouldn't want him to be a human trafficker. That means there are real victims being in terrible situations. I did say that, and I don't know if he's guilty. I don't know if he's innocent. Nobody does right now, except for them and whatever's going on in Romania. The joking about a pizza box is things I make about anything that has craziness around it, like the Gwyneth Paltrow trial. There's so much silliness there that I talk about, but at the end of the day, I don't know who's innocent or guilty. I'm joking about the goofiness of things that have come up, right?
I gotta get going.
Now, he mentioned Andrew Tate, and this is another thing. Andrew Tate is very clearly an important figure in Sneako's life. And I made 2 videos covering Andrew Tate. One of them joking about Hustlers University and just a lot of the silly things that he's done, and the other when he got arrested. So, let's talk about that. I have always maintained that Andrew Tate is a very entertaining clown most of the time, but much like a lot of personalities online, especially ones that sell courses, he has to sprinkle in very agreeable things with some of his rants. So he has good things that he actually will say, especially in terms of like men and their loneliness, and how working out is extremely beneficial to helping with mentality and just general overall mood and well-being. So he does say agreeable things that I've always said he has done a decent job of with those certain topics. But on the whole, most of the things he says are just outrageous nonsense about like how he doesn't watch Star Wars and that's why he gets pussy and has expensive cars, or why books are stupid. Like, there's a lot of silliness there, and Hustlers University, I have always maintained, is completely exploitative of desperate men. So yes, I have made jokes about Andrew Tate. I am not their biggest fan. Now, when I did cover the arrest, I did mention the pizza box theory. At the time, that was reported by multiple outlets as a very real possibility that led to his arrest. So at the time I did report on it, I did say it seems, talking about like this being the speculation as to why they finally pursued him now. But yes, I do understand that that was heavily disputed after the fact, a couple days later. But I did talk about it and joke about the pizza box thing, which made Sneako in particular very upset, thinking that I was laughing at 2 men falsely imprisoned. Which I've never laughed about. I've laughed about the idea of Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate being thrown in jail because of pizza boxes. I have also laughed and made jokes about some of the tweets that Andrew has made while in jail, such as talking about practicing his dragon karate fist that would break through every known metal on Earth to fucking shatter tungsten or whatever. And yeah, I've joked about the tweet where he's talking about like ghosts that he's killed, making himself sound like the goddamn paranormal firing squad out there, keeping the halls of the prison safe from ghouls and spirits. And while I made jokes at the idea of a pizza box leading to prison time, it wasn't the actual core idea of 2 innocent men potentially being in jail that gave me a big hearty belly laugh or anything like that. It was the outrageous circumstances surrounding it. I don't know if they're guilty. As I said in the video, I don't know if they are. I do find it weird that they've been charged with the same thing twice with multiple raids now, but at the end of the day, if they're innocent, I don't want to see them in jail. The reasoning for keeping them in jail was like a potential flight risk, like leaving the country, so I guess that was the explanation for it. But I have talked in the past about being imprisoned with no charges as being something I don't fucking agree with, which isn't a controversial take. So all of these things that Sneako attributed to me were things that I didn't actually believe or, in my opinion, do. Talking about the pizza box thing the day that it happened wasn't outlandish. It wasn't until a couple days later where that was more debunked and heavily scrutinized. But even then, I still talked about it more of like a silly idea if this was the case. And the jokes I made about Andrew Tate were mainly about the response to Andrew Tate going to jail, like some of the unhinged tweets about how, well, if it's true, human trafficking's not really that big of a deal anyway, so it's still bullshit. It's not that big of a charge, which is still a crazy thing to say. The whole thing was never really about whether or not he truly was guilty or innocent, because I don't know. I still don't know. Nobody still knows because it's still an ongoing investigation. So we did talk about that. He did see where I was coming from, and I was appreciative that he was willing to hear my explanation for where I stand on all of that. And I do think that we came to understand each other's perspective on it. Getting towards the end of our conversation, we started talking once again about one of the things that I really tried to drive home and hope to have some kind of breakthrough on the way that he perceives jokes and insults, like in trying to find what his line was. Because he calls a lot of things hit pieces, like when Willie Mack makes a video breaking down like a lot of Sneako's most baffling moments or like really big L's, Willie Mack will point them out and make jokes about it. That's not cancellation to me, but to Sneako it is, and I kept trying to get to the bottom of that, and we did have more discussion on it, but I don't think we ever really reached a ground where I like agreed with him on his definition of like what canceling is versus what joking is. So like Meat Canyon, he mentions he had no problem with it, he had a good sense of humor about it and found them to be enjoyable. Like, that's great. But then why doesn't that same thing extend to someone who also still makes jokes about it like Willie Mack did? When I really just feel like it's the same thing. There is deplatforming, advocating for deplatforming, and then there's just insulting someone. And I haven't seen a ton of people advocating for Sneako to be deplatformed, aside from a couple of very rare instances of that. The rest I see as people just dunking on him, the same way that he dunks on people he doesn't like. So we did just keep going in circles around that for like another 20 minutes, so I don't really think there's any reason to show too much of that. But I would like to get you to our closing statements, and then something crazy happened at the very end.
Look at the way that people who are telling the truth get painted as. They get painted as these incel, virgin, loser, racist, misogynist. They try to box you in instead of tell the truth about you, because I think that they don't like what you're talking about. But I would like for us to have another conversation in the future. I like that you have a good message about how people should be happy. I like that you're advocating for the gym and you're playing basketball and you're telling people to get out of their comfort zone. I think that those are all really good things. And I do think that you're funny. I can't deny about that. Like, it's a little monotone, but you're a funny guy.
I do appreciate the conversation. After our conversation, there really wasn't a ton of hostility left. I really feel like Sneako built me up very differently in his head to paint me as a villain in his own mind. And the reality is I just didn't match that description. Now, for me, I did know a lot about Sneako, but after talking to him, I feel like a large part of that is a persona that he's putting on. The way he conducted himself in this conversation, I was actually really surprised with. He was much more calm. Like, he is still very passionate, clearly, but he's not having a fucking conniption and a meltdown like I've seen him do so many times in the past. So I do feel like it was a productive conversation, and there are just things that I will always disagree with him on. I'm not seeing eye to eye with a lot of the things he talks about, and that's just the reality of it. And it's that way with a lot of people. Like I said, there's no one in the world I see eye to eye on with everything. But there are very big disagreements between us in terms of things that we feel and things that we believe. And after talking to him, it really seems like he himself got lost in his own sauce. And he did talk about, like, trying to change his approach to things to deliver a more positive message. And that makes me pretty interested to see where he takes that. Like, if he truly does have a positive message he wants to spread, he did recognize that he hadn't been doing a super effective job of it as of the time of this conversation, and wanted to work on ways of rectifying that. I'm very curious to see how he goes about it, and if he truly was being genuine. So the conversation, I do think, was a pretty fascinating and important one to have. And one thing that happened that I still can't believe is real is during our conversation, people came up to him to talk to him, and me as well, during this.
It comes from a place of cope and of jealousy, because they see people who are living a lifestyle opposite of them, and instead of admitting that there's a different path or admitting that they could have a good point, they try to bring down their character. That's the common theme I see with these people. So the intentions that I see from these people in the collage, they're not pure, they're not good. It's jealousy and it's hate.
And again, that is still something they could say about you as well. That's just one of the things I was
fair.
really...
That's fair, and that's why you made me realize that I need to, this whole hate brigade on Sneako in the recent weeks, I'm going to repurpose my message now. I'm not going to... What up, man? Yo, do you know MoistCritical? Hey, say what's up to him now. We're saying hi.
Really?
Yeah.
Hey,
look.
Oh, I follow you on Twitter. That's so interesting.
Yeah.
Hey.
Just traveling the world right now.
Cool, man. See Moist Canyon's video?
Yeah, we saw Meat. What did you think of the Meat Canyon video?
I thought it was pretty funny.
Yeah.
Hey, Charlie, what's up, man?
It was
Hey,
funny.
how's it going,
we laughed
man?
about it.
Cool.
Hey,
Yeah.
Charlie.
We squashed the beef.
Oh, that's awesome, dude.
Yeah.
I've been actually
Hi,
wanting to talk to you more.
It's funny.
I think that's a good way to end it on. Hope we could talk again in the future. I don't think we should have beef. And yeah, you did. I want to thank you for starting that whole Sneako hate brigade, because it's like, yeah, you know what? Maybe I am guilty of doing the same things that I am mad about. And I do attribute a lot of that to being canceled and a lot of resentment about that. But I just have to spread positivity now and not engage in the same type of behavior that I criticize. Yeah, you're right about that. So I'm just going to go and, I'm not going to go attack mode anymore. I don't think that there's any value to that. It's just going to come back to me.
Well, I actually really appreciate the conversation, man. It's nice to hear like a more human side of you outside of like, what I see on Twitter or Rumble. I actually do think this was a very valuable conversation, so I appreciate you I really appreciate you taking the time to have a bit of a call with me about it.
Yeah, thanks, man. And mags, not clips.
Yeah, from now on, bro, if you're going to be talking about guns, get the terminology right. You very much offended me with that one. Sneako talking mad crazy shit right now. No, he's not. I guarantee he's just going to be the same shit. Bot, soy, in PC. Won't say it to my face. Those are like the only 4 things his brain is capable of. I'll send him a quick message, though. I want him to cool the jets for a little bit, though, for the next merch drop, so that way I can get something out of it. He hasn't responded to any of my DMs, though, but maybe he sees them. Okay. What did you say? I said, hey man, can you please calm down with these meltdowns for like another week? I'm doing another merch drop and would love to continue to use you for those. He's blowing his load too quick. Last time he fizzled out, but kept it up for like 3 months. It's all the same weak shit over and over and over and over again. So if you could just like wait a little bit, that'd be really helpful. And the Prime Super Bag. You should change into a new piece of merch every 2 minutes. That would actually be a great idea. That's pretty hype. Aiden and Sneako are fighting each other. Oh no. Oh god, the chaos. Aiden messaged? Why Aiden Sneako? I reached out to Sneako directly. Why does he always dodge my DMs? There's nothing to debate though. Again, I just don't respect him. There's nothing that'll ever change about that. It's totally worthless. Just to listen to him whine and cry in real time. What the fuck is the point of that? Thanks for you sub fish and gold. Do it, please. Think of the content. I can't since I'm streaming. Sneako's banned, so I can't. Even if I wanted to, which I really don't. All that guy does is have these fucking tantrums and repeat the same 4 things over and over and over and over and over again. That would be the biggest headache in the world. I've listened to everything he's said recently. I actually think his Discord gave him some bullet points to say, and he has never deviated from it. It's the same thing every single time. Sneako says the same fucking thing every time. It's crazy. It is crazy how someone could be that much of a fucking sheep. But, like, to his own Discord who gives him his responses. It's so weird. It has to be an act? I thought it was at first, but one of Sneako's I'm getting a little lost in the sauce. Oh, you don't... Why not? One of Sneako's friends reached out after the last video to talk shit about him. The guy checks every single Reddit post that's made about him. Every Reddit post. Do you know how fucking sad that is? This guy preaches that anyone that goes on Twitter often is a loser, yet he has 20,000 tweets, and he is checking Reddit. He's checking Reddit comments. Daily. Isn't that fucking sad? His own real-life friends, and he does have a couple, actually, one of them, reached out just to shit-talk him and laugh at him. That is what his life has boiled down to. I know, I get all the updates on Sneako. I know what he's saying. He's getting very desperate now. I mean, I sent him a DM, he leaves me on red. I've sent him a couple. Just talk and don't show their face. That doesn't fix it. Not on Twitch. Not their ban streamer policy. But again, I don't even want to anyway. I don't respect him. It's not even a battle of ideology. He is an insecure cuck. He is literally a bot who only has 4 responses of won't say it to my face, soy boy, bot, NPC. Like, there is nothing to gain from talking to him at all. I don't respect him. And there's nothing he can do to change that, ever. And I will never see eye to eye with him on his stance on cuties. Actual fucking child porn. Like, there's nothing he can do. I don't even know any of his beliefs, because I don't think he has any. I'm pretty sure he just panders. Like, there's just nothing. And he's just so bad at insults, so it's not even fun banter. I would like him to at least respond to my DMs, though. It's so weird. I don't know why he leaves me on red. That's definitely not something a tough guy would do. What did you DM him? The first DMs were about, like, watching my clips the last time he puffed out his chest. And then the one I just sent him was, hey man, can you please calm down with these meltdowns for another week? I'm doing a merch drop and would love to continue to use you for those. And he's read it, but he hasn't responded. Thanks for resub digital. You haven't blocked and he can't respond? No. I'm sending him DMs. And I read his tweets. His tweets are like a 16-year-old girl's diary. That shit is sad. This man unironically dropped a "if you stand for nothing, you'll fall for anything." He's treating it like it's a Facebook post from 2012 and a girl just got broken up with. I see all of his shit. You hear about Jordan Peterson and his porn? Yeah, the milking. That shit had me giggling. Of course I saw that. What, you guys did? I'm sure you guys saw that. It was like 2 weeks ago. Jordan Peterson retweeted the milking porn thinking it was a Chinese facility for harvesting semen or something. When it was just that fetish of people's penises being milked. What do you mean, what the fuck? You guys didn't see that? That was all over Twitter. It was like a green room. There's like 2 dudes getting their dicks milked by some machine. And Jordan Peterson was like, "It's so sad. Unbelievable. The Chinese facilities of pleasure," or whatever. That was huge. Would you be on Twitter if you weren't a content creator? No. I think Twitter is the #1 most detrimental thing to the human race. To the brain of the human race, that is. 100%. I still remember on the podcast talking about one of his roommates in college getting mad at him because he kept busting nuts in the toilet bowl. I must have told that story fucking 6 years ago. I can't believe you'd even remember that. Of course I saw the new Brandon video. I'll just pull it up since people keep asking. But yeah, Brandon Buckingham created a nice piece. I mean it when I say I didn't really want to talk about today's topic. It's just some medium rare internet beef that I think is just kind of worthless to go over, but so many people keep bringing it up to me that I feel I should at least talk about it to some extent. So I'll go ahead and cannonball into the septic tank and doggy paddle around for a bit. The main topic involves a banned YouTube creator that I'm sure you've all heard of before. His name is Sneako. A lot of people compared him to like a diet Andrew Tate. He recently got banned, and he still does make content elsewhere. And recently he started targeting me because I made jokes about his friends on the Fresh and Fit podcast, whom I think are beautiful clowns that do some very silly stuff that is entirely entertaining to make fun of. But Sneako didn't see it that way because he's a very sensitive guy, and he started writing their wieners to try and defend a blatantly outrageous story that one of them told about meeting a basketball player at a party, then being invited by that basketball player to a mansion and then fucking a ton of girls at that mansion thanks to the basketball player, which sounds like something a Tumblr account would have made up, and ending with "and everybody clapped." It was such a goofy piece of fan fiction, it felt like he was begging to be humiliated and made fun of, so I started throwing some balls at the clown and dunking them in the tank. I made a video talking and joking about it, and Sneako saw this and he wasn't too happy, so he got offended on his friend's behalf, which of course is a very alpha male thing to do. I know Sneako doesn't like that nomenclature. He never calls himself an alpha male and thinks that it belittles him, but his fan base is and has been red-pilled and thinks of him as like a no-nonsense kind of guy who tells it like it is, a man's man. And yet Sneako cries more than a 12-year-old going through puberty and has very public temper tantrums like a child who didn't get the Spider-Man toy they wanted for Christmas. So he was upset because I was making fun of them. He then makes a big rant about me, calling me a bitch, saying all kinds of things. He doesn't really make any points, he just insults my appearance a lot and makes very bold assumptions about me not going outside and shit like that, which of course has nothing to do with anything I was saying, nor does it debunk any of my points. Not that I was even really making points, I was just making jokes about a silly fucking story, and he's taking it as if I just gave a TED Talk on monogamy, because for some reason he somehow gets lost in like this Winter Soldier episode, like this delusional fantasy, where he starts making a statement on monogamy, which of course had nothing to do with the video I made.
I'm not gonna say names. Someone texted me. He's in a monogamous relationship. This is his girl. So there you go. I mean, I told you, like, I could hear it in your voice. The fact that someone doesn't have to abide by those rules. Someone could go and fuck a lot of bitches. that it's so foreign to a lot of people's ideas, because when you get brainwashed, when you get told that monogamy is the answer.
What the fuck are you even talking about? What does this have to do with anything? What does bringing up a picture of me and my girlfriend have anything to do with anything that has happened? And where is monogamy even coming from? You're fighting an invisible enemy right now. You're fighting ghosts that aren't real. Like, none of this had anything to do with the video itself of me joking about a stupid fucking story that this guy told. Like, it's so weird, and he's been mad ever since, as I understand it. I, of course, don't really watch him, but I keep getting updates on Sneako not being happy, wiggling his finger saying, I don't really like this Charlie guy anymore for this. Now, like I said, because so many people keep bringing this up to me every day, I felt obligated to at least, you know, talk about this a little bit and engage with the drama, even though I don't really want to. What I do want to talk about, though, is the Black Friday Moist Global merch sale, baby. A lot of great merch on MoistGlobal.com is a lot of money off right now, so go to MoistGlobal.com to get some fucking beautiful items, and we even have some really fun, goofy ones that are in stock right now, such as this wonderful Happy Coat, which is kind of like a bathrobe. It's fantastic. And we also have some Yu-Gi-Oh! Inspired designs available right now as well, which are just fun items, and once all of these are sold out, they won't be restocked, so if you're at all interested, go to MoistGlobal.com, the link's in the description. I'm gonna keep this on for the rest of the video. The only thing I'm missing now is a cigar, so really get into character here. I'm gonna go ahead and talk a little bit more about this. I am pretty familiar with Sneako, probably more so than a lot of his more modern fan base is. I first became aware of his content when he got mad at me a couple years ago because I was criticizing a movie called Cuties. For those that don't know, Cuties was a movie that went to Netflix, and it was basically just softcore child porn. It was a movie that focused on twerking and a coming-of-age film that used real children in real positions of, like, sexualization, where during, like, a twerking contest, they'd have cameras that would go, like, right into their ass and zoom in. It was fucking disgusting stuff. And I made a whole video talking about how fucked up it is that not only does it exist, but Netflix has promoted it and it's on their service. Regardless of what the intention was or what the message aimed to deliver from the director, it completely missed the mark. By using real child actors and doing the things that they did in the film, it became a movie that was only enjoyed by legitimate, real, self-admitted pedophiles. And I made a video talking about how gross that whole situation was, and Sneako made a response to it saying that the outrage around this film is misplaced and it's actually a good movie.
Americans are like, this is deplorable. I saw this commentator, Penguinz0, who I actually like. There's not a lot of good commentators, but he's like, this movie is deplorable. There's nothing good about it. There's nothing. And it's like he didn't even watch the movie. It's just like he only saw the clips that were gonna piss him off. Or he just got so triggered by the provocative imagery that he just, deplorable. Come on, man. Like, don't you see the reasons why she's doing what she's doing?
Sneako has said multiple times, even in his most recent rant, that he does like my content, though I'm pretty sure he just says that to cushion the blow and, like, tiptoe around it, like, before insulting me. Just in case there's anyone in his chat that likes my content, he wants to make sure to not make them upset, so he makes sure to preface it by saying, well, I actually do like him, but... and then goes on to get super personal about it. This was my first real exposure to Sneako, and it's also the reason I don't care what his opinion is of me, because it's coming from a man who likes cuties. So why the fuck would it matter if he thinks I'm a bitch or anything like that? It legitimately couldn't mean less coming from a guy who openly defends a softcore child porn production.
Okay, if I ever wanted to get canceled, this is the video. I saw Cuties last night and it was pretty good. It's a pretty good movie. I went in ready to hate like everybody else. I saw the cover and I got clickbaited. So did you. You got clickbaited. The thing about Cuties is it's not an unrealistic film. Like, yes, it shows children in a sexual way, but this is not unusual now. And the people who are really mad about this aren't Gen Z.
Now, the reason I'm showing this isn't just to debate a multiple-year-old Sneako video that he completely ate shit on and had the worst possible take of with this whole cutie situation. The reason I'm showing this is because I haven't liked him since I saw this side of him. I was aware that he made other content, and apparently some of it was pretty good a couple years back, but once I saw this video, it just showed me a really weird guy who it seemed like really just wanted to be contrarian for the sake of it and makes terrible points in defense of this film for some reason. Like, even in your own video, you openly admit right there that yes, it sexualizes children. Full stop, that's not okay. That's a problem.
Like, this girl, at one point, she takes a picture of her vagina and posts it on Instagram. Kids naturally just rebel. I like this movie because it's extremely provocative, but it's realistic. A major criticism of this film was that it's child porn, that they were just showing these kids and that it's gonna bring a bunch of pedophiles in. I don't think so. I don't think so. Not more than anything else that's on the internet now, or not more than beauty pageants in America, which still exist and are exactly what you see in the film.
Do you go to beauty pageants to watch the kids, Sneako? I certainly hope not. Just because the beauty pageants, which are fucked up, completely agree, just because those exist in the real world doesn't mean that that's justification for this movie. I feel like that should be obvious. You can't use this whataboutism like, oh yeah, Cuties has a lot of sexualization of children, but what about, you know, child beauty pageants? I mean, those are out there in the real world, so what's wrong with Cuties being on Netflix? I won't show you any more from this video, it's dog shit all across the board, but there is one more thing I'd like to highlight. Even when Sneako started to rise to popularity, I didn't pay too much attention because, again, in my mind, he will always be that guy that for some reason fights for this film, which is just fucking weird. So he's always just been kind of a weird person to me that I don't pay too much attention to, but I couldn't help but take notice of one of his more recent viral clips where he openly defends getting cucked.
So I wanted to break this down, like, because this was, imagine seeing the girl you love, like,
get fucked.
Get fucked.
You love her?
Yeah, I do. I love it. Yeah, I love her. I was about to say I love this bitch. I'm like, no, let me not say that. I love my wifey, my queen.
And you allowed the love of your life to get fucked by another man.
What happened to the other?
I'm crazy.
The first time, as soon as I saw like 3 pumps in, I just got up and walked out. I'm just like, I can't do that. Like, feeling traumatic thoughts, like seeing her with another person. It's a lot. It's a lot. But I think it's something everybody should do just to test. No! You know what?
It is a legitimately super sad thing to sit there and listen to because Sneako is very clearly bothered by that whole situation, but is trying to play it off like a deeper message like, no, this is actually a good thing. And in fact, I recommend every guy out there try letting their girl get fucked by another man. Then you'll know if it's real, if this is the person you want to spend the rest of your life with. It is fucking tragic to listen to. Now, I want to be clear, I have absolutely no problem with open relationships. I think everyone should be completely within the right to handle their relationships however they see fit and whatever makes them happiest. Contrary to what Sneako thinks about me, I have legitimately no issue with open relationships at all. But what Sneako's talking about here isn't so much an open relationship, it's cuckoldry. You have watched your girl get fucked in front of you on at least 2 occasions that he talks about here. And you were right next to her, watching her get fucked, and one time you were so upset about it you had to leave the room after the 3rd pump, you said. You're clearly not really alright with this situation. You're for some reason forcing yourself to be okay with it. Like, I'm not trying to sit here and be an armchair psychologist like you try to do against me during your rants, but it really seems like you don't like it. And yet, for some reason, you're also trying to celebrate it and promote it like a good thing. It's just super sad. Like, if you're fucking other girls and she's fucking other guys, that's one thing, but you being in the same bed that she is fucking another man in and watching her, and then even talking about how, like, upset you were about how much she was moaning and the deep eye contact she was making with the man she was fucking in front of you, like, you're not really okay with it, it sounds like. So stop trying to pretend to be, and stop trying to make it seem like this is a good, healthy thing for everyone that everyone needs to try. It's just pretty sad. So this is always in the back of my mind when he starts critiquing my relationship, or really any relationship for that matter. Like, what really gives you the right, especially when you're clearly in a very complicated situation in your own mind with your relationship? So, like I said, I didn't really want to talk about this, but he apparently keeps shitting on me and making a big hoopla about it, and people keep bringing it up to me, so I felt like I should at least address it in some capacity. So this is me talking about it, and that's about it. So yeah. Hey Sneako, does this outfit look familiar? This is the same thing I wore last time I took you over my knee and spanked your bottom with some discipline. And I'm happy to report that these are back in stock, and a lot more, at MoistGlobal.com. Last time I talked about you, I used you for a merchandise push as well, so might as well stick with tradition. I bet just seeing me in this attire again has just sent you on a full-blown Winter Soldier episode with your eyes rolling into the back of your skull as you're experiencing post-traumatic stress disorder, because the first video I made on you offended you to such a high degree that you have not stopped whining since. It's already been 3 months, can you believe that? How time flies. You started shit with me by insulting me and my girlfriend out of nowhere, so naturally I responded by making fun of you in return, and showcasing the reasons why I don't respect you. But unfortunately I failed to calculate just how much of a sensitive fucking loser you are, because this hurt your feelings to such a high degree it's become like an Armageddon in your brain. 3 months you have continued to melt down about this. The day after I posted my response, he went on stream and had a huge unhinged tantrum and meltdown about the whole thing, and then he sent some of his viewers over. So I was joking with them, saying like, oh, you guys must have just stopped the cuties watch party over there at Sneako's stream, right? Welcome, cucks, that kind of shit. And it got really under his skin in a big way, so he started dancing around with the gun and threatening to come shoot me. So he kept saying, oh, you're in Tampa, right? I'll come see you, waving his gun around and dancing.
You wanna watch my clips? Watch my clips. Watch my clips. You want me to watch your clips? Watch my clips. These are the only clips I'm watching, you were?
Now, the reason he keeps saying watch my clips while threatening me here is because during the stream, I couldn't watch him live because he just kept shouting slurs. So I said, watch my clips to see what I was saying about you. I had to communicate via Twitch clips. And I'm sorry to be that guy, this is like the grammar police of guns, but he's a fucking imbecile, you absolute buffoon. What you have there is not clips. These are mags. They're mags, not clips, you absolute fucking dummy. The same way that this is also a mag. They're all mags. Stop saying clips, you look fucking stupid here. Anyway, sorry for the gun anatomy lesson. He was very upset, so he was threatening to come shoot me, beat me up, all of that, because I hurt his feelings, and it's been festering for quite some time now. 3 fucking months. You love to bitch about how everyone's canceling you. These soy boy NPC bots are all canceling you. It's all you do. You treat the teenagers in your Discord like they're your goddamn therapist. Just going in there to complain about the invisible boogeyman canceling you again, shaking your fist at the clouds. I also love that you treat this Discord server like it's your PR team, so you have them work on your responses on Twitter because you're not witty enough to come up with anything on your own. You have no ability to banter. You can't insult anyone. Anytime you're pushed, all you fall back on is one of 3 things: soy boy, bot, or NPC, and that's it. You never deviate from this path. Which is ironic, because you're like literally a sheep. You have 3 programmed responses. You're like the absolute worst character, side character in an MMO. It's pathetic. But I'm getting sidetracked. You love to be super public about how much you hate antidepressants and you shit on anyone who takes antidepressants, but with the way you talk in your Discord server, I'm pretty convinced that you're only 2 or 3 messages away from asking your community to source antidepressants for you under the table to help with all this mental anguish you're going through. And I think that'd honestly be a good idea. It might help you. But I'm putting the cart before the horse here. How did we get to this point? Well, I made that video about Sneako, and I fully planned on that being the only time I ever talked about this asshole. I really did. All I wanted to do was highlight why I personally don't respect him. I know a lot of people criticize me for not tackling his points, and to that I say, bah humbug, this fucking goober didn't make any points. All he did was insult me and my girlfriend. He insulted me and my girlfriend because I made fun of one of his friend's blatantly fake stories. He resorted to childish name-calling like, I'm ugly, and I don't go outside. That's not making any points. Like, what am I supposed to debunk there? No, actually, my mom thinks I'm handsome, and so does my girlfriend, so you're wrong, factually wrong. There's nothing to debunk. The whole point of the video was highlighting why I don't respect him. I'll go ahead and briefly give you a previously on Dragon Ball Z lore recap to bring you up to speed on the points I was making for why I think he is a pathetic piece of shit, and his opinion holds no value in my eyes. Is because he publicly defends Cuties as one of his favorite movies. Cuties was a Netflix film that used real child actresses in sexual situations, so they sexualized real children. A fact that Sneako himself acknowledges, but writes off as being okay because it's realistic, because in the real world children get sexualized. I'll say it again, regardless of what the intention of the film was, they missed the mark because what ended up happening is they sexualized the child actresses. That is a problem. Full stop. Even if the message was supposed to be the opposite, they still ended up contributing to the very problem they were speaking out against.
I saw Cuties last night and it was pretty good. It's a pretty good movie. I went in ready to hate like everybody else. I saw the cover and I got clickbaited. So did you. You got clickbaited. The thing about Cuties is it's not an unrealistic film. Like, yes, it shows children in a sexual way, but this is not unusual now. And the people who are really mad about this aren't Gen Z.
Imagine claiming children in sexual positions is clickbait. Yikes. That's rough. You admit that the children were sexualized. That is bad. Okay? That means the movie failed in its mission. I don't know what you don't get about that. But regardless, I'm not here to just keep hammering home the same points. Another thing that I talked about for a reason I don't respect him is because he battles with his own sexuality. He is very public about how he used to go to these swinger parties, I think he says 4 in total over the course of like 2 weeks, where he watched his girlfriend get fucked by other men. Even telling the story of how he was literally in the bed watching his girl get fucked by a different man, moaning intensely, and it was traumatizing. Yet he recommends that everyone should try it at some point for some reason.
Because this was, imagine seeing the girl you love, like,
get fucked.
Get fucked.
You love her?
Yeah, I do. I love her. I was about to say I love this bitch. I'm like, no, let me not say that. I love my wifey, my queen.
And you allowed the love of your life to get fucked by another man.
What happened to the other agreement?
I'm crazy. The first time, as soon as I saw it, like 3 pumps in, I just got up and walked out. I'm just like, I can't do that. Like, feeling traumatic thoughts, like seeing her with another person. It's a lot. But I think it's something everybody should do just to test. No! You know what?
So my point with this was, why is this the guy that's lecturing everyone on their relationships, shitting on people's relationships, when he himself is in one that makes him very upset and he can't come to terms with it? Now, if he's open about being a cuck and happy and proud to be a cuck, that's fine. But he's not. It makes him mad every single time. So why the fuck is this insecure guy the one that's the moral authority on healthy relationships all of a sudden? That was the point of me bringing up that clip. Now, that was basically the whole video. I summed it up real quick. All I pointed out is I don't respect his opinion because he defends a movie I consider to be child porn. I think any film or any production that has real children being sexualized should be classified as child porn. That's how I view it. Maybe your definition's different, but that's how I personally view that kind of content. So him defending that was beyond reprehensible to me. And him being very public with his cuckoldry and how scarring it has been, it should be a lesson and an example that he himself is not great when it comes to relationships and all these things. And I posted that and it made him extremely upset and he hasn't stopped fucking crying about it for 3 months. So, fast forward to 2 days ago. I was streaming a Moist Esports tournament and I went up to go to the bathroom. I had to take a shit. It was a double flusher. So I was on the toilet for quite some time and I saw a Sneako post that he's posted quite a few times now and I thought, you know what? Fuck it. I'm not doing anything else right now on the porcelain throne. I'll play in the pig pen. So I did. For 3 months now, Sneako's had this adorable little collage that he made that looks like it's straight out of a 16-year-old girl's diary with pictures of boys from her class that she doesn't like. All about people that have hurt his feelings. This is his wall of shame for people that have insulted him online. What's even sadder about it is he purposely leaves out people that he's afraid of. So Turkey Tom, for example, made a whole video talking about Sneako and how pathetic he is, and Sneako tried to talk a big game to him, even challenged him to a debate, which Turkey Tom accepted with jubilation. He was ecstatic. And then Sneako kept ducking him, ghosting him. So he leaves Turkey Tom off of this list because he's afraid to actually talk to him. And he also leaves off quite a few other people, but the most notable other one that is comical for the absence is Brandon Buckingham. Brandon Buckingham is an internet content creator that Sneako lied about for a long time, and they had a lot of beef, and Brandon Buckingham actually challenged him to a fight. And Sneako is very fearful of him. We'll get into that more in depth in a moment, but I just need to set the stage a little bit here with this collage. So after seeing this for the 100th time in the last 3 months, I finally just said, holy shit, you pathetic, sensitive, soy little worm. I made fun of you for watching your girlfriend get fucked by numerous other men and also insulted you for defending child porn. That's not cancellation. That's just spitting on you for being a pitiful, sad cuck. And this puppy really blew up on Twitter in a big way. Now, I will say it again. What I did, and what I am doing right now, is not canceling you, Sneako. I am insulting you. I am making fun of you. Something that you were supposed to be a huge proponent of, right? Wasn't like one of your big things like bullying needs to be brought back. So now that I'm making fun of you, what, all of a sudden now it's off limits, now it's canceling? You have become the SJWs that you criticize so much. I don't know how you don't realize that. We continue. He says, you know in your soul you would never say that to my face. To which I respond, you literally have a collage of people that hurt your feelings on the internet. You haven't stopped whining about me for months now, you goofy NPC. Even if you beat my ass in a fight, it doesn't change the truth. You're still a cuck who also defends child porn. I think this is important to talk about, and I just talked about it recently. When you are getting your feelings hurt and your immediate response isn't to fire back with insults, jokes, whatever. It's to challenge someone to a fight. You've taken a huge L. You've shown that the person has got under your skin, and the only thing you can resort to is a caveman brain of, I'll beat you in a fight. Sneako, you beating me in a fight doesn't unfuck your girlfriend from the numerous men that had sex with her in front of you. It doesn't do anything. Everything I've said still stands. Nothing changes. It doesn't even salvage your ego. All it is a pathetic fucking attempt at attention. And I don't think you believe half the things you talk about. I really think Sneako just panders as much as possible. He himself doesn't even stand by the things he talks about. I really don't think he has any beliefs of his own. He just echoes what he thinks is going to get him the biggest audience / the most money. That's what I think. So this puffing out his chest of challenging me to a fight is clearly attention. That's what it feels like. Because you don't have this same energy for Brandon Buckingham. Brandon Buckingham is more than willing to fight you any day of the week. But with him, you don't want to do that for some reason. Why? Do you not stand by your beliefs when it comes to Brandon Buckingham? He has said all the same things about you that I am saying about you. So why is he exempt? Why don't you want to fight him? That's so weird. This is what you said about Brandon Buckingham and fighting him.
And then finally, when Brandon Buckingham is down to meet Sneako, he's there to box him. They're both similar sizes. Sneako would now rather just sit at home and tell jokes behind his computer.
I'd rather sit at home and yell at a camera, tell jokes than, risk my manhood falling flat for Brandon Buckingham, if I lose the fight.
So now it's suddenly cool to just stay at home and keep it all online.
The full video here from Willie Mack is an absolute masterpiece on laying out every pathetic thing that Sneako has ever done, said, or everything ever. So I highly recommend checking it out. I'll put a link to it in the description. It's a banger. So, as you can see, the people he's confident in fighting are ones that he feels confident he'd win against. I'm 5'6". I think he's 6'1". So the height advantage he feels very confident with. And he has every reason to. He would probably beat me in a fight. But like I said, that doesn't change anything. Everything I've said is still true. You are a cuck, self-admitted, and you have defended cuties publicly, which, by more than just me, by many, is considered child porn. You're pathetic. Beating me in a fight doesn't change any of those facts. I've also been super vocal about how I don't want to fight. Like, I'm not afraid to say, like, I don't want to get hit in the head, right? Like, I'm afraid of taking headshots. It's probably a super normal fear to have, so I'm averse to going into a boxing match, especially one that's just a clout-driven spectacle like this. That'd be completely fucking worthless. And I've been super open about that, which I'm sure you know since you keep saying that you've watched my content, so you probably know that I was never going to accept a fight in the first place. Especially since you're, like, significantly taller than me, right? Like, it wouldn't make any sense. And even though you would probably beat me in a fight, you're certainly not beating me in, like, an aesthetic physique competition, because goddamn, I blow your ass out of the water. Look at this fucking anime character physique I'm rocking. Meanwhile, you're over here with that Abercrombie and Fitch from 1998. Now, in Sneako's credit, he did start going to the gym recently. Maybe I inspired him, and you know what? That's great. I'm glad I could have a positive impact on your life like that, Sneako. Getting into the gym is a fantastic thing, and you're going to feel so much better. And I know you'll start seeing results soon as long as you keep at it. And then finally, our last exchange goes very similarly to the others. You're not special from the other 10 soy boys who say the same thing. If you got a problem, stop talking on the internet. Let's solve it. So I said, got your Discord still working on responses? Brother, I have no problem. You started it and I made fun of you in return. You're upset about publicly admitting to cuckoldry and get mad at me for bringing it up. You should be mad at yourself instead. Have some self-reflection. Which it's true. I don't have a problem. You literally started it, Sneako, and you even asked your audience to let me know everything you said and send me your clips. You actually asked for a response, and then got super upset when my response was a little too mean to your feelings. How is that not the ultimate cuckoldry? Like, even more so than your girl getting clapped by 1,000 men. How? Like, how can you, with a straight face, still call other people soy boys? I'm not kidding, I really didn't want to keep talking about you, but you won't stop talking and crying about me. It's sad. I understand you have a humiliation fetish, so hopefully this whole thing has helped you orgasm one more time from all of it. I don't think it's fun dunking on you, Sneako. I don't. And I'm certainly not canceling you. But you keep doing this. So you forced my hand to make fun of you again. But anyway, that's about it. See ya.